welcome to our second qualifying weekend of FNCS, our second major of the year. I'm Frankie Ward. I'm absolutely delighted that I haven't been fired yet, and that means I get to host this celebration of all things Fortnite competitive with Levin 2K and Mini Minor. Hello, boys. I just love waiting to see what you're wearing, and I love that the theme is exactly the same every week. I've gone a little bit wild, and you guys have gone, shall we say, classic, Levin?
Yeah, you know, we spice things up later on in the season, do you know what I'm saying? Qualifiers, we just keep it simple, not too much going on, you get me?
Oh, what does spicy look like to you, Mini Minor? Can you
Spicy.
tease what you wear?
Well, this right here is actually the Global Championships hoodie, so I'm kind of foreshadowing what's coming up the end of the year, you know. It was great last year. This year's going to be amazing as well, maybe even better, who knows. But yeah, I'm excited for qualifiers too. The business end of the qualifiers, it's going to be great.
To be fair, Mini Minor, actually, that is quite snazzy. That's more effort than Levin's put in. I would like to see maybe a bit of Diamante.
Okay.
If we can just send Levin a stud kit, and then we can stud maybe like just Levin across his chest, maybe some Fortnite. I just want you guys to kind of up the pizzazz as we go through
Next major.
the next few weeks.
Next major.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
We've got a few weeks. We've got a few weeks before the semi-finals weekend. So there's no excuse. I expect to see you guys suited and booted for the next time. However, we're chilling right now. I appreciate you guys being here to talk through all the things we're expecting to see in the game today. We're going to have multiple lobbies going on, so much Fortnite for you guys to feast your eyes on. And we're also expecting, Mini Minor, to see the mythic water bending item very much used, because it was used to great effect last week.
Yeah, it was used a little bit by some of our teams last week, and a lot of people were wondering, what actually is this mythic? What are people actually using this for? How does it work? And why are some of our top players carrying it? Now, if you haven't seen it, it's the mythic water bending ability. You can find it all across the map. You can find it in some of the chests as well, some of the special chests. And what it essentially is, it's essentially a burst assault rifle kind of replacement. Of course, it has that sort of bullet, that triple bullet spray, or I suppose triple water spray when you come up with something like that. But it also has no damage drop-off. So whenever you're shooting from miles away, from close up, it's going to do the exact same amount of damage. And even the bullet or the water speed is actually very, very quick. So it's very effective, very accurate, and we can see why some of our players are taking it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I feel like we saw so many, you know, instances in like sort of the weeks leading up to FNCS, and then you see FNCS and you go, people aren't really going to use it there. But there were a couple, right? And I think where we saw it the most was obviously there was a moment with Cammy and Seti, right? They were on high, spraying down with it, and you could sort of see what sort of potential it had there.
Yeah, what can you say? They've always got something up their sleeves, right? They've always got some sort of new item that they're using in a unique way. And this week was, or last week I should say, was no different. Of course, Cammy picking up this water bend. You can see just the ability to get so much damage in the mid game, even whilst jumping. What I really noticed that I liked was actually Cammy using it whilst jumping in the air, which is just something that you can't really do with any of the other weapons. Of course, the accuracy of it as well, and even the burst fire ability of it, 11. It just allows you to apply so much pressure, especially when you're on high ground.
Yeah, 100%. You're seeing it here. Like, the only other weapon you can really use like this is like the Thunderburst SMG, right? Which is part of why a lot of people love it. When you're dancing and like sort of like moving around on these cones here, right? The ability to sort of move a bit freely and still just apply so much pressure, man. The way you're shooting this down, again, just so much damage being dealt. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's infinite. This is like, you know what I mean? You can just keep doing this. There's no worry about ammo. Oh no, I'm running out of light ammo. Like, no, you can just keep doing this. And yeah, I expect to see a couple more people doing it, I'd say. In moments, right? Again, the only sort of problem I see with it, Mini, is that why are teams carrying this? Why would you be carrying this? I think in the first instance is sort of what you're talking about with like as a surge weapon, because as a surge weapon, I think it's very powerful. However, if you're looking at the rankings of best surge weapons, you probably have DMR #1, Sniper if you're really good with it #2, and then the water bending. So I feel like for most people, it's probably still not the most viable to pick up, but definitely an option.
Well, some of our players, they're using it though in a different way, right? So you say they're going for the surge tags, and yes, but some players aren't even just necessarily carrying it throughout the game. I noticed last week Lucia actually bringing it up to one of his bases, his teammate in particular here, was just bringing it up to one of their surge bases in order to get some damage. It was something I actually didn't mention earlier. It has unlimited ammo, so you can just keep spraying this forever and ever. That's like the main use case of it. And of course, you can see Lucia and his teammate just actually using them up in their base, and then when they're done with this position, when they're done and dusted, they don't need to use this item anymore. for. Yes, it's not that great of an item maybe on the late game if you're not called Cammy. You can actually drop it. You can pick up the minis, you can pick up that extra heal and use that extra slot for extra heals that we saw some of our teams doing last week. So I'm interested to see if people are going to use this today as well there, Frankie.
Minnie, I'm not really hearing many downsides to this. Does it do the same amount of damage to buildings as a normal weapon would?
No, it's not that great at breaking build.
Yeah.
That's the main downside to it. Of course, you don't have that the build breaking ability of an assault rifle. Also, you have to actually find one and then invest, that inventory slot into carrying it. We saw Cammy, of course, just earlier on, actually not taking an assault rifle or an SMG and just carrying a shotgun alongside it. So it is viable, but only in certain circumstances. So I'm expecting to see some of our teams using it, but others may be opting to not go for it.
So look out for that one, guys, watching at home when we jump into some of our lobbies later. I want to jump over to our casters right now because I want to hear their predictions for the day, and I think they might actually break down the current leaderboard so far too.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, I'm interested in the series point leaderboard. Frankie talked about it. This is the last chance for a lot of these players to qualify, and I got some names on my mind. Jacob, a big duo that I was actually unable to qualify for this second week, but is currently in 63rd is Mr. Savage and Mongrel. So they're going to make lower bracket, but I don't think, well, they're not going to be able to make the upper bracket, Jacob, because they didn't qualify for today. So they will be on that lower bracket cutoff. But who else are you looking at, Jacob?
I mean, if we continue to look down the leaderboard, you'll see a name that you would not expect to be this low. The Major 1 champions, Mustache and Malabuka, currently positioned 75th on the leaderboard. Just like Mongrel and Savage, they have their position locked for the lower bracket, and they're fighting for an upper bracket berth because you know the history of Malabuka playing through the upper bracket last season.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the Major 1 champs, but also the second place finishers from Major 1. Thomas HD and Queasy also didn't qualify for this second qualifier. So we'll have to see, how they're able to perform in the lower bracket. It could be a little difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that already got the lower bracket secured, but let's talk about one that does not. Yanis and Flixie, 0 points for the week 1 qualifier, which means they lay it all on the line this week. And I'm looking at experience coming out from Yanis because they only really need about a top 150 placing on today's games in order to make it to the lower bracket. And there's going to be a lot of nerves going around from players trying to get their qualification spot, trying to get their upper bracket spot. So Yanis and the newly acquired Flixie from last season, I think they're going to have the experience to push through to get at least a top 150.
Look, it's definitely possible. Thomas HD, Queasy, Mongrel, Mr. Savage both did it in 1 week, being the first week. So now all Janice and his duo partner has to do is do it here in the second week. But we have a little bit more to talk about, so let's go back to Frankie. 11 Mini, what you got for us?
Oh, thank you very much, Jacob and Big Kev. We look forward to hearing you later. 11, how tall are you?
I am actually 6'8", so I'm the biggest around here.
He is.
Yeah, I would call you a high ground king, which makes you the expert on how teams are playing the high ground in Major 2. Talk us through it.
Well, yeah, I thought it'd be good to sort of break it down just because, right, when we talk about new metas, and obviously this has been like a sort of no mobility meta or low mobility meta, that doesn't just affect rotations, which I think is how most people think about it. It also affects how high ground is played. And so I thought, what better team to break down high ground than Mini Miner's favorite team in the entire world, Volco and Vortexes, because, this is a team that actually last week was one of the teams sort of high up in round 4 leaderboards who was playing for height. A bunch of teams weren't actually playing for it, and I was confused as to why, because there's so many opportunities this season, I think, to play for it in really cool ways. And so Mini, I thought, why not, break down some of their wins and look at a game where I think they really did it well, sort of taking height from early and stopping people actually from taking height a lot this season. So I think one of the main things we'll highlight about this game here is you can see they've actually saved some dashes. Each of them have 2 dashes each, and they don't play for Grim Gatecoin, right? They don't have the aspect of agility medallion, but they still are able to save these sort of dashes for rotations, just like the one we're about to see here. So if you look in the zone right here, they're actually all the way towards the backside of zone. Zone's rotating and everyone's moving towards the front, building that way. And what they're gonna do is they're gonna wait for everybody to rotate ahead of them, everybody to start building up their hill to try get towards zone. And they're actually just only gonna use the one build, and then 2 dashes, and instantly up to front side of zone, and are able to sort of now build up for high ground on top of everybody else's builds.
Yeah, and I think the key word for this duo here is discipline, right? The discipline to not accidentally use those dashes at that point. The discipline to not actually end up going straight onto that high ground from the front side of zone. As you mentioned, Lemon, they actually got the front side, but they understood, right, there's a bit of elevation ahead of us here. We're going to wait back, let everyone else rotate, and then, of course, we can go ahead, use one build to take that high ground. Not only that, it also allows them to be a little bit more reinforced, right? Because all the builds that people are making, all those boxes on the front side, they're able to connect to those. So, of course, there's one thing, of course, getting that high ground as well. It's also just holding onto it, which is something that they do really well as well.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? You saw there, they start to build up, and they actually build up super high, right? And that's one of the keys this season when you're playing for high ground. Actually trying to almost be as high as you possibly can, and they can do this because they have double fizz, right? Both of them have fizz juice, and so it means that they're always ready. If somebody does chop them out, which actually, spoiler alert, does happen in this game, they can actually just drop down on top of the second height team and start to build back up. So you see there, they start getting dropped down, but they can quickly reinforce, and easy as you like, right? They keep high ground, no problem there. The key for this team, though, is that they do something that I think is really important. They understand the threat. So once they start getting chopped, they know this season, the way teams are playing for height is that they're trying to chop that height team, playing deep in the storm with bananas and fizz juice, trying to ramp the high ground team. You see, there's actually two teams trying it this game. But Volko and Vortexes have their eyes on the prize. They're locked in. They see those teams. And so what do? They start building up even higher, ramp those teams off. They realize, look, it's way too high. We can't take it. And they're able to hold on from there, right? And I think what goes to show about this team is that they are very, very aware of what the meta for high ground is this season and how to nullify it. Last season, they might have been more scared of a team sort of directly below them, right? Because you obviously had the grapplers, people with fizz with the grapplers go all the way up. Now, this season, they're not looking at the people just directly below them. They're splitting their attention and looking at the teams in the storm, deep in the zone, trying to ramp them from behind. So again, I think what we are seeing from teams so far this season on height is that you're going to be building up a lot higher, playing with that fizz juice, looking deep in the storm for teams playing with bananas and floppers and that to try ramp you. And if you can sort of be aware of those things, you'll be able to keep high a lot of the time this season.
That is a lot of materials, though, that you need to keep going up every single time you get chopped. If you do have a bad farming period, can you still win from the low ground, Levin?
Well, I think the key there when you're talking about materials is that's part of why the earlier rotation is really important, right? You saw the rotation where they were sort of just dashing instead of building. Those are the zones where they're saving mats, right? Everybody else in that zone is using around 200, 300 mats. These guys are not using it. They use one build, right? So it's like constantly sort of, being able to reserve your materials over the course of the game means that by the time you get to those later zones and you're playing on high, even if you are getting chopped, you already have more mats than everybody else anyway.
Minnie, do you think there's other ways to win, though? Do you think it is really eyes on Volko and Vortexes, your favorite duo, for example?
Yeah, I think someone's going to have to stop me here before I start talking about Volko and Vortexes and the games that started and we're in. But no, I think this is a team that do have potential to win games. I think in that game there, they didn't actually have the forecast tower activated. So where they do, they are really a threat. They're always going to go for that tower. And as you mentioned, it's not all about height necessarily, Frankie. I think it was 67% of the games last week were actually won on height. So that still leaves 33% of games that weren't. So teams are able to do it in this meta. It is possible, but it's just about knowing how to play those mid-ground layers, especially having that team chemistry, which those guys do have. It's so important. And I think this season, when teams are holding it well, it's impossible to take it off. As you broke down there, Levin, it's so difficult for teams to actually reclaim high ground. There's not grapplers. There's not any easy mobility like the hammers we had back in the day. It's not easy for teams to retake high, so you have to play mid and low.
I think we can probably take another look at the series leaderboard. If you've just joined us and you're waiting for us to jump into the lobby, you would have missed Big Kev, aka Takata, and Jacob talking us through this one. Interestingly, if you look at number 99, Queasy and Thomas HD Mini Miner, I don't believe they've made it through to the qualifying lobbies today. This is kind of a shocker, I have to say.
Definitely a big shot. Of course, second place last major. If there's anyone that can, of course, make it through those semis, then those low bracket semis, I'd imagine it to be these guys. Although thinking back to when Queasy and Venom actually didn't qualify, and they actually had to go through that sort of surge week, they didn't end up doing it, right? They didn't end up getting through to the grand finals for that chapter 4 season 3, I want to say. So it's a very, very difficult situation they find themselves in there. Whether that experience might help them in Queasy's case, I'm not sure. It's going to be an interesting one, though.
It's a tough one, right? It's tough because I think after the performance last week, people sort of looked at it and it was a bit shaky. I think they were sort of in the 90th place, that sort of range. And you're sort of going, and they don't qual this week, and you're going, something's clearly off here. We've known that they've been actually switching up the dropper quite a bit. So initially going Mount Olympus, then they switched to Grim Gate, didn't work out. They've not qualified. Hopefully they sort something out by semis because, this team should be in grand finals.
I think they are going to be in grand finals. It's Queasy and Thomas. As always, they are inevitable. We are ready, though, to jump into our first lobby of the broadcast. So we're going to head back over to Takata and Jacob PR to take this one away.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, Jacob, we're back. It's week 2, the final week in terms of qualifiers before the semifinals. So this is the last chance for a lot of these duos, for every single duo actually competing today. We talked a bit about Merstash, Malibuca. They're dropping Grimm's Gate. But as a reminder, there's 250 duos that qualified for this round. So it's not set lobbies. There's 5 different lobbies being played out at the same time. So I believe there's like 6 other duos that are landing Grim Gate other than Malibuca and Merstash. So you might get them in your game, you might not, you don't really know, and that's what makes this type of format so fun.
Yeah, it makes it so exciting. Exactly what you said. You never know who's going to be in your lobby, who's going to be at your drop spot, and I think it really conditions a lot of these players to be prepared for anything, and that time for preparation is over because game 1 starts now.
The last chance for these players to make something happen. I'm curious to see who's going to be in this lobby that we're going to be seeing. Are they going to be dropping at one of the most popular drops, Grim Gate? Like mentioned earlier, Mr. Savage, Mongrel, Thomas, Queasy, some of the Titan duos were actually not able to make it to this qualifier, but they have gotten enough series points to make it in the lower bracket of the semifinals. So all the players here are trying to see if they can scavenge their spot into lowers or possibly make it all the way up into uppers. But for Carnage and his duo partner, it's always good to start off with an elim. Gives you that player advantage, gives you that little boost of confidence. The thing is though, Jacob, their opponent here does have almost full shield. If he is able to make a push here, they do have chug splashes though. Yeah, it's going to be more difficult now, but I mean, I got faith.
Yeah, it's definitely going to put him in a tough situation. See him at least starting first step up the journey, getting his teammate back, dropping down, gathering together as much of the loot as possible. And those builds that he just got is very, very useful for him to try to disengage off this fight. It doesn't look like these guys are going to go on a chase very, very early on, and rightfully so. It's so much time, and it might have spoke to a little bit too soon. It does look like they're at least going in that direction, but it really all depends on what they see, especially with Grimgate so close by.
Take a quick look at how this first elim
Just good teamwork.
Yeah, I wonder what made him drop there kind of under the little lighthouse, because he had no kind of environmental coverage. You don't have mats so early on, so maybe he kind of like slid off the roof or something, or is trying to get a weapon at the building and was trying to run back to his teammate, but caught off guard a little bit. For Vortex though and Belusi, looking quite healthy. No elims on the board, but both split up, kind of taking their own loot path, trying to be as efficient as possible in terms of getting all the ammunition, loot, and materials.
Good team though, Vortex and Belusi. They got their lower bracket spot secured, but they need about 300, 350 or so series points to get that upper bracket spot secured. So they definitely got a journey today left for them. Good thing is they're off to a good start, just like Chulex, Chicho. Doesn't look like they are uncontested, or they are contested so far. Maybe one team towards the outskirts in that river that you see on the island. And this is a team, after failing to qualify for Major 1, and how well they did at the Global Championship right before that, it was a true shock. No one really expected it, but I think right now they're out for a vengeance. They're definitely going to solidify their spot in the semifinals. It's just a matter of where.
Some of those things kind of give you motivation, right? It's like being so close. But for Floki here, Vox at the Grim Gate. We were talking about it earlier. There's also our Malibuca Merce dash drop. One of the most popular POIs, as you can get those dashes if you're able to pick up the Cerebus medallion. Even just, you know, dipping your toes in the river of sticks. That water in the surrounding area will refill your dashes as well without having the medallion. But Floki has more things to worry about, as Jakey right inside the box, getting that knock. 2 versus 1 now. Player advantage. Yeah.
Because he's not only by himself, but this is a team that they need a good week here today. Definitely a top 200 at the very minimum for them to continue their FNCS journey alive. And with one player already going down. A lot of players in the minimap, you see them hearing the noise going down over towards Grim Gates, and that's where they begin to at least move over in that direction, see what's going on. And now Vox, wall to wall, box to box. Twee lands a good shot. They already have the Grim Gate loots as well. You see the Mythic in the inventory. They have the dashes. They're trying to make their way into the box, and with ease, 2 different angles, Floki and Vox go down in game 1.
It's really difficult to get out of that situation. 2 opponents, fully healed, each side of the box. You've got to be him to come out of that. We can see how they picked up that first elim, though. Great piece control from Jakey there. Closing out the angles for Chapix, known as Uguay in game. And his duo partner here, though. No elims on the board, but a good amount of loot and materials that they can use now to box up around this forecast tower alongside the high elevated area, so they can kind of see, you know, who's in their surroundings, who might want to take this from them or battle them from it. But they're looking quite free at the moment.
Yeah, but you do see some predators in the distance, Voco and Vortexers, slowly but surely wanting that forecast tower as well. CZB Nathan, very, very good week in week 1. I do believe they had multiple VRs. I know one of them for sure. And that was the thing. Through the start of week 1 qualifiers, it was kind of the newer teams, the ones that didn't have that FNCS finals lobby experience, that were really rising to the tops, and their grasp over that leaderboard slowly but surely fell as the day went on. But I'm looking for every single moment that these guys have an opportunity, gain experience like that, just to progressively get better. And right now it does look like they're just trying to sneak up on a team that might have contested them over towards Grand Glacier.
You can see there's actually more than one team in this area. They could even be sneaking up on a third party if the engagement breaks out earlier. These are kind of risky situations to be in, because you normally don't want to be the initiator when there's 3 duos in the surrounding area. You want to be that duo that comes in once the party is coming to an end already. People start leaving. That's your time to strike when everybody's low on shields, low on loot, but nothing's gonna break out quite yet. Pingy and his duo partner are gonna keep maintaining, I'll call it high ground here, the elevated location on top of the building of Grand Glacier. Just making sure they kind of know what's happening in their surroundings. They have the vision. But look at this, Jacob. Volko Vortexer said, you know what? Nobody's contesting this forecast tower. Maybe we should join the party, try and stop Chapix and his duo partner from doing so.
Yeah, I'm even hearing some shields just kind of get chopped off a little bit. And this is going to be one of those long game fights. You see the zone pulling away from the forecast tower. So eventually, if it continues to stalemate, it's not going to be good for either one of these teams, especially those who lack the heals. And Car's not even down just yet. That's a lot of the chaos you're seeing, but great shot by Julie. Trying to reunite with Chapix as Voco and Vortexers do seem to find a way to get control of that forecast tower, but the fight's not done just yet. It's not going to be enough just to get it under your control. Now you got to survive to make full use of it.
We need to see aggression here from Julie and Chapix. It's the perfect moment to strike. One player has chug splashes out. The other was cracked, but now it's taken too long. Both players back to almost full shield and HP, as now Julie has been hit. No longer with that opportunity to play more aggressive. Chapix continuing to look for angles. One big pump shot is all it could take to have enough pressure to go in, but now once again they've been put into sort of a stalemate here, where one team has the card and the other does not want to let them take it.
Especially with the third party, they're kind of gatekeeping on the edge of zone. They have the decision to kind of hold their spot. Voco Vortexers, they already have the forecast tower. And then Chapix and his duo kind of disengaging in different directions. Luckily for everybody here, they're not too far from the zone. So even though they will take damage, you see them repositioning in the minimap, it's not going to be a ton of damage, or at least not something they can't worry about later on, whether they get a flopper, med kit, or any of the foraged fruits and vegetables that are laying around the map.
Good news is, so early on in the match, the zone will not be ticking too heavily, so you can kind of afford to stay inside the zone and recuperate what you lose from bandages, medkits, whatever you kind of want to find along the way. Hopefully, though, you can conserve those medkits for the late game, as heal-off is quite prevalent in the current meta. But sometimes you might just have to use it. Flashback to Grand Glacier here. What has gone wrong from Pingy, who had the high ground, to now getting eliminated. Both elims onto Nathan. Now on the board with CZB, both of players looking incredibly healthy. Zone also closing around the Grand Glacier, so this is actually great for this duo.
And this is a team that has almost nothing to lose here today. They don't quite have the upper bracket spot secured, but with eliminations like this, trapping your opponent, you know they're going to be well on their way in. And they need about 70 or so points, maybe 100. So that's about a top 200 finish. So they need to finish between top 200, top 225 to get their upper bracket spot secured. So when you have that type of flexibility, it allows you to play with like a different freedom than some players in the lobby may not be able to use to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing a different game at that point, Jacob. Out of the 250 players where you just need 225, my game is anybody that's landed in my drop spot, I am fighting them off spawn. I am not letting them roam freely. I'm going to do whatever I can to try and stop them from making it through semifinals. And that's exactly what we saw, the aggression from the early game around their drop spot. But let's head back over to another 2 versus 1 engagement is what it seems. But how long is that going to last, Jacob? Quick little dance. Set back to the lobby. Legendary pump now in the inventory. 2 elims on the board. Good way to continue out the match.
And that's where, you know, we saw the forecast towers get taken. Third zone, which means the bunkers are going to start to open up, or already have at this point in the game. There's 9 bunkers possible around the map, with only 6 have the potential of opening up. And that's why you see a lot of teams, and preferably them, they, you know, get to that bunker very, very early. They base on it, just like the forecast tower. And then about 1:10, when the third zone opens up, that's when the bunker will actually start to open up. You can go in and get your loot. So if you get it down with your path, you know other players that are landing nearby, you can actually get to one of those bunkers quickly and defend it as it opens up.
It's like those mid-map objectives, right? Forecast tower, bunkers. It's very important to have these inside your kind of overall game plan, from your drop spot to your loot path to your surge path to your potential forecast tower or bunker path. Marion, moneymaker. Look at this, 4 elims already on the board. But Marion, can he put it to an end in the 1 versus 2? 4 bananas in the inventory, 6 chug splashes, but now with 1 HP left, gonna be gifted to the opposing duo. They're looking incredibly healthy now.
Yeah, and Moneymaker for Nyan are in the same position as Yanis and Flixie. 0 points in the week 1 qualifier, a huge hiccup in their game plan. So they're really leaving it all on the line here today. And you can see it feels like their strategy, get some eliminations early, get the points flowing, start to build that momentum. So when you go through the second half of the day, you're not in as much of a hole. It makes it easier, and you're not anxious or nervous as much as you could be if you're farther down the leaderboard. With Vaniac already down, that's a similar position Swizzy's in by himself. Luckily, he does have a fantastic loadout to survive, you know, a bit longer if anybody targets him. The Flowberry Fizz, multiple shields, and then obviously the Brawler's Battleground loot. I can only assume he might have the Mythic with him to cover some distances if he does get chased.
I believe he did. I mean, Swizzy was just watching, you know, popcorn in hand, taking a look at what's going on. I believe his duo partner's, you know, reboot card might be in that engagement, seeing that For9 and Moneymaker already have 5 elims. You can only assume they eliminated Swizzy's duo as well, which is why he's kind of like eyeballing that build fight, seeing where the card might be. But For9 is not trying to let that happen so easily. As you can see, he's kind of marking around, taking a peek, saying, did I just see Swizzy? I think I saw a bit of movement there. Let me just confirm, though, as now the aggression continues.
Yeah, and I also think it's a little bit of the, let's say, lack of information. You don't see Swizzy anywhere trying to run around. You think he's backtracking. That first shot was a monster of a shot, making it easy for Moneymaker to go in, get the finish, take down Swizzy. From 5 eliminations to 6, these guys are definitely heating up early. And just by looking at how many players are left alive, it would be zone 5 where it would turn on. I don't think we're going to get surge until maybe zone 6 or 7 in this game, which allows for Moneymaker and Fnayan to do exactly what they're doing without worries.
Ooh, one of my favorite duos here, Nako and Kire, actually qualified in the last match with a 15 elim victory royale. Nako even jumped in a pool. He was so happy after yesterday's qualifier. So let's see if they can keep that momentum forward now in the qualifier finals here. Round 4.
Going to get.
Looking to take.
I think it's Artist and his
Rift
duo, Fruzy. They were able to get that early elimination off spawn that we saw very, very early. You see him, the Thunderbolt of Zeus as well in his inventory, but sooner or later, sometimes overstaying the fight, expending a lot of builds, and even getting sniped from off of Rift Island will kind of make you force a decision like this, disengaging instead of overstaying that fight. You are on top of Rift Island, so if you are able to get those HP heals, you can stay there just a little bit, sacrifice some of that HP to try to continue to get damage from high above everybody else.
Who even had an angle onto Artist, just on the Rift Island? Like, what mountain, what ridge? I guess he was close to the edge. Maybe they kind of like nicked his elbow or something. I'm not sure what happened, but what a shot, whoever sniped him. But yeah, the flag has been captured already. There's only 2 duos up here. They have the launch pad they can use to get back in to the zone. But you can see there's already duos looking at them from that initial snipe. So they will have to be careful. And speaking about Mythics, there goes your base, Jacob.
Yeah.
They gotta use at least another 200 brick to rebuild what they had going there. And once again, oh, this is a tragedy. This is an absolute tragedy.
Did not expect to see it in a lobby like this. I don't know where he's throwing that Thunderbolt of Zeus, but it has to be in a great position. They have DMRs and cannot even fight back. Look how many builds they've expended. That's Trulex and Chicho there on the other side. I give them all A for effort, A for executing on that, because now they were able to get Storm Surge damage and they can rotate parallel to that team and possibly beat him to the center of the zone, depending on who's going to try to gatekeep him in this position. Trulex and Chicho already looking like to be an exciting duo to watch after missing Major 1 here today.
You know, they weren't even holding that in the inventory. They were just rotating through Mount Olympus. They said, hey, look, a little Thunderbolt of Zeus. Oh, look, there's a duo based up. Let's just grab this, throw a few Thunderbolts at them, you know, do a bit of damage. Why not? And it worked out. I mean, they are not complaining. For Sky and Scroll, they're not too happy, but on the bright side, a duo did get something positive out of it. Chapix Julie, once again, from combating the forecast tower to not being able to secure it. It was Vortexer's Volko who actually captured it, meaning they do have vision on the upcoming zones before they appear. But on the other side, I mean, on the contrary, Chapix and Julie, if they were close to Vortexers and Volko, they'd know that they have vision on the next zone, so they could kind of like follow them in a sense, as they will know what the best position is. But based on their rotation, I don't believe they're too close to them. Now they're just kind of focused on getting into the zone. They have the damage they need. They have a decent amount of materials and loot, so hopefully there's not too many duos already based up in front of them, but it looks like it should be quite a free rotate.
Yeah, they just got to figure out how to get up this mountainside. The actual pathway is getting blocked off by a whole nother duo. They're forced to kind of reuse some of these builds, but the duo that originally moved up this side is the one starting to focus. Chapix dropped to 21 HP. Hard find goes in, gets the actual knock, leaving his duo all by himself, but the legendary banana is going to be popped, and that almost leaves a position where you got to abandon the fight onto Chapix. You can't play hero because final boss Foul and Hardfinder there, but I might have spoke too soon. One's going to get knocked. Chapix going to get traded out, so this comes down to a 1v1. And they're just stuck, sandwiched between the builds that they're at against the mountain and the zone itself.
Might be able to pick up final boss here, though. Foul. They are center zone, literally. Like, if you pinpoint the center of this 6th zone, they are inches from it. And he is going to be able to pick up his duo partner. Was a little scary, but they're back on their feet now for 9 Moneymaker in the same spot, basically, I believe, from where we saw them before.
Yeah, it's tough for rotations like this to where you don't have very many builds. You might not necessarily be faring well in Surge, so you're kind of forced to go for recycled goods, scraps that are left behind, while simultaneously being down on Surge. And I did see in the feed early on that Alex might have gone down, so this might have been a rebooted player, and that's why you see them just so low on some loot, trying to scrap together whatever they can. And luckily for them, though, there is going to be one team rotating in front of them, so if Storm Surge actually activates to where they start taking damage, at least they have somebody rotating that they could possibly get shots on.
Lucy Steno, just 21 below.
Tough.
But that's enough to turn the game around if they're unable to get those tags. Unfortunately, both players go down. Freu's the artist now. 108 above. It's comfortable, but it could be a lot more comfortable. Still has the Thunderbolt Zeus Mythic in hand. Gonna pop that Flowberry Fizz, though, to try and make their way into the zone. But you gotta be careful. So many duos looking back at you. Artist gets knocked down. For Uzi now. 257 above with the pressure that's being dealt. He's gonna have to use all his materials to get out of this situation now. Just one more wooden build placed as a ramp. Nothing left in the inventory. What do you do to get out of this situation, Jacob? Nothing. Eliminated.
I was going to say he has to find elimination. There's no choice. You won't be able to make that rotation without it. But now at least he doesn't have to worry. He can get into another game, kind of fix those mistakes, and kind of elevate those successes throughout. Sky and Scroll, they had a big win in last week's games. They have the formula for success. And they made sure it didn't come down to a heal off as well. And just kind of looking, I don't see any HP heals in Sky. Maybe they left it all to Scroll. So they might be putting it all on the line to where they're going to do stuff like this, get eliminations on the outside, and possibly play for high ground in the same fashion that they did last week.
Showcasing the DMR, right? Levin was talking about it earlier on. One of the most powerful weapons in terms of getting tags for Storm Surge. Now with all the weapons kind of having projectile firing, it can be a lot more difficult to aim, but the DMR is kind of one of the, I don't want to say easier ones, but less difficult in a sense. So it's very beneficial for getting those tags and even eliminations, as we just saw. DKS Kaizen now. Only 2 shots in the sniper rifle, but that could be 2 elims if he can hit his shots. Being 300 above, though, you know they're feeling all right. No pressure on their shoulders yet.
Yeah, especially since they have a good spot here. They can drop down if they need to. Definitely giving themselves many different escape routes, especially with teams boxed up, not only on top, but all around. Taking away so much position. Vortex, Belusi, Misha, and Lusha on the other side. So many other teams. This is where it really gets tight with the spacing, especially as it waterfalls down a mountain. The next rotation here, where the zone goes, is going to be so crucial for teams to prepare for ahead of time, because you don't want to be surprised by a zone that possibly could have went north, but it does go south. Eases up a little bit on the lobby, but if you don't have any builds, that's where it's going to get tough again.
Storm Surge is active. 45 above for Misha and Lucia. So far, you know, they're feeling kind of on the borderline. I'd like to see them find some tags here. Issue is they're kind of blocked below so many builds. They don't have a lot of opportunities to get those shots, and it has reached 40 players, so Storm Surge is no longer active, but depending on how this game continues on, that could be another issue they run into later in the match. As now, 8th zone is going to start coming to a close.
Yeah, and you can see where the zone is moving. It's on a weird little hill where there is high ground. There is this side of the mountain. A lot of position for players to actually choose to try to box up from. It's just if they have the builds, and then they got to worry about surviving this rotation. Moneymaker for Nyan trying to use the Flowberry Fizz to just bypass everybody else. But Moneymaker became a focus, forced to stop and stagger. But at least they made it to the edge of zone before that came through.
It's that limited mobility meta where we see so many of the duos using that Flowberry Fizz, that kind of momentum boost that you get, speed boost, jump boost from popping it, and that's one of the main rotation items, if not the key to making it through these end games. If you don't have the dashes. Lucia, Misha now choosing to kind of go under the train tracks through the tunnel. Hopefully this is a good decision depending on where this zone pulls towards. 9th zone going to appear now to the west.
Wow.
So I don't believe it follows the tunnel unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it goes a little bit outside of the track, so they're going to be able to get a little bit of a free rotation, but not as free, because as soon as it goes outside of those tracks, it cuts right to the left. So I think they played their cards decently well up until this point. It's just about survival, figuring out where they're going to get some more loot from. Belusi, Vortex, they have high ground, but for now, with the zone pushing forward, it's typically around these zones to where a team will start to look at how they can take down height and get it for themselves. So Vortex, Belusi, they have to be careful. Watch the backside of zone. They cannot take their eyes off the prize in the next coming seconds.
Continuing to apply that pressure. Good news, a lot of light ammo in the inventory, so they don't have to hold back. Vortexers, though, has lost Volko. He does know where the next zones are, but already being the moving zones, it's going to help him stay ahead. With the amount of materials he has, though, Jacob, I'm confident that he can secure quite a lot of points here. You can see him staying ahead and also probably looking to where that next zone's gonna pull, but when a duo just jumps right into your box from full mats to a solid loadout, getting eliminated without being able to secure as many points as he would have liked. Misha now, can you do the same thing, but with less materials? 253 below. A miracle is what Misha needs right now. Could this be it? Still 250 below. Pressure onto his boxes now. He's taken out as well.
This Moneymaker's able to find that one. DKS, a lot of chaos going down, but this is where the placement points mean so much. From 18th to top 4, Kaiser gets another one on a Moneymaker, ending the run, leaving Fortnite by himself. He needs to get to zone. He only had 1 cabbage, so only would have done so much. Legendary banana pop for Fortnite. That's not only going to give him the HP he needs, but a speed boost as well to stagger himself and get to the front of zone in no time.
Flurbrave is put to good use here. Issue is not enough materials to even build a box. Put himself in a cone. Belusi Vortex still maintaining the high ground. CZB Nathan as well, looking healthy as a duo, picking up another elimination. Chicho now, 0 elims, 0 duo partner. Does have 2 medkits though and chug splashes. Can choose to play a bit of a heal off here when he runs out of materials.
This is where it matters. Decisions have to be made. You see him just trying to block all possible entrances, waiting to do exactly what you said. Start the med kit just a little early, try to get these placement points. Nathan, CZB, no stranger to this position. They already have a big win last week in these type of lobbies, and they're looking to do it again, especially with 5 eliminations, but they're getting targeted by the high ground, forced to change layers. They go ultimate low, but they meet their match. There's another team right in front.
Another duo was already playing low, so they're going to go up a layer. Has CZB made it up, though? There it is. Nice. Grouped up once again. Good chemistry for this duo. Nathan feeling good as well with his 5 eliminations for Twee and Jakey, though. They're the duo that's claimed ultimate low, dropping down another opponent team here as the knock comes through. Another 120 tag. Can he get it? The second one. 1 more elimination racked up now. 5 for Twee, 2, 3 for Jakey.
They have floppers. They're just finding so many huge impact eliminations that is keeping them in the game. Plus, they have the dash for the Grim Gate when push comes to shove. Trying to get another box. Another elimination has been found, pushing themselves into the top 3. Twee and Jakey are not slowing down. They've finally reached those double-digit eliminations, but in comes Nathan. In comes CZB. Another knock. Everybody's just getting jumbled around outside of zone, and it's come down to a 2v1. Vortex and Belusi versus Twee. This is for the final game and the final moment as they drop down, finish it off, and with a big game needed to start the day, they take it all.
Vortex and Belusi, they got a call. They heard, we need a cleaned up crew, top down. Got those eliminations, kind of just cleaned it up quickly, easy, by the book. I mean, Jacob, they were looking uncontested up above throughout the whole late game there, and they only attacked when they needed to in those last moments. No heal off needed, just straight up eliminations.
They started the day with 275 series points, 64th place. They need a big day to get that upper bracket, and they had started that day off on fire. There's so many lobbies going down around right now, Takata. I'm going to throw it on over to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie to break down all the action and more.
Thank you, guys. And as the boys just put it, I mean, Vortex and Belusi, they set up their camp up top, and they made it look quite simple, to be honest. No heal off, no need for these boys to stress. They didn't even need to take it by force, Levin.
I mean, yeah, no, they didn't. They sort of played out height the way we see a lot of teams do so this season. And you know, to the end there, when they start running low mats and with the way sort of Twy and Jacob were popping off, you start thinking, hold on a minute, maybe we got an interesting one on our hands. But they got the job done.
Yeah, we kind of broke down a little bit of how height worked for Volko and Vortexes. Vortex and Belusi just basically just did the opposite of what we broke down earlier on. They took height nice and early on. They held on to it. They didn't wait for everyone to rotate in early, and you could see that they just were able to get enough eliminations to keep themselves up there, of course, as well. I think the zone definitely helped them in this instance as well. We see it sort of going down the hill, which just gives high ground that control. You know, you can decide when to drop as and when you want to. And yeah, just a really nicely played endgame. We can see them with the fizzes as well, just consistently keeping themselves fizz to make sure they don't go down to full damage. Overall, solid start from these guys. As Jacob mentioned, they need a solid day, so they got off to a really nice start.
Yeah, it was really lovely from them. 9 eliminations as well. And props to Twee and Jake. I'm sure we'll talk about them in a bit. They had at least 10 eliminations to their name. And all these eliminations count because, of course, everyone is trying to get themselves into the upper bracket. And Nathan and CZB also having fantastic game as well. It's nice to see everyone going for it from the very start. You just cannot rest on your laurels when it comes to these lobbies today, gents, because you really need to get the points. You really need to try and get your way into those upper brackets if you haven't already.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think with Nathan and CZB, they're becoming a very consistent feature in sort of end games at the highest level in competitive. They're always a team that you sort of can lock on to make a grand finals, and they have games like this where they can show off what exactly they can do in these sort of lobbies. I mean, Nathan and CZB, Mini, are a team that I think are sort of in that sort of level below, just a very, very elitist of players, but they're super consistent, which is always a benefit for a team.
I think they can get to that level as well. I mean, particularly with how consistent they've been across the course of them playing together. They seem to be just two names that you just put together naturally now. I know they had a little bit of trouble finding out who they're going to be playing with. Once they came together, it seemed to just click for them. And yeah, as you mentioned, they can get into that upper tier. I think they're not quite there yet. But if they keep having games like this, they keep that confidence going. This is the perfect format for them to be able to qualify into the grand finals. Definitely some great things can happen here.
I'm pretty sure we saw them picking up 1 or 2 victory royales last week. Let's take a look at the standings so far from today's action. Remember, there are multiple lobbies going on at the same time. Unlike when we get to the semi-finals and the grand final, there'll just be one lobby for you to keep track of. Don't worry. So as you can see, there's a few victory royales already being picked up. Noah and Prady, Pixel and Pix as well. I mean, that's definitely they're a new duo, aren't they? I'm guessing. Mini Minor.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much in Pixel. We've seen Pixel Pix, maybe not so much, but yeah, we see some names on there as well that are very well known. Of course, Venno and Tayson there in second place. Twy and Jakey as well, a duo that we saw in that end game right there. And I'm intrigued as to how Twy's going to do here, because I remember when Twy qualified to grand finals with Jalen. Twy was always the star of that duo. He was always the one that was making the plays, right? And I think it took him a while to find his feet a little bit, just try and find a duo partner that worked well. He was trying different players and trying different strategies. Didn't quite work out for him. So now playing with Jakey, I'm excited to see what they can do, because they didn't have a very good week last week, remember? So this is an important week for them.
Well, a duo that did have a fantastic week last week was Mariskau and Sangit. In fact, Mariskau was one of the top 5 eliminators from the entire weekend. So let's drop into their lobby and see where they're at.
Let's get into the next lobby. Sanglin, Marius, probably one of the fastest and most watched names right now. Marius, with how well he can take over lobbies and solos. We've seen him make highlight plays last week. But with their loadout now, they have 6 eliminations, but they are just down to scraps. Let's see if they can continue that momentum here, Tagato.
A small fry, a gray pump, 30 wood, Jacob. This is like a challenge that they're playing right now. I wonder what Marius has, but with that sniper in hand, what he needs is a headshot. For a second, I thought that said 1,000 below, but it's 1,000 above, so the good news is damage is something that they do have. But I think that's the only thing that they currently have. Materials, heals, shield, these are all things that they desperately need, and all it takes is one headshot snipe to secure it freely.
I feel like right now just the full picture is here. The little bit of loadout, down on heals, 6 elims, but 1,100 above the damage threshold. And they still have to get more, because they will not be able to make it a couple more zones into this game if they don't find a refresh to where they can get the loot that they need. Not only materials, but the heals that will keep them going throughout the rest of this game. And that's why you see them constantly peeking through, on the lookout, trying to catch somebody on this rotation. Near miss with Marius with that sniper, but it's the persistence that is going to be key for this team.
Look into the scope. Can they land a shot? We'll take a look at Yanis Flixie, though. Talked about them earlier, Jacob. High hopes for this duo. They need a big day today. And with 3 elims on the board, good amount of damage, loadout, materials, everything they really need to close out this game, and even possibly another elimination here if they're able to catch him and axe. Gotta be careful, though. One drop could lead to their demise, but there it is. Other elim on the board. Pressure from opposing duos coming through, but they have more than enough loot to stay healthy here.
Yeah, and you can see instead of just taking that focus fire and just trying to hold the wall, Yanis immediately builds out, creates space for himself, and then stops the fire. So I said I'm going to be looking at them mainly for their experience and what they're able to do in situations like this. They need about a top 150 on the day today to have some sort of comfort feeling that they're going to make it to the next stage of FNCS. Marine and Quaker, we saw them go down in that last game. Just a tough spot. Storm Surge, if you're not ahead of the game, it really kind of forces your hand in some scenarios as we get later into some of these games.
They were 138 above, down to 78. Rotations are going to come through here for some duos that want to rotate a bit early. Noah, though, to Gino are going to try and block them off. Say, no, no, no. I'm on the edge zone here. I don't want anybody coming close to me. It's a good time to get that damage, but also kind of claim a bit of your side of the zone. You can kind of see, if you look at the bottom right on the mini map, where these players are based up at. The west side of this zone has 0 duos, literally. But the side where everybody had to rotate to is where everybody is boxed up. So based on that information, duos can make decisions here to come out on top. Marius, though, he has lost Sandgill, but he's still up.
Yeah, we saw what situation they were in before. Marius and Tango just kind of forced their hand just like this, and you can see him just trying to scrap together loot. Does find some good heals in the form of the Flowberry Fizz, but it's the materials that he's really lacking, and this far pool. Sakata, you were literally just talking about how many players are actually stacked up on the south side of the zone, and for Marius, he's gonna have to find so many different opportunities for him to try to stay alive. And you even see the mini-map, the dash coin, the players who have Grim Gate loot are not even close to zone either. There's gonna be so many players stacked on top of each other making the same rotation.
I have a feeling, though, Jacob, we're going to learn why Marius is being talked about so much here. With that sniper in hand, playing as a solo, the loot in his inventory, I would not be surprised if he finds a way to come back from this situation. Doesn't even have to worry about damage here, just trying to find the correct path here to make it in without having to use too many materials. Being able to conserve those 3 medkits that he can later use to heal off in zone and find that angle onto potential players rotating in late. As you can see, almost trying to bait a shot. Players to peek him. One headshot could be game-changing.
Yeah, and you see how he quickly spotted over the left side of the zone, saw how stacked it was. It goes down the mountain, and as soon as he makes his rotation, he immediately chooses to go towards the guys that are trying to tag him up on that end. He thinks it's a little safer. See how the decision makes out for him. Zeke and his teammate, they're able to find that elimination, bring it back over to theirs, scrap together as much as they can, and the minis, the Flowberry Fizz, all of these tools that they're picking up here are going to be used to try to give them the best spot as we got a possible fight for high ground going down with Yanis and Flixie. Noah and his teammates just get separated. Flixie having the high ground. One's going to go down. Noah's left by himself. A tough position with the shields breaking. He's forced to displace everywhere else but where he wants to be right now.
28 HP, forced to pop the minis now, has splashes in a Flowberry to pick himself back up, but with no duo partner, the stakes just got that much hotter. Nice tag, but it's not going to be enough. Banana's going to save his white heals here, going to be able to go back to full HP. Marius still up, still with the Flowberry, now just the 2 medkits though. Was forced to pop one of them as he's continuing to try to get ahead of the zone. Once again, on the uncongested side, not too many duos around him. Great rotate. It's going to take a bit longer, but hopefully it's going to be safe.
Yeah, this is great because he's focusing right now on timing, not necessarily getting the shields up, because he knows when it comes to that Flowberry Fizz, it's so important as we go over mountains, different elevations, and push past different players that he has to use to jump and rotate, but he gets Storm Sickness. That is Storm Sickness. Even with the medkits, he had no chance of making it out alive.
He was hoping that the zone would pull back. He could afford it with the 2 medkits, but the Storm Sickness is what took him out. Blaha now, duo partner taken out as well. It's Comeback that just got knocked down. Once again, another player that has 2 medkits in inventory. You can see how prevalent these are in this current meta, and you're going to see exactly why, as now he's going to be able to stay in zone, find a rotate that's going to be safer, and even potentially pick up an elimination on the way in. It's going to be Taze, though, and Roe, who are up above on high ground. Noah Rayleigh picking up another.
That's a huge find, especially as a solo. Didn't get much mats for it, but at least it's something that he can work with. Spots a duo in front of him. Quickly changes layers. Doesn't want to be a part of that mess that's going down, but a little bit of indecisiveness forces him to take some damage. Blaha's going in. Solo on solo action. With Blaha taking him down and getting what he can from his efforts, but Noah had almost nothing to give over.
I'm seeing so many solos, Jacob. Are we really watching a duo FNCS right now? Blaha has to find a way to get elevated here. If this zone continues pulling towards Mount Olympus, you can see Yanis even kind of blocking off the openings on the right side here, trying to claim what I would call low in a sense here. has so many players now forced to kind of break their way through the builds. But there's so many places here where you can't even place ramps. You have to be careful, as Giannis might just pick another one up.
Yeah, they spotted out Cade and Diox there on the backside of the zone. Landed a couple of shots. Diox finds one as well. He's trying to keep himself alive. A lot of these solos doing some damage on anybody else that they find in their path. Another elimination being cleaned up. That means their team total to 7, and they need a decent performance here as well. There's a lot of bubble teams both for the lower and the upper bracket, and this is Giannis and Flixie's chance. With a win here on this game, Takata, that will take away all the pressures of the day, because then they just need to do the bare minimum from here on out.
Not only a win, already have 8 eliminations, getting closer and closer to double digits. The zone pulling back is a positive for the duo on low and on high ground here, reusing those builds that they had previously. For Diox though, no materials, double Flowberry, knocked down to just 44 HP. Trying to think, what can I do to get out of this situation? That's not going to be the correct answer. Goes down. Giannis now Flixie trying to see if they can find a drop or even reclaim some of the real estate down below here. Looking for angles, connects. Another knockdown onto Giannis now, bumping them up to double-digit 10 eliminations.
Yeah, you see him go to the backside of zone. Legendary Banana is going to be popped. Helock's going to begin. Flixie tries to go in, play Disruptor, but immediately gets taken down by Taze and Retail Row, who have had the high ground zone after zone after zone, but one goes down. Legendary Banana popped yet again. Taze is trying to go in to cause disruption, but he goes down. It costs him everything, and with another player fallen, we don't even know who's the last one standing. I want to imagine it's Giannis and Flixie, but we'll all be surprised together.
It looked like a free-for-all in those last moments. Elim after Elim, I think 3-4 players got eliminated almost simultaneously at the same time. Like, what even just happened, Jacob?
I know Giannis had 2 legendary bananas. We saw another banana towards the backside, but it's Kashi and his duo that actually pulled the big win out. Cappy Monk with a huge shutdown. Kashi was the one with the heals, and that was just huge because it came down to fractions of seconds, really making the difference happen.
What a way to close it out. There was non-stop action happening, but Kashi was like, let me just, watch from afar. I've got my med kits. I'm chilling. I'm doing all right. But who else is doing all right? It's Frank11 Mini. What you got for us?
Thank you so much, guys. That was a photo finish. I actually thought that when Tazzy and Rowe dropped down, they were going to take that. They'd bided their time until exactly the right moment. And then I was like, no, actually, no, they've been eliminated. Oh my goodness, who is one? Is it Wuka? No, it's Kashi. And I don't even know how they did that many minor to you.
Not so much. It was a bit hectic, a little bit crazy there at the end. I think, I personally thought that the Giannis and Flixie had it in the bag, but it was just a lack of heals for those guys that didn't make it happen for them. For Kashi and his teammate, what a fantastic way to start the day for them. And I think it was a slight heal off combined with a little bit of a shot there, Levin. I'm not sure. Did you see?
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. I think that whole end game, nobody was really carrying heals, right? It's like all the other teams didn't really have anything. The Hype team, right, Taze, right, they didn't have any heals. Giannis and Flixie were quite low. Everyone just sort of had bananas, and that was it. But big up for Kashi and Cappy Monk. This was their first time in round 4, right? They weren't here in qualifier 1, so they need a big day today, and they've started off incredibly well.
Yeah, they played that so well. I have to say, Giannis and Flixie, I mean, they've got to be pretty chuffed with that because they got to double digits in terms of eliminations. And I think it was just maybe Flixie just pushing for yet another elimination that potentially left them vulnerable and out in the open, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good game for them as well, man, and they certainly needed it after what happened with them last week, not qualifying for round 4. They need to start making up for the series points to get into lowers, and I think the big thing for them here, this elim was one I actually really liked. They take down Medax, which was quite poetic. If you remember what happened last season, Medax and Robin were contesting them at Reckless Railways and then dipped, and so that sort of ruined Giannis and Flixie's whole game plan for the FNCS where they were considered the favorites. So getting a bit of revenge now in this end game, but all in all, man, Giannis looks primed. He was hitting quite a few really good shots here in this one, and typically Flixie's the one that probably gets a bit more plaudits for fragging power, but Giannis reminding everybody that he's here to play as well, and hopefully we can see these guys continue to cook in these games.
Yeah, a lot of people would have been shocked that they didn't make the finals last week. I certainly was as well, but I was actually looking because last week Pink ended up winning the week, right? Round 4. Last season, Pink won the first week, round 4. Last season, the people who won the second week, round 4, was Janice and Flixie. So maybe if the script is correct, if everything goes to plan for Janice and Flixie, they'll end up on top today. And for these guys, they really need it, right? They need that position. They need to get into that into the qualification spot to get into that lower brackets, even the upper bracket as well, potentially.
Well, they're currently at 11th in our qualifier 2 standing, so things are looking very good for Janice and Flixie. Maybe history is going to repeat itself. I mean, maybe the Greek gods are smiling on these duos. You can see CZB and Nathan, who we were talking about from the last lobby, they are now in 20th place, so they're also looking like they're in a pretty good position. And Rowan Tay is also very impressive in that last game. Anyone else you're casting your eyes on here, Levin?
On this screen here, I guess Vortex and Belushi, obviously after their good first game. Venno and Tayson, I think we sort of know this season that they've been pretty good. The big thing obviously is they've been contested a lot of the time. Still doing really well contested at fencing fields, but you know, that can always be a thorny aside. And I'd say Straps and Skrill are another sort of team I'm looking at as again, Danish Fortnite on top really in general so far. This not just this major, this whole year it really feels like. So those guys, you know, waving that banner high in this game so far.
Well, you know what? I want to see how Vino and Tayson are doing. So let's go and drop in with them with Takata and Mini Miner on commentary.
Not me.
Not Mini.
Oh, not Mini. Mini, you're inevitable everywhere.
Mini Miner here, taking a look now at Tayson and Benno. Let's see how they're able to continue throughout this match. I mean, Levin talked about the challenges they've had being contested. Just to give you a bit of information, in the first qualifier, Mr. Savage and Mongrel, Major 1 actually being contested, had an average placement of 44, Jacob. It was not looking too good. But in the first qualifier here, Major 2, halfway through the tournament, not being contested, average placement of 4. Just took out a whole number from 44th to 4th. So you can see how difficult being contested can make your matches. So hopefully Benno and Tayson now, being the GOATs that they are, can show us a nice game here.
Yeah, and knowing that a team like this has virtually no stress on their back in this weekly qualifiers, they already have their spot in the lower bracket secured. They need about a top 200 placing here today to get that upper bracket secured. So it's almost like they have nothing to lose in a lot of these. They could start to figure out what went wrong early on this season and start to build that momentum, because realistically, there's not a ton of time left before you find yourself in the upper or lower bracket fighting to keep your FNCS dreams alive.
FNCS dreams. It's crazy. Already the last chance for a lot of these players, Jacob. This is the second and final qualifier before the semifinals. There's a little break, little 2-week break until May 10th for the semifinals. So these players will have a lot of time to kind of prep and figure out what their game plan is for semis. But first, Jacob, they got to make it there. So for the duos that are fighting for lower bracket, fighting for upper bracket, this is their final opportunity to make something happen. Robin here in 237 with the small fry, trying to outlast Zone here.
If you guys are wondering, who's 237? Who's 237? Well, it's the guy smiling at the end of his name, but all jokes aside, it is going to be Jew. Robin and Jew here. They 0 points for qualifier 1. So just like Yanis and Flixie, they're forced with their backs up against the wall here today to end up at the very minimum a top 150 placing. With only 38 points so far, that's not too much of a vote of confidence that things are going their well, but there's still a ton of time left for them to switch things up and figure out how to get things working in the right way.
You can see here, Rift Ireland has been secured. I'm trying to see if there's another duo. I think there is another duo close by here. Might have been a little bit of action, but nothing too dangerous. I believe there might even be 2 duos on this Rift Island. 3 total. So for the players here, they could be getting a bit of damage onto each other, but I don't think eliminations is necessarily what they want here.
Yeah, especially knowing that it's already been captured. They got that extra loot. No extra points this season, this go around, but it's the loot that you get. And now that it's already captured, you see a lot of these teams just position themselves, building bases on top, knowing that players will have to rotate in the vicinity if they want to get to zone, use those rifts, or find some sort of safety in that rotation. And seeing where Rift Island is now, you can kind of guess that the zone might pull on over to this side of the map where Bad Sniper and Lane are currently positioned.
Looking relaxed for Bad Sniper and Lane. Skyzo, though, and Logs, not so relaxed, as it looks like they've actually already got a knock here. I believe they have the advantage. Question is, are they just going to take the finish? Are they going to continue hunting? The hunt is on, it seems, as they're trying to find this last player. They've secured the body from this player. Get the finish. Now it's all on them. If they can do the 1 versus 2, be careful though, as shots keep connecting. 15 HP is all that's left now. How have they thrown this away?
Yeah, Zahir just making a surprise move when it mattered most. There's a couple other teams rushing into this direction. Lox goes down. Skyzoo's going to be left by himself. That was Butter and Rush, who stayed true to his name. He rushed and pieced up those eliminations. Even though they didn't actually get the eliminations, you saw them get the credit for the knocked body, but it's the loot that they're after. And now they're using the Chain of Hades. And this is something we've seen throughout this week and the qualifiers. And I've seen a player broken IG on NA. That Chain of Hades causes so much disruption when you're in a box. Not only does it do damage, it kind of tosses you around as Rush rushes in and finishes the fight he started early on. But now he has to try to survive the focus.
I was watching 72 Hours on NA the other day, making use of that Chain of Hades. And let me tell you, Jacob, he was doing some damage in the late game. So it'll be interesting to see if we can see that replicated here on EU. Maybe it's just an NA thing. We'll have to find out. DKS, Kaizen, looking quite healthy here. 2 elims on the board as well.
Good spot in zone. We don't have much to worry about. It did pull towards the south, not Mount Olympus like I was thinking, but just to the left of it, kind of, in that last zone. Benno losing Tayson, not something I would expect to see, especially with how we tuned in. They have 3 eliminations, but no heals, not a lot left on, and now he's in a 2v1 situation that he almost has to figure out a way to win, but Mr. Lou takes him down, ends the run of Venno and Tayson without placement points at all in this game.
Yeah, 6 zone is not where you want to go down with 29 duos still up. It's kind of that moment where you used so much time already in this match, but you haven't started getting the points you need. So it's kind of just a waste of time. Good news is they can get right back into another match, as it is 3 hours, 10 matches to be played out. 5 lobbies being played at the same time. 250 duos. It's not that set lobby that we're used to in a regular round 4. Oh, as now Rift's being put to play.
Lottie and Regal taking that rift. Sometimes you might not want to take that rift as a part of your strategy, but when you get stuck back a zone like they were, it's almost a necessity. They use it, don't get quite inside of the zone, but they get tagged up towards the back, and as they fall below Surge, now that's going to be a crucial part of their game plan. Just reach the edge of zone and figure out where you're going to get damage from, but they're barely going to be able to reach it safely. X-Squeeze and his teammate on the other side, they're trying to gatekeep them out and make it hard for them to find any opportunity.
Zone isn't taken currently. You can see, though, they're looking back. They know that there was still players on Rift Island. Shakeoff, X-Squeeze as well, being 53 below, are going to continue with that aggression, but with the shots coming from all angles, they need to be cautious. They either get directly in here, or the Storm's going to get the best of them. X-Squeeze has been knocked down now. Shakeoff has been left alone. The duo knows this information. It's going to cause them to start playing aggressive and now pick up those 2 elims.
Yeah, it's tough. It's not necessarily the game plan to wait to the last minute, but sometimes when Surge is down, you have no choice but to try to get in a box just like that. And Lottie and Regal Frag were able to really take advantage of the situation. Didn't give him easy shots, let the Storm Surge take him down, and they kind of finished it all off there at the tail end. See Fast Roki and Robon finding a huge elimination onto Slove as Zone is kind of pushing in. So not only do they have good position, they get a nice refresh as they close in on that zone.
A lot of kind of mountain goats here in this zone. What I mean by that is there's a big ridge, a big drop off, and the players are kind of based up on the center of it. So if they pull far, they can get out the mountain, but also if it pulls back up, they don't have to do a huge rotate vertically to get back up. CZB Nathan looking good as well. This is the 7th zone, so you kind of want to plan out what your game plan is. Half the zone is in water, half the zone isn't. There's a little island. Where do you want to position yourself to best set yourself up for that 8th zone pull? Players that already have enough damage have the time to be able to make these decisions and think, but the players who are below are going to be focused on finding those tags, and it's going to change what position they're going to put themselves in to have more angles while these players rotate.
And now's
Luckily
not
enough,
the time. Now's not the time to go down, Takata. 25 points, barely getting the taste of those placement points. And there's about 8 people that do need to go down to zone for Storm Surge to turn off, but then it's going to turn on immediately after for 4 more players. So from here on out, you have to start being proactive. If you do not have the surge necessary, just keep going. Skydune 4 above. It's a feeling to where he could take his time and figure out where he's going to get the next surge, but it's not a total confident feeling now that he falls below and the damage is going to ensue.
All it was a flick of the switch. Now 3 below. The zone did pull east, though, so it's not going to go through the water. It's a bright side for a lot of these duos. But for the ones that don't have damage, like you said, Jacob, Skydune, I don't know where he's looking. I don't think there's any players in the water. There it is. Those are where the rotates are. Needs to connect one of these shots. 6 above now. Barely on that threshold. How long can he last now, though? No more medkits, no minis, no heals or shields. Other than those flow berries to kind of tank the Storm Surge.
Yeah, for him, it's just all about survival. Use the Flowberry Fizz on the rotation. Not a moment sooner. He spots a team through the wood. He really doesn't have any sort of burst to build through. He'll yet have the Gatekeeper and the Sniper, so he needs to get into the box face-to-face with his opponent. Continues to follow in their path. They edit in. Nice shot can be fired on the Skydune, but luckily for him, he did enough damage to stay alive and not have to worry about Surge here for a few moments.
Flowberries pop. No more heals to work with. He's elevating himself quite a lot here for the amount of HP that he has. As he drops down, he's got to hope that nobody lands a shot onto him. He's trying to find a snipe. Can he connect it, though? No. Skydune goes down as now the zone continues pulling from what it seems possibly up this hill, which is exactly why the teams on high ground are trying to secure it.
Yeah, you see no one Prey just moving up the mountain. Everybody trying to do it first before zone pulls, so it's not forcing them up the mountain, and they have the chance to slip. 2 different Flowberry Fizz for the Ghoul. Relvis as well. 158 above. They're just looking below, just trying to make everybody's life that much harder. Even if he doesn't get credit for the elimination, that's one less duo they do have to worry about. Nathan, CZB, they're taking the low road through everybody else, and they need to figure out their surge. They are 30 below, slowly falling. Now 68. They do have a team in front of them, but when will they get the green light to go?
That's the question, Jacob. That is the question as they continue to look around. Where are those opportunities? Pixel, Pix, right below them. They're going to build on top of them now. More of a mid to high layer here. Almost just below the high ground. You can even see Nathan kind of taking a peek up above, saying, what's going on up there? Can we get a drop, possibly? Can we get inside of the opponent's tarp? What are our options here? We need some damage. We need to make a play. They might have just found a solo as well. This could be perfect for what they need. Or is it just a duo that's split up, as Nathan now has been split as well? Could he have found a knock, though? They need to groove up. Nathan got the elim. Both players back together now. Flowberry pop. This is huge.
Yeah, but they got to be able to make it out alive. Luckily, they have the splashes as well. HP going right back up. Flowberry Fizz allowing the waterfall to safety. Top 16 situation. The consistency out of Nathan and CZB the past 2 weekends has been out of this world.
Love what I'm seeing from this duo. They're now all the way down below, though, so they have to hope that the zone does not pull back up that hill. And it keeps pulling towards the water. As the Buell now with 3 elims on the board. Or 2 elims, sorry. But shortly gonna get dropped. It is not looking good for this duo, especially with the water zone. One of them gets elimed. Both of them go down now.
It's just a tough situation because now we're overwatered. We're gonna reach the island soon, but until then, it's gonna be very, very scary for players to have to move through it. Bad Sniper using the few builds he has left to try to lead a path to safety for him in lane. Spotting a player rotating on by, unable to land the shots as he continues to move forward, not getting distracted. This is going to be a tough situation as they're forced now to fall into the water to figure out their pathing.
Trying to swim anywhere they possibly can to get into the zone, but be careful. With only 5 builds in hand and duos looking down on them. Teammate has been lost. Bad Sniper left alone. Hits a nice shot, but is it enough for the knock? It's not. One more needs to connect here. No more builds left, and there goes DKS now. Playing as a solo. Has a medkit, though, so can play in zone.
Yeah, he's just trying to get the extra placement points, but forced to cancel it out. Getting targeted from both high and low ground. DKS trying to move forward, but runs into yet another enemy player before he goes down. Nathan, CZB staying to the front side of the zone. They're doing great for now, but later on, they're going to have to worry about that high ground and the materials because they're almost fresh out.
For how long, though? The heal-off has started so early for the high ground team. Another duo has already taken it, and there is not enough medkits in the inventory to outlast his opponents here. Flowberry is going to be popped, going to be used to get right back into zone here with the banana. Question is he going to fight for the height? Is he going to skybase, drop it from above? Can he actually chop it down in time? He does it. Hits 100 tag as well, but goes down.
Nice effort, unable to secure it. Nathan with the 1v1 takes him down, and it does look like Nathan and CZB are able to secure another victory throughout these FNCS qualifiers.
Have they done it with the consistency? But I believe that they both got eliminated at the same time. I'm not 100% sure actually who was able to take that one, Jacob. It was nonstop action from above. Nathan CZB had the chemistry down below. But Robin here at 237, which is actually gonna be the duo that took it home.
Yeah, they were able to sneak through. They actually got that elimination onto CZB. The refresh, the Grim Gates loot, yet again claims another victory royale for Robin and Ju. And the leaderboards have to be jumbled after 2 games. Gonna throw an order to Frankie to let us know what they look like.
Thank you so much. Yes, we're compiling the leaderboard as we speak, so we'll bring that to you very soon. I feel like we should talk about the consistency of Nathan and CZB there, because I think they came second. It was so closely fought, I should say. Thought means I was thinking about the situation. And so it's almost disappointing for them, Mini Minor, but at the same time, I suspect they're probably going to make it to a similar situation in one of the other lobbies tonight.
Yeah, they should be okay, right? Really solid game from Nathan and CZB. I was actually looking, they got 3rd place last week as well. And they had a good week, a really solid week from them last week. So is it necessarily required for them to have a great day today? Realistically, not so much, but it's kind of given them that freedom, that ability just to try and play and try and be a little bit different here.
Yeah, we're talking about, you know, those guys. Let's pay some attention to the winners. These guys actually won the game, and it was another weird one, right, where the game sort of ended really abruptly. I wasn't sure for a second who it was that won the game. Robin and 237, also known as Ju for many people who might recognize that name instead. These guys have been a bit of a weird team this season, right? There's been a couple performances earlier on in the sort of preseason that sort of had my hopes up for what these guys could do. Then they sort of went a bit quiet for a while. But in this game, man, 237 or Ju just absolutely popping off, just taking everybody out that sort of had any sort of look or sniff at their layer. And yeah, they end up being the team that sort of comes out of all the chaos there towards the end. And yeah, you see them sort of claiming low ground in this end game. And yeah, anybody that sort of gets in this area is just, you know, absolutely no chance really. I think they probably were a bit surprised of how quickly the game ended, right, as well. They were sort of like getting established on low ground, taking some people out, and then bam, one of them, and then the game's just won. All the chaos on high ground sort of meant that they didn't have to deal with that sort of final battle we usually see in these games.
Well, we had Scriver on high ground, right? Lost his duo, Chris. And again, it was one of those situations where there was that decision, obviously, to drop at the last moment and try and claim the victory royale, Mini Minor, that just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, not quite. It was a tough one for him right there up on high. I mean, just couldn't quite get those eliminations down on low. And I mean, speaking of low, we've got to talk about him again, Nathan CZB. I want to just explain as to how good this team are playing at the moment. And this is exactly why. They're just playing these mid-ground layers there. They're ensuring that they're shooting the same player. They're really nicely sort of claiming a lot of positioning as well when they can get those builds. But Levin, this is a team that we have to take an eye out for, keep an eye out for, because there's someone that, or a team that we haven't necessarily been looking at as a potential for maybe top 5.
Yeah, these guys play these layers really well.
It seems to be a running theme with these two. They don't need to necessarily claim height. They don't need to be so vulnerable. And actually, I feel like we saw that with Janice and Flixie earlier as well. They're playing these levels so well, and it feels almost like it's such a risk for these teams that are on the high ground to jump down and take it by force. That's the second time I'm using that phrase tonight. Taking a look there at CZB and Nathan, they have found themselves in 3rd position, which is to be expected. And also Vico and Pink having another fantastic evening, Mini Minor.
Yeah, good to see from this duo. I know this is a team that a lot of people now have their eyes on after a great week last week, of course, coming out on top. And I was intrigued. Well, are they going to be able to pick up where they left off last week? Are they going to be able to keep up that momentum? Because it seems like with this team, there's so many glimpses of greatness, Levin. And then it just doesn't quite go well in terms of consistency. But what we're seeing here is great stuff from this team. Really nice sort of adaptation from them and evolution.
Yeah, absolutely. They played really well. I went back and watched a bunch of their really good games. I think they had like 4 third places last week when in the round where they won. So yeah, really impressive from those guys. Taking a look at some of the players sort of a bit further down here. Again, some interesting names of players who I think are doing well. I think the most interesting sort of factor we're looking at is the ones who maybe were a bit quieter last week and what they can do. Setting Cameo obviously here in 22nd place. I'm sure a lot of the people will be happy to see these guys sort of in the mix, the Polish boys doing well and just right next to Venno and Tayson, right? You know, they're good friends there. So, you know, good to see both those teams doing pretty all right so far.
Yeah, it's a shame though about the last game because Venno and Tayson, I think they only picked up 3 elims because they picked up a whopping 13 elims from their first lobby tonight. And don't forget, for you guys watching, all of our duos are basically being eliminated or taking a victory royale, and then they're getting into another lobby as soon as possible to get those all-important points that then get converted into the season leaderboard points, and hopefully they'll be able to find their way into the upper bracket or even the lower bracket. Some of our teams have even already qualified for the lower bracket and they're just trying to gain that upper bracket advantage. Just thinking about some of what we saw early game actually. Butter we saw with the Chain of Hades mini miner. We haven't really seen the Chain of Hades in the late games that we've been watching so far. Do you think this is an item worth keeping in your inventory?
It's got potential in late game. I saw a clip on socials, I think it was yesterday or the day before, Tom, 72 hours over on NA, just coming back to the game and just using them and just taking out so many players, and he seems to be liking it over there. I haven't seen too much of that action in end games from EU. I think just leaves you quite vulnerable, and again, it's one of those inventory slots that you don't want to have to use on an item that you're not confident with, but could we maybe be seeing some players using it here? I hope so, because it's a very interesting item to look at and a very fun item to watch.
Well, maybe we'll see it swinging into action in a moment because we're going to jump in with Podosite and Snazy with our 2 fantastic casters. They are Takata and they are Jacob PR. I got it right?
Yeah.
Bueno, chicos, estamos viendo aquí los FNC, ¿no? Discord. Voy para Discord. Ni paso, únete a Discord para hablar. Porque aquí estoy transmitiendo. Déjame poner esto para acá. Pongo esto para acá, no veo. Otro monitor para allá, fuera lo ideal. Ni modo.
Become a huge fan of these guys. They got the entire French community on their side. And I'd be happy to shout for them in a crowd along with their community.
Let's see it become a reality here, Jacob. As so far from what I've heard, this match has a lot of big names. Vordexer's Volko as well here. Going to be able to get a bunker as well. Non-stop action from what we're seeing today. As we get dropped in right as the action is going to begin.
Ya estoy en Discord.
For this duo, though, no elims yet, so they're just playing the regular route here. Looting, getting the bunker, and making sure they've got everything they need to continue out through this game.
Yeah, kind of like back to basics for them. So far, things haven't necessarily been going their way, but there's still a lot of time left for them to kind of curve things in the upward trajectory. But I could see a team like this going back to those basics, start off slow, not get elimination hungry, because they do need the bare minimum. They don't have the upper bracket just yet, but they just need a few points. And I see them being the type of team to where if things aren't going their way, get the points and start to get things back going. There's Chapix and his duo actually
déjame abrir el Discord
over from Grim Gates already.
en YouTube.
That's a scary loadout, Jacob. That is a scary loadout to have so early on. With the snipe coming through as well. And not only that, 7 elims for this duo.
Cállate la boca, Beto, si no te saco.
They've got potential in this match. As now they're going to continue actually
No, pero igual. Te modera con mi hija, ¿no?
initial shot.
Y esa es otra broma, menso.
When you get early damage and early positioning,
Que tú eres gilipollas, Beto.
you
Métete
can
en la
see a
cabeza.
team playing defensively just like this. You kind of see it as easy elimination.
Y lol.
Drop just like that. The mythic gatekeeper shotgun just fires so quickly.
Hola, Iván. ¿Ya votaste o no vas a votar?
Angle, do you see they're not splitting up either? They're ready to bull rush into the box.
Y te quedaste dormido. Qué
They
bestia.
have that dash.
Dale, te invito para darte de pick.
The distance.
Estoy transmitiendo la FNC, entonces como no está saliendo.
Opponent heal. He is getting
Y ahí te está saludando tu sobrina Natacha.
20 HP and
Iván, tú estás tocando el piano.
absolutely nothing.
La cosa es... ¿Y por qué tu hermano también tiene pelo largo entonces?
Before they finally backtrack for that original knock and that loot.
Gotta be careful here. You can see
Pero es que yo...
how many duos are kind of also rotating in. Zone closing as well. But so far, there's players still looking incredibly healthy. Gonna pick up that loot now. Let's see actually what happened here, how they got to this position. This is before they had 8 eliminations on the board. Nice little dash plus a shot coming through. X-Swedes though, what happened at the reboot van? Teammate has been lost, but is gonna be brought back in.
Yeah, a lobby like this too, there's not going to be as many people around on this reboot that are, I think, going to try to attack it right away. So they will have a chance to try to get themselves back into the game. They do have a rotation to make because not only are they in zone, the next one is pulling away from them. So it is going to be important for Shakos to loot up as quickly as possible and find the HP heals because they are going to enter the next zone down on HP.
Restored reels now as they're restoring another fight here. Both players seem to be low. Julie trying to find an angle on the backside. As white shots connect, it's going to just cause them to apply more and more pressure, knowing that they have not only the HP and shield advantage, but even the positioning here. You got to be careful, though, with the duos in the surrounding area. As one shot's all it's going to take to get that knock. Now one solo left behind, but you got to be careful as the other duo comes through. Julie gets cracked now. Has the shields to recuperate, but will they get the time?
Great disengage method right there, but he's still just getting chased all around. But because of those early eliminations, he has so many resources to work with to expand outward, not become a focus. And this has become a few teams now in this position trying to disrupt this fight. Sabros0nes, Zug, all dropping down, trying to reunite. Huge strength in numbers, but shots still finding their way in. He cannot slow down. He cannot find a breath of fresh air at all because another elimination is going to be found by what looks like one of the more dangerous duos in this lobby.
They are looking incredibly confident starting this one out. Almost double-digit elims, and we're in the 4th zone, Jacob. Is this history for the round 4? I mean, so far today, the 3 matches we've seen have been won by duos that got their first ever victory royale in a round 4. Will that trend continue, or will we see historical veterans continue? Let's see a quick replay of how these elims came to be. They're looking lethal right now, Jacob.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they can be stopped, or at least not just yet. Karachi, default, just outside of Grim Gates, where they're positioned now. They don't have too much to worry because you can see the river sticks that are close by. Even though they don't have the 0-point dashes just yet, you can see the zone leaning in that direction. So even though they have some height now, they have the DMRs, they're looking for surge. When they make this next rotation in, don't be too surprised once they try to dip their toes into that water.
Looking at the leaderboard real quick. 134 points up at the top. Vortex, Belusi second with 131. It's quite close. Even Vico and Pink we can see. Can they hold on though?
It's gonna be one of the things that we're asking ourselves throughout this lobby, and one thing that past couple games has already showed us is how volatile these lobbies can actually be, and that's where you have so many players playing under so many different circumstances and situations. Some need the bare minimum, some need a massive day, which creates so many different players fighting fights for different reasons as well. Whether you're trying to protect your drop spot because you already got your spot secured, or whether you're just trying to keep your FNCS alive. Where you're at on the leaderboard means so much depending on how, or saying how you get to play. Do you get to play aggressive? Can you play solely for placements? Really depends on how many points you have at this stage in the game.
We're here back towards Grim's Gate, or Grim's Gate. Grim Gate here. As a reminder, there is that river of sticks that you can see, which is this water that's currently being swimmed through, that will give you those dashes without needing the medallion from the Cerebus boss. So it's a great way to kind of prepare yourself for upcoming zones and not have to use too many materials. But the thing is, all the duos in this area are going to be doing the exact same thing. So it's kind of like a lobby effect where everybody gets to conserve a bit more materials and kind of put themselves in a position that they want to be in.
Griffin swaps 274 above. They already have their lower bracket spot secured. 170 points through the week 1 qualifiers. Just making it this far, you get a guaranteed 25. just like everybody else, once you get into that upper bracket, it's a win and you're in situation for those first 5 games. And then you can just need a top placement to continue your upper bracket alive as Kyrie, Gripe trying to do the same thing. One's going to get knocked. Lusha's soon to follow. There goes 2 quick eliminations inside of Grim Gates as they rotate on out. Look at all the loot now, Takata, that they get to choose what their perfect loadout is from here on out for the rest of the game. And Kyrie, that was a huge flank on Misha. And then his duo just did not see it coming. They were able to just dash in an instant.
Once again, taking a look at Uguay and Julie, also known as Chapix and Juan Last. 40 points on the board just from this match so far. This is crazy, Jacob. I mean, 9 eliminations so early on. I really hope they can keep the momentum going throughout the rest of this match, because this could be one of the biggest games, if not the biggest, that we'll see today. Issue is, though, they do have quite a ways to rotate. Positive side is they have the dashes that they can replenish here while they're rotating. So I think they're just kind of spending time to decide, you know, what's the game plan? What's going to be the best rotate? Actually choosing to go back and around to what might be the least congested side here alongside the west, where you actually...
Gracias por seguirme, Troy 10.
Reserve sticks or...
Ni sé quién eres, pero gracias por tu sub, hermano.
I think they feel safe doing a rotation like this because exactly what you were saying, that just the loot disparity between them and the rest of the lobby. 2,600 above the damage threshold. Yes, that number was right. With those 9 eliminations and how terrifying they've been on the lobby, they just got to worry about making the zone. And with that well-executed rotation, it is going to be the slower side of the zone with very little contestation on the other side. Art Skill, Astral, 5 above. A little bit of breath of fresh air, but they know their job isn't done just yet. They immediately set their eyes on the open parts where players are going to have to rotate in. Shots are being landed left and right, and as soon as they get over 100 above that damage threshold, they immediately rotate, knowing that they have to still get to zone and beat every team there, so that way they can get the perfect spot.
Great job, though. Put themselves 112 above. They did what they had to. Reds, though, even being 161 below, it's now forced them to kind of find these angles, replacing opponents' builds. Can they get a big shotgun shot through? As Storm Surge is now active, and the pressure's on them.
Yeah, 180 below, that's not going to be easy to overcome either. Especially if you're taking damage, it allows you to just get one shot just like that. And they know his duo's there, probably suffering to surge, to make it easy, break into the box. Even with a DMR, they're able to get that elimination. You see them choosing together the loot they want. Big Pots, Minis, Flowberry Fizz, the most important of it all.
What's happened here? X-Sweez, Shakeoff, we saw them rebooting early on. So they have had a difficult mid-game. And X-Sweez is once again been able to manage to get out of these situations. How do they do it, though? Let's take a look. Looks like it might have even been a... No, I was going to say 2 versus 1, but I don't know where his teammate went. They got the knock. They got the elim. What matters, though, is they're back in the game. I'm not sure with how much shield or loot, but they're still up, which is the important part for Snazy Potosai. 121 above. Very healthy in terms of loot, but what they could use is a bit more damage, and that's exactly what Snazy's looking for with the DMR.
Yeah, great find. Somebody else who probably needed damage. Snazy just kind of makes him close the build, looking behind, spotting out a couple players. This information that he's gathering here is vital for this next rotation, and even more so for the Storm Surge, in which they're trying to gather. Art Skill, Astral, both of them are going to get taken down, sent back to the lobby. Placement points now, Takata, are barely beginning to set in. So even if you get points at this stage of the game, it's not the spot in which you want to go down. You want to start to get consistent top 10s for your efforts. That way you leave nothing to worry about later on in the day.
That's the goal for default Kiriache. Let's see where their zone pulls. Okay, not too bad to the east. You can see them quickly reacting to that. Actually, might be one of the first duos here to get inside of the zone. Make sure they can stay ahead here. A good amount of materials to play it. They're going to try and play the low ground, from what it seems. Flowberry Fizz ready. I believe as this zone starts closing and it starts occupying that 8th zone space, they're going to keep moving forward and try and get ahead of the other duos. There's so many players east.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's unfortunate that there's so many players stacked on that side of the zone, which means timing has to be crucial. You go too early, you get a little focused by both the front side and the back side of the lobby. You go late, you get focused by everybody, and you're being pushed by zone. And that's why you see Kovacs and a couple players using those 0-point dashes to try to beat everybody to the punch, especially with zone opening up. As soon as those players on the back side of zone reach the front side, there will be so much space opened up.
Can they do it without getting tagged, though? Is what they're trying to. So far, Xweez and Shakeoff doing a great job at it. They don't have, I believe, any shields to recuperate what they would lose. Am I seeing this right, Jacob? I'm getting a flashback from the past where Malabuka and Murstache did a Skybase as well. I mean, now with the Flowberry Fizz, you can make sure to not take fall damage if you have it active, and I believe they've got even regular Flowberries that they can pop and the dashes here. So far, I mean, they're doing what has to be done to get placement.
It doesn't even look like anybody that had height has even looked up to see that all going down, but I think eventually, with the way the season has been playing, somebody will look to the backside of the zone to try to steal away height. Kiriachi in default, though, doing a good job defensively. Over 500 above the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge, so not necessarily taking any risky peeks unless they have to. Xweez and Shaco's 400 above, doing so well since the moment of the reboot on, but they're still left to just scraps. You're seeing the shields get drained off, and there's really nothing they can do to replenish, but they find Chapix. That's going to be an elimination, and leaving Juan all by himself.
Huge elimination.
Oh, wow.
Onto Chapix, but Xweez now as well. Put in the dirt. 17 HP, 4 bandages is all he's got to recuperate it. One being popped now. Good news is his teammate partner is up. They're grouped up, but for how long? As the materials have run out, Shakeoff has all of the mats to work with. Now just one tick away from getting eliminated. Xweez, you have to group up with your duo partner.
To say, like, he can't even follow the tarp there for a moment. He did take one tick. Has bandages left, so he can get up to about 75 HP, but that's where it all stopped. Julie, 2,700 above. Nobody has even looked height still up until this point. This is where we're going to have some surprising players because, look, they think their ultimate height. They don't even look back. They don't even look up. And I think this is going to be a huge chance to steal away the game.
Do they know, Jacob? They do not. We'll have to see how this closes out. But so far, I'm going to call them second height team here. Thinking they're up above. Continuing to top her head here and shoot down. Drastic change in elevation for the players down below, especially the ones who do not have any dashes. Kiriachi now left alone. 2 elims, 3 medkits though. He can play it a little safer in the zone.
Yeah, starts it a little early, trying to get those placement points. Top 16 situation, especially with his teammate going down. Xweez hasn't really had a chance to pause and really heal up in any form. HP finally gets the utility off with the Flowberry Fizz, but eventually goes down. That Zaire looks back, finds that elimination. Snazy with a couple hiccups, missteps on that edit. Finally is able to break Podesai through as they reunite as a full duo. But tragedy strikes. Snazy takes a full shot landed. Pressure is there. Can he have the chance to heal as time is winding down?
Flopper's getting put to good use. None are left though now. All that's left is shields, a shieldfish, minis. Pressure needs to be applied here as he groups up to his duo partner. Medallion swapped, medkits being popped. Now back in the game as Kyrie and Gripey here, also with a good amount of mats. Both players up and healthy. Looking down below to see if they can find any shots, any potential eliminations.
Yeah, no opportunity yet, but teammate looks like he might have went greedy for the backside of the zone, tried to grab the loot. Gripe gets found out. Kyrie's going to be left by himself. Opponent takes the position right in front of the box, blocks out the entrance, starts the med kit early. Vortexers and Volko, 5 eliminations. They've been having an easy path throughout this game, and they're looking to make it easier as they drop down low where very little people can test them at.
You can see in their inventory as well, 3 medkits, banana, 2 splashes. They have enough loot to play the heal off. Another elimination put on the board as well, bumping them up to 6 as they continue to pop the splashes now. They have to make that decision. You know, how do we last long enough to begin this heal off?
Yeah, but look at that team still on the high ground. No one has had a chance to look at him almost all end game long, but now Podesai by himself, 1 elim. Back a zone and a huge shot for Podesai to find that elimination. Give him some more builds to work with as we tune into Vortexers down to what could be a 1v2 situation. He has no teammate, but he has a legendary banana and 4 medkits.
That is more than enough to close this game off, but he cannot get eliminated here as the pressure is going to be on him. The player now knows he needs to take this engagement. Can the shot connect, though? 126.
Wow.
Is it going to stop the med kit? Has he got it off in time? I think he has. As now the other player, all that's left are chug splashes to play it.
Yeah, there's not enough HP. I don't think there's enough HP onto Vortexers. You need some sort of flopper, or maybe the chug splashes if he's looking to stay alive. But on the other side, the legendary banana by itself is doing a ton of work, getting that HP back per second. Finally, the splashes are coming out, but Vortexers is down to almost nothing. The last med kit being used, but the legendary bananas are going to stop, so these splashes will be used much quicker. He tries to find whatever he can left. Vortexers doesn't get any HP on the ground, so Wed is going to be able to win the game with ease.
That's it. Vortexers was forced to pop the medkits earlier alongside that 120 pump shot from the opponent. That stopped him from playing the ultimate heal up there, and the victory royale was taken from the duo that played high ground.
Yeah, it was almost like a game of chess there at the end. It would have been just a little bit easier, but Vortexers was able to fend off that first shot, and there it was. We were waiting for that moment. They dropped down to perfection, got the elim, got the extra builds, and they played that one perfectly.
It was the Skybase team from above. Contri and Wed managed to not only do a successful Skybase, but also get a victory royale. What a way to close it off. I need to see that from a different perspective. So, Frankie, 11 Minute, you got to tell me what just happened.
Thank you so much, guys. I enjoyed that Skybase immensely. And then suddenly it was gone. And then they rebuilt again. And then they just had the perfect endgame. I love that legendary banana versus medkit endgame, Levin.
No, that game was fantastic to watch for a multitude of reasons. Wed won in Kanchi, man. We've actually seen a fair amount of Skybase games this chapter. We saw a couple last season. This season, I've seen quite a few as well in the qualifying rounds even. But here in round 4, the cheek, the nerve you have to have, Mini Miner, is unbelievable. QB and Loki, who thought they had high ground, just get absolutely caught by surprise. No clue in the world anyone's coming. Loki's probably thinking, where on earth have these guys just come from? And then these guys could just continue to hold on to height. They've had all the hard work done for them by someone else. They're cap mats on height, the most stacked loot they could probably have at this moment in the game. And so now, yeah, just hold height. The zone played favorably for them. It was a zone that was quite uncomfortable for everyone down below, Mini. I mean, they're not going to have a better game than that today, I reckon.
Certainly not a more entertaining game than that, because that was absolutely fantastic from them. It's so easy to get that wrong when you drop down on a player from up above, you know, shoot a little bit too early, get a little bit too excited. But no, they didn't do any of that, and they saved all of their heals. They were able to get all those materials from that refresh, and as it happened, it was all of those heals that actually ended up saving them. This shot here onto Vortexers, really nicely done from him down there, and of course Wed all the way up on top. I think it was actually that shot that ended up winning them the heal off, because you can see it was down to his last, I think it was 1 or 2 chug splashes left. He used 1 more left, so it was all down to that 1 more shot, which may have made the difference for them there. Nicely done from those guys. As you said, Levin, we did see it from Malibuka and Mustache actually last season. I actually made a video on it on the FN comp at Twitter. You can see that, but they didn't actually end up winning from the high ground position, so it was a fantastic win from those guys.
It's funny because I've seen this season it happened quite a few times. There was a game of Mongra and Savage in the qualifiers that I saw where they lost to a team that was skybasing. I've seen Kree. If anybody ever remembers Kree, the guy that was infamous for the heal off strat, he's been pushing for like skybase strats a lot this season. So clearly this is like a thing that people aren't really tapping into, that you got to look into a bit more. Guys, if you're on height, just look up for 1 second. It's not going to hurt you to just look up, just to be 100% sure there isn't somebody else above you.
Yeah. Always got to be careful. Can we talk also, Mini Miner, about Jule and Uguay as well, having a great start to their game?
Yeah, really exciting stuff. And Uguay, of course, is Chapix. A lot of people will know him as. And it's nice to see Chapix performing well at the top of his game. I think Chapix is one of those players that has had so much success in the past, of course, been to LAN events as well. Just hasn't necessarily been able to find that consistency after that success, right? It's just being able to pick up that, you know, that ability from the past, and now bringing it now into this season is really, really impressive. And it's just not easy to do that at all. Of course, Wanlat's doing a fantastic job, of course, as well, who of course has been around for a long time as well, Evan. But a nice little game from this duo, and I'm expecting to see more from them, more development hopefully as well.
Yeah, I'm optimistic about their future, man. Obviously, you know, Chapix came back last season and was playing with Chino. They qualified to grand finals, which was great, but they probably were landing at one of the worst spots in the game, really. Like, there wasn't much potential for them to do well landing where they were landing. But now playing with Wanlas, known as Jewel in game right now, you know, these guys look good. Jewel, Wanlas has looked really impressive, more so than Chapix at times, right? In some of these fights we're seeing, he's really dominating the box fights, a French player, so you know the ping's looking good for that, brother, and he's making use of it.
We're seeing a lot of the same names as well popping up again and again. We're lucky with the lobbies we're getting, lads, I think. Karashi was a name that we pointed out earlier in the show, and it's a name, I think, Levin, we've got to point out again.
Yeah, obviously we saw them pick up a win earlier, right? And so, again, once you have that momentum, we highlighted how they were a team that needed to sort of do well today because they didn't before. And so now it's looking good. Kiriachi, though, is a name that everybody is familiar with. I think maybe that's what you were referring to. I thought you were talking about Kashi, Frankie, but
no,
Kiriachi,
my pronunciation is somewhat lacking.
Kiriachi is a legend of the game. Let's get that clear. Kiriachi is one of the all-time Fortnite players. When you look at EU, FNCS, he's obviously won one in the past, playing with Default this season. And Kiriachi's a player who like sort of like disappears at times. Like he like goes for periods of times and he comes back. This season, it looks like he is back, and it's just great to see. When I saw him get this limb here, I was like, wow, Kiriachi is back, man. And regardless of what's going on and how good he's doing, it's just nice to see Kiriachi in these end games here.
Well, we're talking about an FNCS winner here, right? Chapter 2, Season 7 FNCS champ. So definitely has the ability, definitely has the nous, the know-how as to do this, and of course he needs to. Placed, I think it was 300 or something in the series point leaderboard before today. They didn't make round 4 last week, so a big performance for these guys is required, and it's nice to see them getting good performances in each individual game because this format is not easy to get that consistency.
We might not have been able to see Tweet and Jakey get a victory royale in the lobby that they were in. However, in the first lobby that we saw today, they did get 10 eliminations before they were knocked. So it's really no surprise, Evan, that we're seeing them in the #1 spot now, given that the way they like to play is aggressive and also successful.
Absolutely, man. Twy and Jakey, that's a combination of sort of the new era of Fortnite and some of the old, right? Jakey's a player who was playing Fortnite comp back when I thought I was competing in Fortnite comp, right? He's been around for the longest time, right? And he's never necessarily had the craziest of peaks, but it's good to see him and Twy, some up-and-coming talent, doing well today. Masashi and Malibuku, we know they need a big game, right, after where they were in terms of wanting to make it into the upper bracket, so it's good to see those guys doing good. Hopefully towards the back end they can do a bit better. Country and Wedwon, though, the team we saw win that game in 25th right now. Again, I'm still sort of at loss for words that they skybase to such success in these lobbies, but if it works, it works.
Minnie, Velko Vortexes, I want to give you an excuse to talk about them because it did come down to that 1v1 in the final moment of the River Styx. So just any opportunity, I guess, I want to give you to heap some praise on them.
Thank you very much. I was just kind of waiting for you there to tee me up for Volko Vortexes. You know, I've been excited. Whenever I see these guys in endgame, you know, I'm licking my lips. I'm like, these guys are going to perform well. Didn't quite end up with the victory royale right there. I think for these guys, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. They're not here to win games. They're here just to be consistent. We saw that last season as well. Levin, you seem a bit...
It was close, though, because when Vortexes were healing off, he had 3 dashes, and if he had dashed towards where the zone closed, there was like some bananas and other heals, but I just don't think he realized. So in the moment, he's probably panicking and run out of heals. But he actually could have probably even won that game, to be fair.
Yeah, I think the way they play that, I mean, Vortexes took a big shot, right? So I think if he didn't take that big shot, he might have survived. I think he could have used the dash, as you mentioned, just to get further away, even maybe in towards that loot. It would have definitely saved him. So yeah, maybe hit the drawing board for those guys, but they're still my favorite team.
I think I might have made a mistake asking you to talk about Vocal Vortexes, Minnie, because you just can't stop this man once he's popped. But we do need to jump into yet another lobby. Let's see where C2's got to with Jacob and Takata.
Thanks, Frankie. We're actually going to take a look at Andalex and Sado. This is a duo that's on the borderline of the upper bracket. I believe in terms of series points, they've got around 345, which put them at 47th, when I believe it's 50, Jacob, if not 55, that make it to the upper bracket. So they're right there on the borderline. All they need to do is close it off with a good end to these qualifiers, and it looks like they know that because they're playing it extra safe here.
Yeah, give or take like a top 50 position here on the leaderboard, maybe closer to around another 47th place, which is where they're currently at on the series point leaderboard, ironically enough. And with what we've seen from this team, even dating back to last major, from what we've seen throughout the first week of the qualifiers, I would be more surprised if they don't make the upper bracket than if they do make the upper bracket, especially with how sound they're actually playing here right now.
Another duo, very popular veterans of EU, Pablo and Bevis. And so far, I mean, they're just kind of chilling. Keep it a buck here, Jacob. They're just vibing out, emoting. 2 Flowberry Fizzes, 3 bananas in the loadout. I mean, at this point, things start to slow down a little bit, especially if you're able to get some eliminations off the start of the match or even in your mid game here and you know you have enough damage. You don't want to take any risks. You don't want to get eliminated in these zones when you have enough loot, mats, and damage to make it to the end game. As it's all about consistency in these formats where you have 10 matches in 3 hours to get as many points as possible. Being the last chance as well for all of these duos to qualify to the semifinals. You don't want to be getting knocked out early.
Nah, it's almost a very disappointing thing to where you're looked at as one of the players in the region that has qualification on lock, and then things slip up. They don't go your way in week 1. You put a lot of pressure on in week 2, and if it doesn't happen, it kind of does stuff mentally. And that's where I'm looking at some of these teams. You know, it's not only about the mechanical skill, it's about that mental fortitude to be able to stay tough in situations like this. As Sined is just getting targeted out inside of the bush or not, down to just 65 HP, and you can see he's waiting for his teammate to reunite before a lot of these heals start to come out.
Trying to figure out, what do I use? They got big pots, they got splashes, they got a Flowberry Fizz. What's the most efficient way to get both of us healed up here? Is what they're thinking. As we can see as well, some duos already based up on the Rift Island. Others inside their local Storm Surge bases. Very elevated. A lot of field of view here on the opposing duos rotating through the map. With that DMR in hand, it's a good combo to get those tags.
Yeah, it's one of the changes we've seen very, very drastically from DMRs in the past to a season like this, is with everything being projectile, it makes it much more of a weapon that has a use case in lobbies just like these, especially once you get into more of these set style lobbies to where it's only the best of the best in competition, to where you don't want to have your surge plan be just get into a box. You want to have as much distance as possible and as little risk as possible to get that damage. And that's why you're seeing so many players carry the DMR and then switch them off towards the end game when they have an opportunity to pick up something else like heals or maybe even a Thunderburst.
You can see a lot of players as well. A common trend is boxing up on top of the rifts that appear under the Rift Island, they can use to rotate through when that zone closes, even just using the launch pads on the island. You got to be careful though, because there is going to be duos that are already based up inside of those upcoming zones, and they will be looking for you as you're gliding on through. Yarko, Darkest though. Trying to think here, are they in an engagement, or are they just kind of taking pop shots back and forth with the duo below them? Both teams with full HP and shield.
A little bit of chess match. Trying to see if they can get some damage for that surge. And as other teams move in, because right now they are in center zone, that's when things will typically slow down. They make that final decision if they want to fight or not. And as that other team started to move in, Yarko started to shoot some shots in that direction. Let him know, like, hey, we at least see you, even though his intention might not be to fight him right away.
A lot of the times in these matches, you'll see exactly that. It's kind of people starting engagements, but not with the end goal of getting eliminations, more just doing damage to the opponents and not putting themselves at a risk of getting eliminated. Just taking pop shots back and forth in a box fight. Especially when you have this position that you're so centered zone, and you know that there's going to be a lot of duos rotating towards you. You can't even take shots at those players. Moneymaker for 9. Being one of the duos that has to rotate in.
$80 points so far. Slowly but surely trying to climb up the ladder. You can kind of see the storm surge thresholds there on the right, and it's not typically to this 5th, even 6th zone that you're seeing here where storm surge starts to turn on for a lot of these players, and you see how many need to fall before everybody's safely gonna have that storm surge turn off. But for Moneymaker and for Nyan, it's very, very worrisome, or little worrisome right now, since they're continuously climbing above that damage threshold, making it to where they don't need risky peaks, but when you're Moneymaker, you peak when you want to peak.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it appear as 50 players for 6 zone. That was the threshold, so only 6 players need to be eliminated in theory here. But the amount of snipes that Moneymaker has hit, 641 above, is more than enough to not be worried about doing more damage. So they're going to use that mountain goat strategy again, go on the edge of the mountain here. Have a good amount of vision on the players below, but also if they need to rotate back above, they will not have too much of a problem doing so.
22 continuously climb. Good. They were able to get the UM. They dropped them just into the box. They fell through like a hot knife through butter, and with a 2v1 they made that one look easy. Storm Surge being a real push and pull game for a lot of these teams, especially for those that haven't necessarily found the consistency to be able to handle it.
Dexy Eclipse, this was the duo that was just kind of taking pop shots at the opposing team without fully committing to the engagement. And once again, they're kind of just playing it extra slow, getting to zone, and not too many worries at all in terms of damage.
Two Bloodberry phases here. Gonna be a huge pushing point. It's Jarko. That was who got dropped into the box. His teammate moments ago. He's able to get a knock on to one. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there. Accidentally picks up his teammate, trying to throw him as a distraction here. This is what you earned, but he goes down all the same. But luckily for them, the way the format works, they can get right into another lobby.
I mean, it kind of worked picking up his teammate in a sense. He blocked that initial shotgun shot, but the SMG did more than enough damage to finish him off. The Slove here. Only 38 above. This is a lot more of a risky situation to be in. Oh, this could be it, though. The box almost comes through, unable to continue it, though, as he's going to be the one that gets cracked.
Yeah, you can kind of see everybody, all the decision making in progress, where they're moving forward, kind of second guess, backtracking, 11 above, trying to spot somebody through this build to who they could target, but almost get sprayed back. And now you can see, like, hey, maybe that's a solo down there by himself, but as they're 45 above the damage threshold, they're at least feeling comfortable to survive for now while remaining proactive and getting the information of where not only the next rotation is going to come in, of where they can get the surge on somebody else.
For now was the key word there, as now they're 36 below, 16 above. It's going back and forth. It's like a light switch just flickering. They need to find something here as they continue to find a pickaxe, an opening, an angle to connect that shotgun shot. No heals in the inventory, but now they get right into the action, get a crack onto their opponent. 25 white 2 times, one more shot needed. Can they connect it? Unable to. As now, do they leave with that damage? Do they continue to try and find that elimination? They could use an impact here. It looks like they're in need of shields.
Yeah, they're still looking for him. They just don't know where he went. He was able to lose him on the tail end of that chase. All that damage that they're really not able to capitalize on him, but at least they're above the damage threshold. That's going to be the biggest and most important thing so far, as you see where the zone is pushing a lot of these teams. As Naze and Psycho Avens, they were the ones that have the best position high up off the ground, but it isn't ultimate height like we've seen so far. And 8th zone might be a little too soon, but the sniper shots and the pressure is going to continue for this team unless anybody decides to challenge them.
Really depends where this first moving closes. We'll know that information in about 13 seconds here when 8th closes. Sened, though, what's gone wrong? Duo partner has been eliminated. Now forced to use those dashes to get back into the zone. 140 above, even without his duo. With no more shields, no more heals. An impact is what he's looking for next.
Yeah, especially as you mentioned by himself. Decent material, especially when it comes to the hard mats, but he's just knocking on the door, firing and Flip Monk. Doesn't like what he sees. Shows that nobody's pushing out, nobody's giving him any information, so he's gonna try to stagger himself. Take a breath of fresh air, gather information about other teams around, and wait for the next zone to pull, because that's going to be his best chances to find any bit of storm surge or an opportunity to take somebody down.
Pablo Ingu Bevis making use of the bushes here. With 3 elims on the board, they are still 86 below the threshold. You can see they're kind of a little bit more desperate now, looking for angles and shots. but nothing too risky has been done yet.
This is a team right here, Pablo and Bevies. Like they know how to battle back from adversity. They've done it so many times before. They just need to dig deep and figure out the strategy that meets this situation. Yarko has been through the ringer so far, but still figuring out ways to survive and thrive. Not only is he above the damage threshold, he almost has nothing to worry about from here on out. 31 players, the shots finally bleed through. That's going to be the shields gone just like that, but with layer switches, he's using a ton of material. Only 5 builds left, but at least he has a chance to breathe, and with the Flowberry Fizz, he can try to strike down from above.
He's got to be careful here. Just one shotgun shot could be enough to take him out. Looks like this is where he's going to play the med kits. Has 2 of them. Is he going to keep rotating in before using the last one? It looks like he will. With only 4 builds left, though, he has to be careful. Yarko slipping. Ankle's almost broken there, down to 25 HP. As now he has to be forced to use this med kit.
Oh, because he just landed a shot on the Sky Dune to the backside of zone. At least he's going to possibly get credit for another elimination. Makes further enough that way to pop the med kit, staggering himself back. Elimination will be cleaned up. Not the full knock on the team, though, so no placement points just yet. As Skies and Script, they're trying to move through. They don't want to go towards that ultimate low ground. They know how dangerous it could be. A nice flank by Yarko, but Over is going to be the one to take him out.
Moneymaker for 9, both together. This is huge if they want to stay up. Looking like they're trying to take more of an elevated layer here, not completely on height, but reusing materials and builds from previous duos now. Looking to see if there's even an opportunity or angle for them to jump into a old tarp. As they continue dropping down, continue taking shots, still grouped up here. They do not have enough materials to build their own tarp, so they're trying to find what they can recycle.
Yeah, they can't let anybody sneak up on them either. They got to be on their toes, as Pablo's in the same spot, but just a few more builds to work with. Gets targeted from above, and that's why you see him build that extra box outward. He wants room. As Moneymaker gets spotted out, Pablo lands a couple shots, but it's not going to be enough to follow up on just yet.
3 medkits. Zone does pull back, though. This is huge for Pablo, as Andalex now forced up the ridge, up the hill. An incredibly difficult rotate to get yourself out of, especially with the amount of duos that are rotating up from below. You can see they're all jumping around like fishes flopping in the water as Andalex gets knocked. Sato as well eliminated. Pablo still using the med kit.
No builds, no heals to stay alive. They were just looking up that mountain, know that they finally met their maker. As Grimes, Capper, they're trying to smoothly move through this build, stay ahead of the zone. They have the legendary banana, 3 different chug splashes as well, and that's just on 1 player. It's not going to be a clear-cut win condition, but it's enough to keep them going further and further in this game. Pablo trying to do the same, used his last med kit, used his splashes, finally making it to zone, but this is where he finally goes down to firing.
Makes it in, instantly dropped, Eclipse, Dexy up above, looking to close it out though. Question is, do they have medkits, do they have heals, or do they need to go for those eliminations? We can see Flipmonk behind in zone. Is he trying to retake height from the back? Does he want to play heal off early? Caper still below, pressure being applied from above. Flipmonk now trying to get into the box, successful with the elimination, but goes down as well.
That was amazing. They were on the high ground, worried about where they're gonna get the heals from. You saw none in their inventory, but Dexy and Eclipse, that's the way the games have been going to date. The team on the high ground, calm, cool, collected, comfortable, while everything down below is just pure chaos that they don't have to take part in. And just like that, the snap of a finger, 3 teams go down and they're gifted the win.
I think it's like the second time we've seen this today, Jacob, where the duos on height don't even have to use the heals. They're literally just sitting up top, chilling. Everybody on low gets eliminated. No work needed. Victory Royale secured. Great way to play it by the books. But I'm curious how that's going to shake up the leaderboard. So, Frankie, what you got for us?
Gracias, Amiri, por seguirme. Hola a todos. Amiri, gracias por tu sub. Bueno, seas maricón, que estoy saludando al...
High advantage used in Dexy and Eclipse's victory there.
No, 100%. It was one of those zones where if you had that high ground, if you could take control of that, and you were
Te quedaste, es que te salvaste, tío. Te salvaste. Gracias, brother, por seguirme, hermano. ¿Cómo estamos? Estamos bien, brother. Estoy calentando para esa partidita en lo que termine el torneo de la FNCS.
Of course, went by Mount Olympus, which is never going to be a very forgiving zone. But if you've done the hard work at the beginning, you can reap the rewards later on, and that's exactly what they did.
In terms of who we're seeing, we're obviously seeing quite a lot of solos making it, but we did see Dexy and Eclipse as a duo making it to the final zone. Do you think that played in their favor, Levin?
Absolutely. These end games have just been so chaotic today. And I think we're seeing that if you can stick together, right, more so than ever, it can be effective you in these final moments, especially, right, where, you know, ultimately, even if there was heals in play, you know, Eclipse and Dexy just have the advantage of a lot of those other players, right? Because one of them can heal off, the other one can run about and try to cause some manic, right? Whereas the other players don't have that same benefit. So it's good. And of course, it's a lot easier when you are the hype team for you to both stick together like that.
Well, we started off by joining the lobby with Andalex and Saito, and actually we were lucky because we got to see them make it nearly to the bitter end. It just seemed like they got a little bit unlucky with the zone, Mini.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams definitely got unlucky with the zone. It was one of those where, you know, if you're not in the right position, it can prove very, very difficult for you. I mean, the way they made the rotation is really impressive, you know, using that Flowberry Fizz to make sure that they can get in as quickly as possible. And even just their ability to find refreshes worked out quite well for them. I think they just got caught underneath the hill here, I think, towards the end. And it was just a tough position to try and get out of. And you can see this right here. This is the moment where I thought, right, maybe they just have enough in the tank right here. But the player drops down and says, no, thank you, you're not getting up here. And that was what caught them out there. But, you know, you see one side where Dexy and Eclipse have prepared so well and they're on height, they're enjoying themselves up there. And you've got all the people down below like Andalex and Sato who are not having the best time.
Yeah, but another duo having a great time. Moneymaker and Fanagel. I mean, up to a point, obviously, but another duo that was able to kind of stick together for the long haul 11.
Yeah, Fortnite and Moneymaker have been surprisingly good the past week. I don't know how many people saw the results of the performance evaluation that we had earlier in the week in EU, but these guys won 2 out of 4 games, and they came second place in one of the games. And it was like really odd because I don't think anybody really expected them to be doing so good. And the good performances have been translating here in FNCS, man. Moneymaker and Fortnite have been looking really good. And as much as, you know, people like to meme and joke around with Moneymaker because of the character he is, you know, they've really been like clued up this season in terms of the meta, and they've been playing incredibly well, and they both seem to have a level of awareness about how to play the game this season that is, again, quite impressive for a duo that I think maybe don't always get the credit for being, you know, necessarily a good team, more of just a fun team.
I mean, last week, though, didn't make it out of opens. So, you know, that's a team that are very, that was a confusing thing for me, not seeing Moneymaker make it into the finals, let alone just crashing out in opens and then going on to win 2 games in the performance of Val. They had a second. It's like an incredible performance and a really nice bounce back. And that's exactly what we like to see from some of our top teams.
Yeah, we're seeing Sanguild and Marius having another particularly good week as they did last time. We're seeing Nathan and CZB also consistent. And actually on the first page of the standings, I believe in the 8th position, we have Venno and Tayson as well, 11. I guess this is to be expected from them. Although, you know what, if you cast your mind back to major number 1, they hadn't necessarily found their footing, but it seems like they're getting some more consistency now.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have had things figured out this season more so. Janice and Flixie are a team that needs to start to figure things out, and it looks like they have so far today. 23rd, moving up a bit slowly but surely. Again, it's a weird one with Janice and Flixie. I think you look at how most people view this team, and you see them as a top team, right? They did so well last season, even though the finals didn't quite go their way. You'd still expect them to come in this season and you know, be strong, maybe come back with a bit of a vengeance, right? But qualifier 1, not the best of performances. And then coming in here to qualify 2, it's like they're having to make up for lost time. You know, I think the big thing with these 2 is if they can start to find a bit more rhythm and momentum and let the previous bads of this season, you know, stop clouding their minds, they definitely can be a top team.
Yeah, they can. And there's a lot of hype around this team, particularly going into last Grands as well. They were one of the teams that everyone, I know I was one, that was backing them to win it all. And coming out of that, not doing so can harm your sort of confidence and your ability to get back up again and say, you know what, let's hit it again and let's try and do well this season. Hasn't, of course, got off to the best start. They stick to the same drop as well. And even though Reckless Fairway is not necessarily as good of a drop spot as it was last season, if they can try and make that their home, if they can try and enjoy the lack of pressure maybe this season, they could go a little bit further, because I think that was what was holding them back last season.
A duo that does need to have a good day in order to make it to the upper bracket of the semis in a few weeks' time is Malibuca and Mustache. Now, they have already locked in their spot at the Global Championships in Dallas later this year because, of course, they were our champions of Major Number 1. What do you think you can expect from them, or we can expect from them, Levin, for the rest of today's lobby? Do you think that they're going to just get better and go from strength to strength?
It's hard. When you're landing Grim Gate in EU, you're not really going to have much consistency. That's been the theme for all of the top Grim Gate teams. And, you know, I know that's been like the talk of the town, really, right? Where it's very much been like, well, Peter Bon Pollo land Grim Gate in NA and they just sort of smoke everybody, right? It's pretty easy. And it's not been like that for Malibuca Mustache or any of the other top teams that land Grim Gate. And it just seems to be a different beast in EU. You have a lot more teams that are really good coming into third party and they don't care who it is that has the coin. They're going to fight for it. And as much as Malibuca Mustache are top players, that can be tough to deal with. If anybody has played Grimgate this season, no matter what level of Fortnite it is so hectic to fight there when you have a bunch of teams and players third party non-stop. So yeah, we'll see whether they can, you know, find some consistency, but landing Grimgate is, yeah, it's not the place for consistency, it seems.
Well, you know what? We're trying to see if history can repeat itself with Janice and Flixie, winners of Day 2's qualifier in Major number 1. Can they do it with Day 2's qualifier in Major number 2? Let's go and join them with Takata and Jacob here.
Thank you so much, Frankie, Levin, and Minnie, getting us the lay of the land of the games we've seen so far, and even what some players need to do. Yanis and Flixie, we talked about it to start the show. They need about 150th place finish on the day today, and so far, to even start this game, they're 25th on the leaderboard. They're doing well over their target goal, and they're getting in form for that FNCS semifinals a few weeks away.
Overachieving is exactly what you want to see for a duo of this status. Veterans in the EU Fortnite competitive space. Let's take a look actually how they got those 2 eliminations that they currently have. Looks like it was Giros who got knocked and Cherry finished off. I believe they did knock Yanis though, so it was a little close, but they ended up on top. As now we've got 2 duos that are quite close by in this bunker.
Yeah, and that's what you see a lot of teams do this season. Kind of box up around the bunker, and when other teams already see that, that sees it as kind of a sign they can do just this. Just wait at the exit of these bunkers to try and strike, knowing that you might not be able to get out easily, and their only way out is through this passage. So Diox and Cade, I think they have a good strategy set up, especially since you don't see very many heals and shields, but their opponents down below, Wade and Julie, you have to know like this is going to be a possibility.
Julie with the banana in the inventory. And the 1 mini. The question is, though, can they connect that headshot? With the hand cannon is what I'm looking for, but so far, this is kind of like a stalemate almost, Jacob.
Yeah, step by step. They have to get control of the pieces first if they're going to continue to climb up and out of this bunker. And you got to imagine they know that he's there now, especially since they're continuing to trade shots. Now it's going to be about piece control in such a small, narrow passageway. And what makes this more threatening is how center of the zone they are now. There are teams around them, and I expect that number to grow the more noise they hear.
It's kind of a back and forth of replacing, no replacing. The issue is even if the storm does close further away, I mean, it's not like one duo can just stay here the whole time. Eventually, someone's going to have to rotate. Either they let them out or they take that battle. But as more and more duos kind of listen to those shots and say, hey, is there a fight going on? What's kind of happening over there? It's going to get even more difficult to hold them in that bunker. Neb's eye drop, though, have to be careful as well, as eye drop's been cracked. Down to just above 30 HP here. It's going to be Moppy and Kiro applying that pressure.
Yep. Newly formed duo for this season, going up against iDrop and Mappy, or let's just say nobody else now as they all go down. Mappy's going to be the one to clean that one up on his former duo. And that's going to be a big win right there because they get all that loot and there's not too much distance to cover before they're in zone, safe as can be.
Clownski X-Force dipping their toes in that river of sticks. Get those dashes once again. And it looks like they're trying to... Are they trying to make their way to the Rift Island? Yes, they are. First duo to make it there. Looks like they're going to be able to capture the flag potentially. No, there's actually going to be another one. It's Yanis who made it first. Now 2 duos head to head for who's going to capture that flag and get the loot. But normally it is the first duo that lands there that ends up claiming it, as you don't get points anymore for capturing this objective. So it's all about the loot.
You see Lunar going in on top with Antonio. They get tagged up, and that forcing Cloud Seed to have to disengage off of that position, because with the Rifting players coming in, they are going to be the first targets that anybody does go after if they're trying to drop onto somebody, which creates a moment of opportunity for Flixie and Yanis to kind of finally breathe, solidify their position here, finally capturing it and get all the loot in which they came for.
There it is. Switching items, making sure they got the loadout they're happy with. You can even see them, they were reforming the floors, or he's making use of the time you have, whether it be getting mats, getting tags, or looting up. As now there's quite a few more duos in the surrounding area. There's going to be even duos boxed up below the Rift Island, potentially. I mean, now being in a location like the River of Styx, though, I don't think there's going to be as many players looking for the rifts, as you can just get the dashes and continue with that. Julie, though, and Uguay, which is actually Tommy. We're going to see if they can make something happen here.
Yeah, kind of still stuck in a similar position what they left them. But at least they're able to get out of the bunker. But now more and more teams, like I said, are going to take notice. With the zone pushing up from the south, you see more teams rotating in from that direction. As you check and see how some of these elims came to be. And you can see the heavy pistol, man. Just the hand cannon, just so much damage.
Great way to drop your opponents there if you don't have a sniper in hand. But you can still land those headshots. Faulty X and Psycho Cool. Boxed up in a good position, but oh no. Speaking about that waterbending mythic, I think that's exactly what's being sent on to them. Yes, it is. And the issue here, Jacob, is they have infinite ammo. So they can just keep shooting at them and causing them to use their builds here. That's exactly what their plan might be. You just don't want to get tagged.
You can see with just very, very little drop off in the distance, you can almost place your cursor directly on them. And a little hidden effect that you don't see very many players doing is the fact that you can regenerate health while you are in water. So depending on where the zone ends, if you keep that in your inventory, it might be a little necessary tool just to get a little bit of HP back. You see Uguay 74 in the elimination feed going crazy yet again. And that's something that we saw them start to do in that last game. And if they can continue that momentum, you expect to see them at the top of the leaderboard.
See Andy looking for shots, but I want to take a look here at what Julie was able to do. Nice little quick elim after the hand cannon headshot into another knock. They've been on fire, this duo, playing extra aggressive in the early and mid game, and it's set them up super well to play out these late games confidently with a good amount of loot and materials, and even the flexibility to be able to position themselves wherever they want, basically, and take as many shots as they need with the ammunition they have. 6 elims starting it off, Jacob. This could be another huge game for the duo.
Yeah, it's seeming like this duo just wants to be aggressive. They want to take matters into their own hands, per se, is they're fighting on their terms. They're rotating around. They're making sure that any team that kind of positions themselves next to them, they always have the better of the two positions, whether if it's elevation or priority for the next rotate. Right now, this team is looking like one of the hotter teams that we've been able to watch today.
100%. Not the hottest in terms of aggression. I mean, they are non-stop pushing people, but I think it kind of turned into a negative in the most recent matches. They had almost 10 eliminations, but went down, I believe, in the first moving zone, as I think Uguay got caught off guard. So hopefully they'll be able to make it a bit further in this match here. Griffin swaps, though, on the borderline of the zone, just like a majority of the other duos, as you can see at the bottom right in the mini-map. Not a lot of players on the west side here.
Yeah, and you kind of don't necessarily even want to be on that west side, because then you lose access to the 0-point dashes from the river sticks there. As you see Swap still fighting for a little bit of that piece control, pushing his opponents further and further back to where their back will be up against the zone. And with so much action going down around the lobby, Yanis Flixie, one of the teams I'm excited to see here today, find another elimination onto Clownski, getting elimination points, but Flixie just gets stuck in open waters, backside of zone, no heals on Yanis, a few ticks he could take. Luckily, he has those 0-point dashes, but with not very many materials, there's not much he can do. A quick peek through the build, missed shot, but I love the attempt to come through as Yanis figuring out a way to stay alive throughout all of that.
If one duo decides to take shots or even just try and replace a wall, that could be the end of Yanis, as he only has 3 builds to work with here. I believe there's even a duo to his right that if they open up a window in that box, it's going to be free pickings. 120 effective HP and shield. This is one of those situations, Jacob, where you kind of need a miracle to make something happen.
Yeah, but we've seen some miracles before. I want to believe. I'll be a believer for us both. All 3 of us, me, Flixie, and Yanis, and Takada. We're quad believing right now. 4 eliminations. He doesn't even have ammo in the Thunderburst, but you know what, Takada, we're still going to believe because he's 581 above, spots some players rotating in towards the zone, and this could be his best opportunity here to try to find some sort of elimination on anybody that might not see him come. And there goes the first couple of shots. Shields are going to get cracked, but he still cannot clean it up just yet.
This could be huge, though, Jacob. He got those 2 cracks. It's just one more shot on both players. He could even take them both out here. If he lands the correct shots, that's one. That's the first knock, but unable to get the second one. Great attempt as we take a look at Kiro with a massive headshot snipe, continuing now to pick that up as well. 4 elims on the board for him, 3 for Moppy.
And with the fact that you can't find snipers as regularly as you could before, it's almost something that you might forget about in the heat of the moment as Kiro is watching his teammates back. Throwing another snipe in that direction. 1,700 damage above the threshold. This team has been active the entire game to make it so. And on the other side, Nathan and CZB, almost 900. They know they have a knockdown on that side, and they're going to go and try to clean that one up. More loot for them. Even though it's not necessarily needed, it's definitely going to be a bonus.
There's a lot of duos who are looking strong in this game. Mappy, Kiro, CZB, Nathan. Can they hold on to it as the zone has pulled more southeast, opposite side almost for this duo? So you can see the Flowberry Fizz is in hand. They do have 3 dashes, both of them, but you almost kind of want to conserve these dashes as much as you can, which is why they're going to use it with that Flowberry Fizz to maximize the mobility that they can get.
Quick moves to the front side of the zone. Spot out one player by himself. Does look like they were going to go on the offensive, but as soon as they prioritize positioning over everything else, you see them slow things down, continue to move forward. They're just about 1 box away from the safety of the zone. So when it comes to rotations and positioning, there's very, very little for them to worry about, unlike everybody else in this lobby where you see the majority still have a couple steps to make before they find their own oasis as Diox peaks. He's able to get the knock onto one, tries to clean up as much of the loot, and look how many resources, look at everything he's just gotten to try to push himself further.
So many materials, was unable to pick up the med kit, so the only heal is going to be that Flowberry Fizz, but it should be more than enough alongside those mats to last just enough time to secure those placements that he needs.
Flowberry Fizz coming out. I did see a med kit, but he just didn't have time to pick it up. He had to scrounge and grab together whatever he could in that few seconds. As you see in how chaotic the games have been on today. Julie with a quick scope, taking down the opponent right in front, able to scoop together the loot and using that to the advantage to quickly rotate yet again to the front side of the zone. What we're witnessing right now is absolute impressive gameplay out of this duo.
So much confidence. You can see, looking to get another one. 290 headshot. Are you kidding me, Julie? And another one. Double headshot, snipe, 7 elims on the board. Are you kidding me?
This guy is on a terror right now. Julie is Julie. Uguay wondering who that is. That's a Tommy. So now we're no longer strangers to this duo, and it's time to continue to get familiar from what we're witnessing. 9 eliminations, complete and utter takeover. Another duo in their line of sight, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
Put some respect on my name is what Julie told us. As now they're continuing with their wrath here on the low ground. Sniper in hand, not missing a single shot. For Voltiax, though, gonna be trying tarp ahead here. They have the opportunity to look back now at the duos who are gonna be a bit more staggered. Can they get the damage?
That's going to be a real question we're asking ourselves for anybody realistically, as Mappy and Kiro try to take control of the backside before they make the rotation forward. One piece before they make the wild jump. Switching layers momentarily is going to be Mappy before Kiro finds themselves the golden spot, the golden layer above everybody else, and which is where they're going to make their stand before rotating again.
Kiro Mappy gonna be using the Flowberry now to get ahead. Julie, Headhunter. Can they continue now as they've almost been split up with the low materials?
Wow.
The duo now turned into 2 solos as they continue to tarp ahead. Now the regroup has came through, but the zone pulling back is gonna make it difficult. They need to get elevated once again, but the knock comes through. Flowberry gonna be popped for the mobility, and now they have to make their way up the mountain.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough. Almost fresh out of builds. They did get a replenish on the whole Flowberry Fizz, but it's Turtle. It's Z Andy out of nowhere, just like their game victory in Qualifier 1. But the pressure is still coming in from all angles. Julie and Tommy are trying to find a way to survive. They get an opening to the side of the zone. Even without build, they have a chance to recycle here.
11 eliminations for this duo, but Julie is gonna go down to Tommy now. Uruguay on screen is left alone.
This is Tommy here with the med kit, trying to heal up, get ready for the next stage. Top 8 situation. Turtle and Z Andy, the team highest above all, zone pulling back, able to recycle some of the builds which they need because they don't have much. Nathan and CZP, another consistent game out of them. You best believe they're gonna punch their ticket to the upper bracket if they keep playing this well. And instead of taking the fight to the left, they make the easy rotation to the right, and another shot being landed. This is just 2 powerhouse teams taking over one lobby.
The chemistry we've seen from this duo today has been on another level. They're always together. They're always staying ahead of zone. You can tell that the communication is top tier currently, but now Nathan has been dropped down. All the mats are left for CZB. It's the duo up above fighting against CZB. Who is going to be able to last long enough? I mean, with the amount of medkits that Turtle has in his inventory, Jacob, if he plays this correctly, he should be able to take it home.
Yeah, CZB just need a miracle of some sort. He's just getting aggressed on from different angles. The dash coin giving Turtle different spots, but he's doing a good job. Forcing Turtle to take a lot of damage from the zone. It could be a fighting chance, but Z Andy from the low ground shuts it out instantly to take the game.
Great attempt there from CCV in the last moments trying to get the 1v2, but Z Andy and Turtle are going to be the ones that closed it out. They had enough heals to play the heal off, but with that player advantage, they just went for the 2v1 elimination, got it, and got the win alongside it.
Imagine how you gotta feel if you're Z Andy and Turtle. You had Julie and a Tommy terrorize the lobby from almost beginning to end game, and then you had CZB and Nathan take over at a certain point. For Turtle and Z Andy to just steal the game away, they have to be feeling good, especially now that they moved up the leaderboards. But let's toss it on over to the desk to let us know where everybody's positioned after that one.
Thank you, guys. Great to see Turtle and Andy back on our screens as well, because we got to see a few of their lobbies last week and they were very impressive, and clearly they've kept up the consistency there. Also, managing to take the height and take the victory royale over Nathan and CZB, who yet again have to settle for second place. 11, isn't it great to see Turtle back at the top?
Absolutely, man. You know, Toto and Ziandi, I think last week showed many of us that they are definitely a team to sort of watch out for. They're not just here to give us one-off performances, and so it's good to see, you know, that they have come through and picked up another win. I think last week they got 2 wins. This week now they're looking good, and so I'm excited to see what these guys can sort of continue to do moving throughout FNCS. I mean, if they can make it to finals and really represent Romania well and you know, get a good result, I think that'd be great for everyone.
Yeah, they're a new team, right? So it's something that we weren't too aware of. What's their playstyle going to be? How is it going to work out for them? And it seems like height is what they're going to be trying to go for. They're one of our high ground dominant teams. It becomes a lot easier, of course, when you have those dashes that they do have. They can third party into that Grimgate area and just really nicely played. I think a lot of people, when this team came together, would have almost written them off. Not necessarily that they were not going to play well, but it was one of those teams where it's like, are they going to play as well as they are playing? And I don't think that would have been the case. A lot of people would have not thought that they're playing as well as they are. So it's good to see that they're doing well. And it's nice to see, as you mentioned, them, a Romanian team on top of it.
A player who sadly did not make it to the lobby tonight was Thomas with his partner Queasy. But you know what? It's all right. We got Julie. We got Julie with the sniper rifle, plenty of bullets, and he's hitting double headshots, Minnie.
This was insane. This was absolutely incredible. All three of us in the back were absolutely going mental over some of the snipes that Julio was hitting, and we didn't give him credit earlier on. You know, we thought there was a different player. We thought Uguay was Capix. We thought he was one less. We didn't know who was going on. It was a Tommy, of course, and Julio that are the duo here, two finished players, and they're showing us why we need to start looking at this team more, because they're certainly a very talented team and a very talented sniper is Julie, of course. I mean, look at these. One right there. There's going to be two coming up. I'm just kind of waiting for this moment. I think it's going to come up very soon because this sniper, here it is. One there. Reset. Two there. There it is. And it's just so good. It just shows the confidence that they have them.
That is just silly, I'll be honest. There is no doubt in my mind that is ridiculous. That is just not something we should be seeing. And like Frankie sort of alluded to, this might be the finished Thomas HD, man. I don't think I've seen Thomas do something that crazy in a while, man. 2 back-to-back headshot snaps on players moving in the end game. I mean, yeah, respect to Finland, man. They got something cooking for us over there. Nevertheless, these guys have been doing incredibly well. And like you said, Minnie, right, we got to put some respect on their names clearly, because they've been an ever-present force in today's games.
You know what's really interesting, guys, is yes, we've sort of had some more random moments at the end of these games. We haven't seen as many heal-offs. But what we are seeing every single time we come back to the standings is pretty much the same names. And there's some big names to boot. Actually, one of the teams that's moved up into the top 10 and has managed to stay there for the past couple of games is Seti and Cami 11. This is a team that needed to do well today, and clearly something's working for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think there's been too many surprises with sitting Cami this season at all, man. I think coming into the season, they looked primed to do well with what the meta looked like. They've been decent, mostly throughout the season. Again, maybe not any crazy special performances, but that's not something that we often get from Seti and Cami, leading up to an FNCS anyway. So it's been more or less what I was expected from Seti and Cami. It's good to see Anabuka Masash there in 13th, sort of moving a bit higher up there from what we saw earlier. But yeah, in general, there's a couple of teams who I want to see maybe do a bit better, who aren't doing bad. I just, have such high hopes of them. Swizzy and Vanyak there in 20th are a great example. When you talk about firepower of teams, that's a team where I think these guys could be as good as anybody on their day. So hopefully we can sort of see them have some more pop-off moments here.
Yeah, for Cami and Seti as well, they're one of those teams that will sort of keep some of their strats under wraps, right? This is not the fully flourished Cami and Seti that we expect to see in the grand finals, and I'm expecting to see some interesting things coming into play when they do get there. And that's a when, by the way, because it's definitely going to happen.
It's definitely going to happen, but that's really interesting, Mini Miner. So you're saying that there's a little bit of a tactical change, I suppose, in the way that they're approaching these lobbies compared to how they're going to be tackling the semi-finals next week? Because obviously we're going to see everything they've got to give in the semi-finals, because you get a golden ticket if you get a victory royale. So they're not going to be holding. Right,
they're not going to just be pulling out all of their best strategies towards grand finals. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that they're not in the same lobby each and every game. They can't necessarily use some of the strategies because sometimes that is based around the other teams that are around you. We saw it at the Invitational. They didn't use the strategy that won them the Invitational beforehand, and they did it there. So we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, let's check in now with Trippin in the lobby, because we're going back to Takata and Jacob PR to see where they're at.
It is just non-stop action in the last qualifier before semifinals here, Jacob. I had to take a moment to catch my breath after what we saw from Julie in the previous match. Now taking a look at Trip and Fredoxy, who are starting off strong as well in terms of basically everything. They have dashes, they have 2 elims, loadout materials, they've got it all. Now going towards the Rift Island, but being in 5th zone already, the rotation is going to continue on through.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the series point leaderboard. These guys have 300 points coming into this week, so their lower bracket spot has already been secured, which is big after missing that opportunity in that last major. Now they just need about 370 or so, 390 points more on the day today to secure an upper bracket spot, which is around a top 44 finish. So they still have some work to do, and with the last hour of games, they're definitely going to be put to the test.
Taking a look at Lavish Lair here. Lenny and his duo. Not too much going on there. Tajinio Noah We saw a lot of aggression from this duo previously, but so far it's a calm match for them. So many players are boxed up, you can see, without kind of forcing those engagements. But one duo that is doing exactly that. Glubski, sorry, and Trexer. Are they fully committing, though, is kind of my question here, Jacob. Do they just want the damage, or are they looking for some full-on eliminations?
It's just unfortunate that if they are going to see this as a green light to go, they let them heal up. So that few couple seconds could be the difference maker for Cobra and Oscar now having the HP and the shields to actually have a fighting chance back. And with the Flowberry Fizz and the elevation, they actually could choose to disengage as well and try to jump their way in towards zone, which is not too far out from Lavish Lair. You can only imagine how this one started out with a surge base into a build fight as Glubski and Trexer, they're looking towards the side. And yeah, this might be their opportunity to disengage and try to find another position for themselves.
You can see the patience now. As they know there's duos rotating below them, they kind of want to see if they can even take that opportunity to take shots. But Flowberry's going to be popped, avoiding the fall damage alongside those dashes to get a incredibly efficient rotate here. Nice little crack. Gonna cause them to follow this duo now. Potentially even try and fight them here.
And it does look like they're just following, just trying to get to the backside of the tarp. From above, continue to strike down. What damage they can continue to build up. But with zone pushing them in, you see they have the Grim Gates loop. That was Trexer who got his 3 charges. Now it's Glubski's turn. First one's going to be used just to find a little bit of a better spot before he looks back yet again. Nice. The same duo he was targeting out before. Drops the shield, but it's E2 who gets his shield dropped before reuniting back with Trexer in a safer position.
Continuing to take shots. Just one more needed to connect here. If he wants to pick up at least one elimination, they've already done so much damage, but another duo is going to claim it. Be careful, Glubski, as you put yourself into a dangerous situation here, getting knocked down, quickly switching the medallion to his duo. Will they give him the time, though, to pick him up?
Yeah, chucks him in towards the zone as well, so this could be the best possible scenario, but the shots are coming in. That's exactly what you prefaced there momentarily. And that's finally going to get cleaned up. And that is a massive pick-me-up right there for Retail and Taze, because now they have the Grim Gate loop, but it looks like Kai's and DKS, they saw the medallion drop, and they want it for themselves.
Can they take it, though? As now, they are the kings of the Cerberus medallion. You can see how effective these dashes are. I mean, we talked about the common mobility item this season being that Flowberry Fizz that gives you a bit of momentum boost. But if you're able to get infinite dashes, it's game-changing for a lot of duos. Let's see what happened, though. Trip for Doxy. Nice little drop from the clouds, double-edit into a potential knock here. Almost ended up being the victim, but with 29 HP, got that elimination. As now they're continuing to kind of follow alongside these duos that are rotating in.
Another opportunity for damage, in which they don't even necessarily need, but they're just catching player after player off guard. That's Oscar, who we saw with Cobra not too long ago on the side of the mountain, became a target. As Trippin's trying to get information for this rotation for him and Fredoxy. Flowberry Fizz to try to gain information. You see them jumping up and over everybody else to try to beat them to the punch. You don't want to be the last team rotating on these zones that are pulling up and down these mountains.
Gotta be careful here with so many duos too. Rotating in late. You don't want to start an engagement here, as there's players from all angles, above, below, and the sides. For Doxy, Trip kind of trying to see what's all that noise. What are they taking shots at? So the duo's rotating in late, as zone has pulled to the east. And it looks like for Doxy Trip, you're gonna go for an early rotate.
A little bit different than the few rotations they made so far, but this is where you adapt on the fly and start to realize you can't continue falling behind the curve, especially with the entire lobby making a similar rotation. Get in focus, forced to stagger, build themselves back. Eyedrop and Nebs did look like they took some damage. Don't know if that was from Storm Surge turning off or somebody tagging up from the side, but either way, with very little heals, not a ton of materials, and a far rotation, the odds are stacking up against Eyedrop and Nebs.
Take a look here how they're able to do this. Nebs got cut off in the back end. Eyedrop now left alone. He's not going to be able to pick up his duo partner. He's going to choose to take some shots here at the duos that are finishing him off, but without any shot connecting. He's still going to need to do more damage. Sniper rifle in hand, though. Is this eye drop or is this Julie? We'll find out soon as he continues to rotate on through. 24 builds now. The pressure is getting on.
Yeah, almost waited till that legendary banana. That run is gone, but nice flank onto one. That's hard find and his duo. iDrops has to be careful not to get stuck in this position, but he finds a little bit of a treasure trove. Another med kit, the flopper that he can use. He has to make it to zone though, or all this is going to be useless. Top 20 position, not even a bunch of placement points being earned just yet for anybody in the lobby, and he gets shut down, and that's a good amount of loot for somebody to just gather up.
Yeah, there was not too many opportunities for him to get a snipe. Everybody was kind of covered up except for one player flying through the air. Hard find. Falling out. Trying to see what they can do, but Fortnoxy has to be careful. Too much of a peek led to his shield getting cracked. Good news, they have big pots. They have Flowberry Fizz. They can recuperate what they've lost as Zone continues to pull more north.
Doing a good job of staying ahead of the curve. 116, 5 eliminations. They're just trying so hard to move up the leaderboard. Upper bracket is where their eyes are positioned. And you can see everybody now being forced. Just 3 teams got a far pull. Everybody else on that right side of the map are going to have to rotate together. But it's Trulex and Chicho that have the high ground for now. And it does look like they're just building up to try to solidify it for good.
They want to claim it, and it looks like they might have just done it. DMR in hand. Going to be put to work now with the players rotating through. 26 players up, 15 duos in the 9th zone here. As you can see, Tagenio, be careful. 5 elims on the board. He has lost Noah, but he has that banana pop to recuperate that HP. Gonna be forced to use some minis now and a Flowberry once again for that mobility.
Default Kiriachi just trying to move their way through. The zone is just becoming more and more chaotic with the last games that we've played so far. Top 14 position. Placement points have not even begun halfway being completed just yet as Chicho goes down. Trulex is risking it all right here. Good instant splashes to get both of their HP back up, but they still have more rotations to go. The front side of the zone, but it just looks like they're going to go build height first and then try to take it and hold on to it.
So far, so good. Recuperating that shield that they've already lost, as now they can even reconnect to their previous height builds here. Kiriachi, his duo partner, staying ahead here. Actually going to try and chop down height. Can they secure it, though? The battle is going to begin.
Yeah, but I think they already connected on the other side. Great attempt coming out, but not going to be enough. Fortnoxy tripping. They just get punished there for a moment, but they use a good job of backtracking in their steps to finish off that elimination before they continue moving forward. Drops down a layer because they're trying to make an easy rotation. Another player right in front. He's going to be a solo, but I don't know if they took notice just yet. Fortnoxy is going to start the last med kit that he can. Trippin's just trying to lead the path. He doesn't have a ton of HP left, so he cannot take a tick or even get close to doing so.
Last medkit has been used for Fortnoxy as well. Trip now doing something similar as a nice knockdown from Fortnoxy. This could be huge in terms of an impact. Materials are going to be recuperated, but not enough to last the rest of this match, as now Kiriachi and Default are going to pick up one more. That's 7 for this duo. Flopper's found as well. Huge heal off potential for this duo.
Yeah, multiple different win conditions. I do believe they're passing around the medallion as well, maybe even dropping it if they don't need it. High ground is now becoming a focus. Kaizen trying to catch in. The banana is going to be popped. He's getting his HP back, but he runs into Fortnoxy and Trippin, who pick up their 9th elimination of this game. They're looking for double digits to rise up the leaderboard in the last hour as the Buell gets found out. Top 7 situation, and it looks like another elimination being cleaned up as Taze falls as well.
Fortnoxy, Trip, looking unstoppable, as now High Ground is trying to get overthrown, but it's going to be Chicho and Trulex that are holding on strong. Default forced to drop now. Has 5 elims, but he wants to make it 6. Gets full boxed almost, though. You need to run away here with the force splashes. He can tank zone for just a little bit, but with the pressure from above, from below, he has to be careful.
Trulex dropped down on a Fortnoxy and Trippin, and not one, but both eliminations. That was huge double elimination, because now that puts him in the prime position. One of the only healthy duos still left alive in a world full of solos.
Chicho, Trulex deciding what's the game plan now. They don't have any medkits. They don't have any floppers. They need to get eliminations here. They're going to pop Flowberry, recuperate that shield, and go down for the elims as DKS picks up 1. But now Trulex looking to close it off.
Yeah, Panzer is just trying to heal off the backside of the zone. It is a 2v1. It's the placements in which he came for Panzer. He was able to scrape together so many placements, staying alive, staggering himself backside of zone. They have 3 eliminations, and now Trulex is going in for the finish. Even with the dash, they just placed him around, canceled the medkit of his own. Trulex and Chicho, after missing Major 1, have rise to the top.
Great way to finish it off. They had no choice other than to look for those eliminations with no medkits, no heals in the inventory, and that is exactly what they did to close off this match. Once again, another duo from high ground taking home the VR.
Yep, and not surprisingly, Trulex and Chicho, man, they dropped down. They took down one of the only teams in their path in Fortnoxy and Tripper, and there goes the first knock. Fortnoxy didn't even know where it came from. He went down shortly after, and the dash medallion in hand. Trulex used it to get out of such a tight spot and finish the game just like this.
Trulex was really closing it out, elim after elim, just flying around, dashing, hitting those shots. Great way to secure a solid place on the leaderboard, but let's see how much that's changed. There's only 3 people that can let us know it's Frankie, Levin, and Minnie.
Gosh, the pressure of being one of those 3 people, boys. Thank goodness I have you. And thank goodness for Trulex and Chicho as well, Mini Miner. That was such a fantastic display of using height, of mobility, and just the perfect timing at the end there to take that victory royale in the 2v1 situation where, of course, they had the advantage.
Yeah, lots of confidence from this team right there. I think it was Trulex that was reviving Chicho at one moment, and they just had the confidence just to go up onto height. There was a team on the other side that were trying to take it off them and sort of poised to take height. I think they may have had the forecast tower activated, so I think that could definitely give them the advantage there. They could be a little bit more brave and go for that revive and then just use all of those builds just to crank all the way up. From that point on, it was just standard stuff from these guys up on height. They know exactly how they're going to play it. They know exactly how to happen, and oh dear, that's what happened to Chicho right there, of course. That's the reason for the revive, but as I mentioned, they were able to have that confidence in order to go get the revive and then, of course, go up onto height. So nicely done from this team, and nothing we'd be too untoward for.
There was one key difference in this game compared to what we've seen for them this season, Minnie. Could you tell what it was?
Could I tell what it was? I don't know.
One massive difference from Chicho and Trulex. No medkits! They didn't have heal off!
True.
Trulex and Chicho this season, every single game we see them, they always have heal off. Trulex always got 3 medkits. They're vibing with the heals. And this was the one game where like they needed it more than any other and they didn't have it. And that's what made it so close in the end there, right? They almost lost that one, but no. Trulex and Chicho are really good this season, right? Like the casters highlighted, they didn't make a major one last season, which was a big shock. They're a team that should be making it. And yet this season they've come through and they've looked like one of the most consistent teams, if not the most consistent team in EU when it comes to top level competition. So good to see them doing well here and getting a win in round 4.
Levin, were you surprised by Fortnoxy and Trip and how aggressively they were playing it in those final zones? It was such an impressive masterclass in the low ground.
I mean, I wasn't surprised, but it was very impressive. It definitely took me by storm. A very odd personal anecdote here that I'll share with you guys. I've had the pleasure of being eliminated by many professional Fortnite players in my lifetime, right? And when it comes to the one that felt the most difficult, like the one where I felt like I couldn't even touch them in a fight, Fortnoxy was actually that guy. Like he's one of the few players where fighting him, I was like, I can't even touch this guy. I can't get near him. And he showcased that skill and that ability here in this game against much better players than me, I will add. And he's just dominating everyone in this lobby. He had so many names. I think he ended on what, 8 or 9 probably. These guys were on an absolute tear, and that's been a feature of their game, Mini, right? They've been really aggressive this season and trying to show people, look, we're some of the best fighting players in this lobby at any given moment, and it's paying off for them.
Yeah, it is. And last week, even, we saw a massive clutch from Fortnoxy. It was a really, really nice game, of course, with that Mythic, with the medallion, of course, as well. I think it showed that they can do that without, and as a duo, because, of course, Trip did go down in that particular game. It's just consistency of this team. Can they turn these big pop-off moments into consistent placements? They said it themselves last week. It wasn't necessarily the best performance from them. They weren't too happy with it, which is a good sign. You know, it shows that they're not just going to be happy with just a decent average performance. They want to be the best. They have the ability as well. And I think this is a team that we really have to look for when it comes to Grands.
If you look at the top of the standings there, you'll see Chris and Scovy as well, who we saw earlier today. I don't think we were actually watching their lobby. It just there. They've got that victory royale to their name. In fact, I don't think we got to witness them get the victory royale. We got to witness them coming close instead, and 31 eliminations. So impressive. And as we were saying before we dropped into that past lobby, just this top 10, even the top 20, I feel like it's one of the most consistent we've seen. We're constantly seeing the same duos getting to those final moments, Mini Miner.
Yeah, and I think that's somewhat surprising because, of course, there is 250 teams. There are 250 teams that are taking part today. So, yeah, maybe you could say it's a little bit surprising. But, you know, the names that are up here, there's not too many surprises. Moneymaker and Fortnite, a team right there that I want to highlight here because they needed a big performance today to make it into that low bracket. And, of course, the upper bracket as well, if they can make it there. They're on the hunt for it. I think if they do place top 3, maybe 11 here, top 5, they could get into the upper bracket just from this 1 week alone, not even making it out of opens last week. So a really nice performance from them so far.
Yeah, if they did that, that would be a bit of a shock, but a pleasant shock, I'm sure, for all the Moneymaker fans out there. I'll be honest, it's not out of the realms of possibility, right? In terms of just their ability, what they've shown from us in some of these games. I think the big thing here that we're seeing, right, when you're talking about the consistency, Frankie, is yeah, there's a lot of those teams that clearly have just found their rhythm so far this season, and are starting to look really good here.
You mentioned teams looking really good, finding their rhythm. That means we've got to check in with Pink and Vico. Come on, big Kevin Jacob. I can't wait to watch this one.
That makes 2 of us. Pink and Vico, hot off a first place finish in FNCS Qualifier 1. And if history continues to repeat itself, this team will have the upper bracket spot secured, and who knows, they get that early qualification throughout the upper bracket when you're in format. But they just need to continue to build that momentum here today. With their spot already locked in, they just need the bare minimum, just like a few other teams that we could pick out in this lobby.
Right, and with just about 25 minutes left to queue up for your final matches, you kind of have to, you know, make that decision on which ones you're going to play out. Are you trying to get into that last lobby? Do you kind of want to get into a lobby that's going to play a little bit more aggressive so you can just farm those little placements you need? When it's all about series points, you really just want to get the best placement you possibly can, as many points as possible. As you can see, Pink and Vico are playing it a little safer this time around with only 1 elim on the board, as well as being kind of under the bridge here, close to that river of sticks, so they can just stack up as many dashes as they want, as they still have that water close by.
Star of the show, Atami, is actually Uguay, so if you guys look him up, his name is Atami. Julie is Julie. 2 players that before today I haven't heard too much about. They weren't necessarily on my radar, but they have definitely moved up my list for teams to watch. And if they can remain this consistent throughout the rest of FNCS, not just today, I can see them maybe winning a game if they make it to upper bracket, or staying consistent through the lower bracket and either earning a spot through that or advancing to the upper bracket in the later stages.
They've definitely been making a name for themselves today. And we'll see if they can continue that forwards as we take a quick look at what Ziffy was able to do as well. Another big duo that we've seen time and time again. X-Sweeze Shakeoff. We're looking quite healthy with 500 damage above the threshold, and they are also going to be making use of kind of more of the uncongested side here to make a rotate through with that river of sticks. You can see the zone's a lot more spread out when you're kind of around this Grim Gate area, as everybody has that freedom to use those dashes, so the rotates are not as difficult.
Yeah, this is a team that needs at least a top 150 placing on the leaderboard after the day is over. They missed out on any points through week 1, so it's kind of leaving it all on the line. And with 118 points, they kind of started this game in 126th place, give or take. So they're inside of that bubble. Now they need to maintain the little bit of consistency throughout these next couple games to remain in that bubble.
Uh-oh. Something went wrong here. There was a full duo. Now it's just Julie as a solo. And with no sniper rifle in hand, we're not going to be able to see those headshot snipes yet. As the tick, 56 above, going down quickly. This is going to be quite difficult, especially with the current loadout. Maybe you can get some tags on the players rotating in, but other than that, they're going to need more.
Yeah, you can see him taking notice on the bottom right hand, where There was a momentary focus from a couple of teams and players there on that side. That could have been a cheeky chance to get some shots, but now he's just waiting, and you see him continuously falling down that threshold. He is above by 8, but we both know that's barely anything to start to gain you any confidence at all.
Skater, Rax now being forced to pop some of their shields here. They're going to use the Flowberry just for the mobility, not to actually get shield. It's now 82 above. A lot of duos in this lobby seem to be struggling quite a bit. 8th zone going to be pulling more towards the northwest, causing a lot of the duos here on the east side to have to figure out how they want to make their rotate. And especially if they can do it in a position where they can once again recuperate those dashes. For Nemo, though, 4 below. Not looking too good.
Nah, it's not at all. Like, you can attempt to out-heal it, but at the next zone, when it turns right back on, you're going to start to have to worry about it yet again. Legendary Banana is going to come out. Does have a mini, but it's not going to be enough to out-heal the Storm Surge and get the necessary damage. Nemo's trying to do the same thing. Finally gets the Banana off, so he can take the first tick. He is rising slowly but surely with that HP. Just a couple seconds left before damage will ensue, so he needs to start getting proactive of where he's going to land his own shots for Storm Surge.
Gotta be careful. Shots from the teams above, from the sides. Not having any shield, you get tagged once, and your opponents know that you're low. You become an option. It was actually Julie, though, who was able to pick up 1. 2 solos now. Might go head-to-head. Nemo just 1 shot away, though, from being eliminated with 50 HP. You gotta be careful as he chooses to continue alongside the edge of the zone. Drop to 22. 2 takes away from getting eliminated here.
Man, you guys thought Storm Surge was over. Well, it's not over just yet. We still need a couple players that do need to go down within these next couple of zones. As soon as it activates, you see Nemo grabbing together what he can, what he earned by getting some of those eliminations. Minis pop, big pot, so he can save the Flowberry Fizz simply for its utility, but it does look like timing isn't going to be on his side, so he's going to choose to pop the Flowberry Fizz a little early, get some rotation. Once he makes it there, that's when he can worry about everything else, Storm Surge and the rest of his shields.
Gotta be careful, though. Without any materials, he's basically playing a 0 build at the moment, using the natural environment to cover himself from his opponents, but it will only last so long as we take a look at Vico and Pink once again, who are looking like one of the more healthy duos in this lobby. Legendary loadout. Flowberry Fizz once again popped. We can see the common theme of mobility in this current meta. As Various now up above, looking to hold on to height.
Yep. It's Fire Bro and Bellring. Just kind of looking down from above. Flowberry Fizz. And honestly, I was about to say, it might be a little bit too soon, especially with zone pulling up, but they could quickly drop down, try to get ahead yet again. So that way it makes it a little bit easier, as Sined's not having that same easy road. Grols was lost literally seconds ago. He chose to play as a solo, knowing he can't be hero, because that would have cost him his own game.
Shock Splash is getting put to good use. Gonna put him back up to almost full HP and shield. You can see he dipped his toes in the water to get those 3 dashes as well. Even has some bananas they can use to kind of stay in zone a little bit. As the dashes come through, going ahead. Has to be careful, though, as everybody has the same plan in mind. They want to recuperate those dashes. So these are some dangerous waters now. There's some piranhas in them. You have to be careful, as Julie is still clutching it up. This whole late game, basically, every single moving zone as a solo. Now with just bandages left.
Yeah, these are crucial points, because just as easy you could have got down before placement points, wasting 20 minutes in a game like this, but Julie is making this all worthwhile. These solo points are huge, but Pink, he's able to get 2 along with Vico, facing adversity on the other side, but they get another knock on to Shaco's, but Pink goes down. It's all up to Vico by himself, but no worries. He has that legendary banana and a quick edit on the other side, but as soon as he goes for a shot, he gets pressured from the high ground, forced to pause, breathe, reassess the situation before he continues moving forward.
Shots from above, players on his wall. He has to decide what's the game plan here. Good news is with that banana, with those chug splashes, there's a little time to breathe. Can make those decisions. Looks like he's gonna try and maybe get a Flowberry, but no, he chooses to keep the bananas. Sined now left at 25 HP. Actually recuperated the dashes there. Ahead of the zone as well, making sure he can make use of those minis. Vico continuing as a solo. A majority of the duos going down.
You can see him saving the banana to a point like this, where he can use it, get the instant HP, but the speed boost as well. But as soon as he does, a player in the team drop down from right above, lands a couple shots, scares him away, sees he's a solo. A nice turnaround shot for Vico, unable to get the elimination, but he got the positioning in which he was fighting for.
9 builds to work with now. All wood. Has to be careful, especially being second height as the pressure's on him. Vico quickly realizes this, goes down into the water once again. But now the other issue is, if a duo knows, they can just make a quick edit on the floor above him. One quick pump shot with 200 effective HP and shield. Vico should be able to potentially get an elimination here.
And this is big for Pink and Vico because if they can somehow end up on top or maybe even a top 2, that might push themselves into first place. I know there's a couple games going on all simultaneously, but it gives yourself a fighting chance. As Demius finds another elimination, Bolsa and Radis are trying to make their way through. They go in front of the enemy team, drop into the box, but it's a decision they'll soon regret.
Put to sleep as Radis now forced to pop the medkit. It's going to be the last one in his inventory. As Vayri now going down, going to try and stop all heal-offs that are happening on low.
Yeah, it doesn't even really get the opportunity. He gets knocked. Radis is going to be the only one left. 2 splashes versus the legendary banana, the medkits, the flopper. Almost every single HP heal in the book, but he finds more on the other side. A couple more medkits, splashes being found, a lot of fallen loot. This might even come down to who took more Storm Surge.
Try to calculate it here, Jacob. 2 floppers, 2 more medkits on various, one of them being popped currently. Banana and Rados, but there's so much loot. Is there anything else left? The last chunk splash, bandages. That's all that left. I don't think it's enough.
It's enough to buy him just a few more seconds. That's literally it. A few seconds as everything comes dropping down. That's gonna be it. The heal off is over. Various and his duo win the game.
Great way to close it out. Surprisingly, Jacob, one of the first longer heal-offs that we've seen today. It's been non-stop action in the late game, especially from the duos up above and high ground. They've been finishing off through eliminations, but back again to the heal-offs.
And you can see where all those heals were at. It was Velry. He had the med kits. He had the legendary banana. So he left it for Various, aka Firebro, to get those eliminations and win that heal off. At the end of the day, Takada, time is running out to get the points in qualifier 2 and burn your spot to the semifinals. But there's only 3 people. Could let us know with only a few games left what it's all looking like.
Thank you very much. It's looking tense and it's been looking exciting all evening, and it was great to see yet again a duo mastering height and getting the victory royale that they deserve, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at how these guys played, it certainly does conduce itself to picking up wins, and that's what they definitely got out of this one. It's funny because a lot of the height teams you've not seen carrying too many heals, but these guys had something in the locker for themselves, and yeah, all in all, you know, they were so primed up for the heal off. I mean, again, for them to have lost with what they had, with how some of these lobbies have looked, would have been very, very harsh.
Yeah, it would have. And I think the way they set up for height was really nice there as well. We saw them just building up a massive metal ramp. At that point, you're thinking, is that really the best play to make? Is that really what you should be doing at that moment? And clearly, for them, it did work out. They did get chopped a little bit, but they had the Flowberry Fizz to sort of alleviate any fall damage issues. And of course, as you mentioned, Levin, all those heals there at the end definitely was deserving of a victory right there for those guys. Just a nice overall win up on height. And I think it was a really interesting zone because so many of the teams down below, they had dashes because, of course, they were on the river sticks. So I think it was making things a little bit difficult for those mid to low ground layers. When they're on height, they're just chilling. They're enjoying their life up there, watching everyone else dashing around, trying to make something of that end game because it wasn't easy at all.
It was another good game for Vico and Pink as well. They're trying to challenge to see if they can come out on top in qualified 2 because they were our #1 duo from week 1 of the qualifiers. And Vico managed to make it into the top 10 despite losing Pink fairly early, or inconveniently, should we say, Levin?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was too early. He wasn't playing as a solo for too long, but he did do a good job of it. Again, Vico, we know, is a top solo player. He's won solo events many a time, so I think there's no surprises there that he's able to hold his own weight. But all in all, these two, I think, look good most of the time when we've been able to tune into them over these past 2 weeks. The play is definitely there. Again, it's just, in these sort of end games and these sort of moments, right? Can you get those fine margins? I feel like there's been a couple of times where we've seen them sort of on those mid-ground layers, and they almost look like a fish out of water, right? When you've just sort of run out of everything and you run into a bit of trouble. But I think they'll be fine more or less. I'm not too worried about those two.
Let's take a look at the standings and see where we're at. We are running out of time for our duos to get into some final lobbies. I think they've probably got about 15 minutes to get into the last lobby that they'll be able to play tonight. Christian's Gift still at the top, Vico and Pink just below. Yeah, I keep repeating myself. Nothing is really changing too much. Although actually Howley and and Nefri, I think that's a new name, new duo, at least into the top 10 tonight. Not new names themselves, though, Mini Miner.
Yeah, Howley and Nefreezy, a duo that we've definitely seen perform before as well. 10th place for those guys right now. Not a bad performance so far. We haven't really seen them today, I don't think, as at all. Just looking at where they placed last week as well. 81st last week, so a good performance here. They're pretty much guaranteed to get into that lower bracket, maybe even the upper bracket overall as well. If they can make it there, some other names are on the list as well. Mappy and Hero in there inside of that top 15, a team that we have seen a little bit of today, but nothing too crazy. Wheat Shimoki as well, a team that's moving up on the standings. A team that have started the season quite strongly as well. It's very similar to last season. They had a very strong start and just couldn't quite make it happen when it came to FNCS. So hopefully for them, they'll be able to sort of pick up where they started the season.
Mustache and Malabuka as well, Seti and Kami, two big duo names we've been talking about tonight. Also looking like they're probably a dead set for the upper bracket, 11.
I mean, yeah, looking good. When it comes to the actual mathematical calculations, I'm lost. I'm a lost puppy. Yes, I go to Kinch and those guys there to deal with all that, you know. But for the most part, yeah, those guys look really good. And I'm sure when we see them in semi-finals, there'll be teams who we expect to pick up wins. One
of the players that we saw in one of our early lobbies popping off was X-Squeeze. So let's take a look at some of his highlights from the past lobby. Mini Miner, talk me through this.
Yeah, X-Squeeze, a player that's has been around in the EU scene for a very long time. Of course, Shaco as well. We did get to see a little bit of them earlier on, but we can just see, the mid-ground layers, the way they're playing quite consistently. And this is a duo that I expect to do well, right? This is a team that I think is good. They have both players are very, very talented. We've talked about their experience, and it was this sort of conundrum, if you like, with Pink and Vico that kind of caught them off guard. We saw them trying to go for that refresh, and sometimes it's really just not worth it, especially when you do fall down like that. And it just didn't quite work out for them in the end, but a solid game from them in the end.
It's an interesting one with these two. They're a newer team, and they're two players who I think are fighting and really want to remain at the top level of competitive EU, right? X-Squeeze was sort of like playing and trialing with a bunch of people, and I spoke to some of the people who was trying with, and he said, hey, look, X-Squeeze has said, look, I've been around for a long time. A lot of the people who were at the top when I was at the top ain't about anymore. I'm not trying to be like that. I want to grind, I want to work hard, and it's good he's found someone in Shakos who he believes can get him to that point. But again, they need to start to pick things up and play at a better level if they want to make sure that they are going to be one of those teams that can qualify for grants.
Well, our lovely Observer team have spotted a wild Mustache and Malabuka, our Major 1 champions, in the wild. So we're going to drop in with Jacob and Takata to check out the action.
You said it yourself, Frankie. Major 1 champs. Back at it again. Can they become champions of Major 2 back-to-back? Jacob, you make the call. Yes or no? That's all I want to hear.
I think right now it's just too early to tell. I think we have the potential to have another photo finish style race. I don't think there's been anybody on this region just yet to cement themselves as the team. If you look at the opposing NA region, you would think Peterbot and Poyo with how dominating they have been, but I can't spot one team on this region that is above and beyond everybody else, and that kind of makes me exciting. Casting that last FNCS was amazing, and I'm ready for another one.
We'll have to see what happens. It was close. I mean, you said it. The neck-to-neck finish, 1 point difference. History. It just sets up the storylines for these future tournaments, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Jacob. We're in the last qualifier, the second qualifier, which is also the last one before the semifinals. Then we'll have 3 days of semis to see who makes it to those grand finals. Little 2-week break in between, so we'll be back May 10th for the semis. Well, let's see how this finishes off now. These players, with I believe just 10 minutes left to queue, means that they've kind of got to make a choice. Is this going to be the last match they want to play out? Or do they want to just go for elims for the next 10 minutes and then try and get into that last lobby? Kind of depends on how you're set up. Are you looted enough? Are you feeling that you can win the game? Do you want to risk getting into another early game engagement? That's what's going to be on these players' mind.
Yeah, it's just decisions. It's a little bit of the mind game with the timers on these lobbies. It's Kaizen and DKS. You see them going up against Snappy, and everything comes crumbling down. Quick dashes to save himself while landing a shot. Kaizen putting in a little work here before finally dropping down low. He knows one is above, and the quick turnaround. The mind game's coming out right now from Kaizen, switching targets multiple times throughout that fight to find the first elim.
What a way to box up your opponent. Quick bait and switch. And there he is, looking for another one. Kaizen, can you close it out? One wall is what's separating them here. Gets the replace, but his opponent looking to see if he can escape. Nice double edit to drop himself down and get himself out of that boxed up situation. But it is a 2 versus 1. He's gonna have players from all angles now looking for shots. You can only run for so long when you should turn around and take some shots back at them.
There's another team moving in as well. They have to be careful and finish this fight quick. Otherwise, it's going to be fight after fight after fight. Finally, that player drops, but there's third-party shots come in. Position isn't necessarily revealed just yet. They only know the direction, not exactly where they're at, which is going to help that team because as soon as they saw some shots in that direction, they know that other player went down, and they immediately disengage, knowing it is going to be a little bit of a journey to zone.
Nice way to close it off quickly enough, like you said. Let's take a look at how Robin 237 were able to pick up that next one. 4 on the board for the duo. Not too bad at all. Gripey Kyrie as well in the zone, rotating in.
I'm a little worried for Kyrie, but with the 2 med kits and the Gripe, even with zone kind of pulling in currently, it's not going to be too much of a worry. You see him using a med kit already. So some of their HP heals being used at this stage in the game, 3rd zone. A little bit too early than you would want to, but you know there's going to be opportunities for eliminations and scrappage together any loot that might be left behind.
You can see did not want to use the med kits because of how powerful they can be in the late game. So making use of the bandages. Gripey found on the way to recuperate that HP that he needed. Quick stat as well, Jacob. High ground teams have won 68% of games this season in EU, which is, I mean, we talked about it many times about high ground and its potential for winning matches, but in the heal-off meta, you never really know.
And the interesting thing about this whole situation with Malibuca and Mustache is because of the fact that they only earned 250 points through this qualifier, they still need around a couple more placements, essentially. Right now, they are positioned on the leaderboard, 33rd. Obviously, that can move depending on where you're looking at it. They definitely need a top 30 position, so they still have more work to do with how low the HP they are right now in a possible final game.
Right. We'll kind of have to see. I think they want to close off this game, though. But a lot of the players now, just 6 minutes left until you can't find any more matches, which is why we might be seeing some extra aggression here from Kaizen. Looks like he wants to either go for all or nothing, get a bunch of eliminations, or get eliminated and get into that last match. As DKS, same mindset, looking to see if he can connect those shots. Misses the shotgun, but the SMG is going to finish him off.
No pun intended, but they made it look easy on that fight. Kaizen going around, replenishing the dashes, knows there's another player there. Even with shots coming in, he's feeling confident to try to fight. But as things settle, missed that first shot, knowing his opponent got away. He's just trying to heal up, figure out a way to reunite with his teammate yet again. You can see how far separated they were moments ago, but within seconds, they get into the same box.
Time is ticking, and now there's just 5 minutes. And they kind of got to make a decision, you know, as it gets closer and closer. There's going to reach a point where even if you get eliminated, you cannot get into another match. So it might just be time to disengage and start fully playing for this late game. It really depends on what your goal is. You said it yourself. Mustache Malibuca, I believe we're in 68th or 63rd, around there on the series point leaderboard going into this match. So they were just on the borderline trying to make it into the upper bracket, but now in 33rd, they just have to hold on to the positioning they're currently in. It's not like they need a massive game to finish it off.
Yeah, depending on how things shake out, exactly what you said. Currently in 33rd, they need a top 34. So they just need to hold on, have a decent game in this game. Obviously, it depends on other teams shake out on that leaderboard as well. There's no Chino. Over towards Rebel's Roost. Normally teams that land up on this side of the map, they kind of rotate away. There isn't a lot to be gathered on this side of the map, but since the zone does pull back, Chino and Noah are feeling confident to farm up the rest of their metal, the rest of the material that they need, and they have the elevation because of the house at Rebel's Roost.
Meanwhile, this duo relaxes. Let's see what Kaizen was able to do here with DKS. Did they actually continue that aggression? Quick Thunderburst finish. As now all the duos have kind of decided, okay, this is going to be the lobby we're playing out. 50 duos now. Half of them have been wiped out. 25 duos, sorry, 50 players. So now it's kind of just a waiting game, as Storm Surge shouldn't get activated for a while here if it ends up getting activated, but...
Which is going to make this a little bit of an interesting lobby, because it's usually this zone, the next zone, Storm Surge starts to turn on. There's not even an opportunity until 7th zone where we'll need to go down to 40 players. So there's a couple zones where players can finally react, start to focus on rotations, and position themselves for the eventual surge that will come later in the game. That just means the threshold might be a little bit higher than in some of the games of the past.
That is the question, Jacob. For Howley and Frizzy, though. They're kind of hunting around. They're like, okay. Nice and cozy in their bush. I mean, this is kind of a dangerous area around Rebels where you have so many bushes. But these players are accustomed to always taking shots at them if you're going to pass a bush. I mean, at this point, I'm sure enough of them have been eliminated from sneaky people like that. So you're going to make sure that you check those bushes that you're rotating through. When there's so many of them, all it takes is one mistake for getting.
So you see the zone is just so far up the north. Right now, it can't pull north on the next 50-50 because then too much water would be in the zone. So from around where the island is at, above Rebel Roost, all the way down, that's where you'd expect the 50-50 to be at. And then since there's no Rift Island, we might have it over on the other side of the map, which see where it is going to pull, above where I believe Rift Island might be currently positioned. So a little bit of an easier rotation if you could start it very, very quickly from this side of the map. But the more you delay yourself, just like anybody else, it's going to be tough to try to follow up and get in the zone.
You can even see a duo on the bottom right of the minimap swimming all the way up north, it seems, to try and make it to the zone. Another duo now with the same idea. They might even find each other here once they get closer to the edge. But it's quite a free rotate. There's so much natural environment and cover that you can use throughout this rotate that you should be able to conserve a lot of your shields.
We talked about the north side, not where the zone is going to pull. These guys using that as their rotation. And just really take note here, because sometimes I see a lot of players that are this back team that take shots right above them to try to get surge, but they doing the right thing. Follow them close behind. You know you have distance to cover, so shooting here would probably be the worst thing for this team. And that's why I love, and I'm pointing out why they are being so patient. Eventually, they're going to get into those open waters to where they're getting spotted out by some other teams, but at least they made it far enough and closer to land before this finally happened.
Yeah, at least they made it into the edge of zone, so they actually can just stay here. Issue is, though, you got to connect under the water layer or your builds are going to get broken down. So they have used a lot of materials just to do a few 1x1s here. And with the amount of duos as well you saw on the ridge there, you do not want to take any sort of engagement, as pressure will be put onto you. Vortex Belusi, though, also on the edge of the zone, but inside of the forest.
They've definitely been kind of having a fantastic day so far, starting this game in 8th place. And where they're at on that series point leaderboard, they needed to have a good day today. Their qualifier 1, they got about 275 points, locks them into the lower bracket side of things. But you know, just like everybody else, it's the upper bracket that not only gives you the easiest road, but multiple chances to make that grand finals. And as long as they can keep their position on the leaderboard intact with only no time left to get into games, they got that upper bracket spot secured.
You can tell that this is a final match for these players because of how kind of patient and non-aggressive they're playing. They know they don't really need Storm Surge because there's not enough players that are up currently, and they want to get as many points as possible. So a lot of them are just kind of, you know, relaxing in their box and doing what they can do to set themselves up either for the rotation or even just staying where they are if they were to pull zone. I believe a majority of duos did pull zone here since it closed towards the edge of the previous zone. So not a lot of them would even have to rotate here.
Yeah, and for the ones that do, it doesn't seem like it's going to be too hard for them to rotate. There is a few different strategies, even though there's already a team position, but you can go towards the shoreline, try to ride it, use the line of sight of the mountain to your advantage. But we talked about it, multiple, if not majority of the teams already in towards the zone. So for the next couple minutes, you might see teams that are in this position, play a little slow. They don't necessarily need the Storm Surge, but for those that do, that's where it's going to be tough to gather because everybody is already boxed up.
Kaizen looking to see if he can open up any opportunities here. His duo partner has a sniper rifle in hand. All it takes is one shot, but being 2,000 above, I mean, this is the duo that once again was kind of playing for all or nothing. They either get a bunch of eliminations or get knocked out and get into their final match. But they were able to secure just about 7 eliminations by doing so. And now they're looking incredibly healthy. For Merstash and Malabuka, though, a little bit lower in terms of elevation, but as well lower in terms of damage. 69 above only. Basically no duos have been eliminated since the lobby's closed, and now the pressure, it's suddenly on, Jacob.
Yeah, Robin and Twee feeling a little bit of that, but they have the Grim Gates loot, both the Dash Medallion and that Gatekeeper Mythic. Multiple splashes. They got the 0-point dash, so for them, they're going to be able to get out of tough situations very, very quickly, but a team that wants to enter one, Malabuka Merstash, I saw a knock on into Frizzy, instantly move in, clean that one up. 267 above the damage threshold, which is a huge difference from what we saw them minutes ago.
Medkits in hand, going to be put to good use here, as now they do have to do quite a southern rotate, as they're all the way up north, and there's already so many duos that have begun rotating that they will be boxed up and looking back at these players that are going to rotate in late. So Malabuka knows they cannot waste time here.
Yeah, quickly using it, and the biggest thing to take note of here is they're saving their dashes. Well, might have spoke too soon as Merstash trying to get out of a tough spot, but they're just trying to save it as much as possible so they can make rotations just like this and finally get into the zone with safety. You see them move down the side of the mountain just a little bit, trying to box up to where they think is the best spot in zone, and it is a little bit further away than some of the other players when it comes to overall towards the center. Falling down below that threshold just a little bit, and that's why they look towards the backside of the zone and try to find some shots.
Take a look at Robin.
Ooh.
And Ju here. Nice. Quick way to clean up an elimination. Huge headshot snipe as well, as now I believe, yeah, they are holding on to high ground. But can they do it for the rest of the match?
Hey, that's what we've been seeing so far. Teams have actually been able to solidify very little congestion in this late games for that high ground, but they do got a far pull on this rotation. So it would take a lot of their materials if they're looking to build out, but they also have, oh my, okay. I was about to say, they also have that medallion to dash to the front side and rebuild to take that high ground, but he has his eyes set on shots like this to try to get even more points for their total.
Who is this? Who are we watching right now?
Ju.
Elim after Elim. I got confused. I didn't know, is this Ju? Is this Julie? Who is it? With the shots that we're seeing. Malabuka Merstash, though, they were able to make it into zone from being at the opposite side. You can see how effective that rotate was alongside the dashes in the Flowberry. Now, once again, trying to get ahead and looking at their surroundings. Can they find an Elim? Can they just find damage? As Gripey is going to be the one getting that elimination.
Quick find before he continues moving on in his journey forward. But they know this next zone is going to pull just a little bit, and you see them getting ready, spotting the information. They know where high ground's at, and he spots the weak part of that layer. Shots are going to ensue, and this could be the chance. Levin talked about this to open up the show. Him and Minnie broke how teams are going for high ground in this game. With everything tumbling down, this is going to be their best shot. Ooh. But instantly, they reclaim it. It's like Levin read the script and laid it out to start the game, because it's happening just as he predicted.
Another one as well from Ju. Can he continue hitting these snipes? 6 on the board already. Double-digit Elims. They have 11. 5 chug splashes and 4 bananas to hold on. More than enough materials to stay height, as the pressure is getting put onto the duos that are second height. I believe it's actually Merstash and Malabuka now who have to make the decision. Do they want to make something happen, or do they want to stay on this layer where high ground is applying pressure?
Yeah, they heard somebody above them. That's Eclipse and Dexy. So second height has been overtaken. That might have been a blessing in disguise for Malabuka and Merstash, because it would be them who are the next focus, but a lot of builds to recycle in towards the zone. and you see they're looking up. They're waiting for an opportunity to strike. They see them building out, and with the connection being made, Dexy and Eclipse know taking over high ground might not be a possibility.
I'd be careful with peeking the high ground duo right now, though. They're on fire in terms of headshot snipes. Eyes on Dexy as well. They quickly realize this and drop down. It's Malibuca, Merstash, same layer, though. Looks like they're going to fight for the layer. Malibuca, it's actually Merstash that was almost boxed up there for a moment. Are they going to continue for fighting this layer? Do they want to drop? Do they want to move up? Flowberry's popped. The decision has to be made here as Merstash goes up one. Malibuca gets dropped, though. Merst is left as a solo.
Yeah, but he just needs to solidify his position in this game. Malibuca is going to get dropped, like you said. Merstash is trying. They just need to hold on to their position on the leaderboard. Almost gets boxed up. Dexy on the other side. Another spray burst landing, and Dexy gets the elimination onto Merstash. Malibuca and his run in this qualifier is over.
Gripey now with 6 on the board. 10 eliminations for Ju. Make that 11.
Wow.
16 for the duo, and he said, I'm done playing high ground. I'm dropping down. I'm getting eliminations.
They don't want to just take part. They want to take over. 17. The total continues to go up, and the final 2v2 is going to go down. Gripe already getting the first knock on his opponent. And this is where it is going to get battled out. You see them dropping lower by lower. Ultimate low ground. Robin drops all the way down. He's trying to predict where it's all going to happen. Now they have 2 different angles. Pressure from above, pressure from below. An opportunity to 2v1 while they can, but they don't take advantage. Now he goes to the front side. Shot after shot is going to be landed. And with those dashes, he can reposition to safety.
A rampage unfolding from Ju, but he gets stopped. Pure carnage put to an end as Robin now forced to play the heal off. He has 2 medkits. Gripey as well with the same amount, but who can last longer?
The bananas versus the medkits, that's really going to be the key, and how you time them out. Gripe, he's using 1 more medkit after this. The bananas, 2 more medkits on the other side. Another one going to be popped. Banana's going to be traded out, and he's letting the other banana get his HP up. Perfectly played by both Robin and Ju to win their last game of the day.
They had the same amount of medkits, but the factor that allowed Robin to take home that victory royale was the banana. 2 of them in the inventory, recuperating that HP over time and leading them to the victory royale.
Who would have thought just eating your fruits and vegetables is how you're winning some Fortnite games today? Low on potassium, no worry. The legendary banana's there to save you, and it's powered by shots like this. Absolutely disgusting work coming out of Ju to just solidify a victory. Are we watching a highlight? Are we watching a montage? What are we witnessing?
That's what I'm saying. You know, I knew we were getting to an end game. I didn't know we were going to get a highlight reel from Ju alongside that. Not only the highlight reel, but the victory royale, and what a way to close out their final match from the qualifiers. I'm out of breath. I'm out of words, Jacob. I need to know what just happened. So Frankie Levin Mini, tell me, like, what did I just see?
What you saw was an absolute masterclass.
Yeah.
You did.
There was a masterclass. I can tell you. I can promise you that much, Frankie. I mean, I'll be honest, Minnie. I ain't seen a performance that good during these qualifiers. That endgame dominance we just saw from Ju there has to be one of the best games you've seen all qualifiers. I mean, he just couldn't be stopped. The amount of snipes the brother was hitting was ridiculous.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, this is a team that have been together for less than a month, right? They've been together for less than a month, and their performances so far have been absolutely incredible. I was actually looking, round number 2, Ju, he actually posted this on social as well. He had 33 eliminations in one game on his own. He's prime right now. He's feeling good, and he's definitely coming into his own. He's a player that I think a lot of people may have written off. Of course, you know, he's not necessarily been as big of a grinder as of late going into this season, particularly last season as well. But I think what we're seeing here is just this new beast being unleashed here, Levin.
Bro was just spamming that sniper as well. and it's always funny because, you know, when you see people go for these shots, part of you has to accept that he's probably going for that because he's like hit a shot similar before. You know, like he's not just trying that for nothing. It's like he's hit shots like these before, and so he's trying it because he knows he can do it. And a lot of these crazy shots he was just straight up hitting. I mean, we had some crazy quick scopes, near no scopes. I mean, he was dropping down behind people and storm catching people off guard. Ju really put on a show in that game, and I mean, just hunting people down again. That mythic gatekeeper shotgun is just so strong, the strongest shotgun in the game. and then the inventory on top of that, right, where he just has the white heals to be able to just like jump around and storm once the circle got a bit smaller. And then whenever a player's carrying a sniper this late into this game, you know it's nuts.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Takata right there said he had absolutely no words. He ran out of breath. Takata, Jacob, have you got your breath back? Can you give us some insight on what your thoughts was after that game as well?
I don't even know, Mini. I mean, I was getting confused. I was like, okay, I know I'm watching FNCS, but is this like, am I on socials right now, on Ju's media right now, looking at his highlight reel, looking at his montage? Because he was hitting some snipes that I could not even react to. And you can see how they're even able to close it off. The confidence boost they got from it, Jacob. He stopped playing high ground. He said, you know what? I'm done with placement. I'm done with height. I'm dropping down below. I'm going on a rampage.
Yeah, and it's plays just like this right here where you can say officially Robin and Ju have secured their semifinals appearance. But with so much more, with the points getting calculated, upper bracket, lower bracket, at least they get to celebrate the rest of this weekend, take Monday and the rest of the weeks off, knowing that they have done it. They have achieved what they came to do, but they got to know there's still more work to be done.
Still more work, and also kind of the studying that they will have to do. I mean, we were able to see how the heal off meta kind of played out, but I want to look at these standings. Jacob, number 1, first place spot with 2 victory royales, 326 points. It's Robin, it's Ju, who is 237 on the screen. They are feeling happy with that current placement.
Yeah, all of that you said, 50 elims as well. The only team to have more elims in that top 10, Veno and Tace, and superstars knowing for their ability to gather those eliminations. So Robin, Ju, congratulations. Welcome to the FNCS semifinals.
I think I saw Vortex as well in second place there. So there's a lot of top veteran duos from EU competitive that are topping the current series point leaderboard. A reminder, they're playing for either that upper bracket or lower bracket in the semifinals that we will see starting May 10th. So we got a little break, but then we're right back into the action.
Yep, but that's really going to be one of the things we kind of look out for with... That's one of the things we're looking out for with not a lot of games, not a lot of time left. You really have to wonder what the strategy is for the teams that do not have their spot secured. And Fortnites doing a little celebration. You got to imagine they're smooth sailing with a spot on lock. And this is where you're going to see in this last game, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, some teams may go wild with king players in the lobby playing for elims. Others might have to play so safe, it might not be what they're used to.
Trip and Fred, I mean, they were feeling good from the dances we saw going into the match. Just about to pick up another one in the 2v1 here. I mean, they already have 6 elims, Jacob. They want to make it 7 as they continue to apply pressure, but be careful. I don't want to make a curse happen here. There it is, though. 7 elims now. How did they get the previous ones? Like, I want to know. Are they hitting crazy snipes? Are they just pushing everybody? They're looking quite unstoppable.
Yeah, I think we both need to know, because this isn't the same Tripper and Fortnites that we saw in Major 1. They're here. They're out for redemption. And this is how they're picking it up. Not just one. There goes the first snipe. There's still 2 other solos left in there with that dash medallion. He makes the second one look even easier than the first. And Fortnites smooth sailing. Green lights ahead. Him and Tripper finally solidify this last elimination. Really no hope or chance for their opponents because they didn't see them coming.
It's the best way to get eliminations by surprise. And now 62 players up, 33 duos. This is going to be officially the last match for these players. They've got it in just in the last queue. As a reminder, there are 250 duos competing today. 5 lobbies being played out at the same time.
And with that, you see a couple players, as usual, positioned on top of Rift Island. A few tools for mobility in those launch pads down below Rift Island. Rifts that do spawn up as well. There's Dre and Darky seeming like they're ready to fight. And you got to imagine why a team would pick a fight list like this. They are separated above the island. They might not necessarily been having the history on their side in today when it comes to Surge, so they might want to isolate a fight and get it. But as soon as Darky does land a couple of shots and reunite with Dre, it looks like they feel like their job is done.
Trying to see here once this refreshes 100 or 1,081 above the Storm Surge threshold, Jacob. With only 3 elims, you can tell they've done more than enough damage. I also like what they just did there. Flowberry Fizz plus Launch Pad to get as far as they possibly can into the zone. You can see deploying and redeploying your glider to try and evade the shots from the players who are already boxed up. As we got Jordy and his duo partner here. Speaking about edit courses, he's given us a primetime example of how to do one with a little pickaxe finish to it. The icing on the cake, little cherry on top. What a way to finish it off.
What a play. Let's watch that one again. There goes the first one. Boxes him up rather easy and then puts the cone down with the pickaxe. Both of them actually went in, probably playing whack-a-mole of who can get it first.
You can tell that they're feeling confident too. Look at the way they're getting closer. They even know there's opponents close by. Took a pause there, was waiting to see if he can connect this shot. So close, but unable to. They are going to get the loot though from those eliminations, and now they kind of got to figure out they have to make a rotate. They can no longer sit on top of this mountain as zone has pulled away. But there's not too many duos in the area, so it should not be a problem for them.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little easier of a rotation. Might take just a little bit longer and expend some builds, but Kovacs, you can see Stan is trying to go around the backside of this mountain. It's the summit base. Decent loot over here. Some metal that you can gather, and there's even a launch pad at the backside of that mountain as well. So definitely giving themselves a few options they can use depending on where this next zone pulls.
Take a look at what happened here with Kiro. It was Froxizzy that got put to sleep. Alongside, I believe, is not his duo partner, but another team. Now for the duos that have to kind of rotate in. They have players like Swizzy and Vanyak, who, if I'm hearing that sound correctly, Jacob, they got the waterbending mythic, and with the elevation they have, you know, they're just letting everyone in the lobby know that they're looking for them. They're doing as much damage as possible with the infinite ammunition you have with that mythic. It would be annoying to play against that.
Especially if you're one of those teams that are at the bottom, kind of going through it, and you have to worry about the top. As Swizzy takes a little bit of that piece control, fires that first shot over, just trying to back down his opponents. Come in, Vanyak. Even though we haven't seen much of them, you can kind of see through their points, the consistency. Not really taking too many risks with only 2 eliminations, and they're 900 above the damage threshold. And you can kind of see building up, using the Flowberry Fizz before they rotate again. It feels like almost every single one of the moves, whether it's a big one or a small one, is calculated in terms of risk.
Still four bananas in hand, sorry. Which has been a game-winning factor for some of the previous duos we've seen. So Vanyak and Swizzy, they'll continue to rotate. Maybe become a bush camp dad strategy there in the tree, but what did Kiro just do with a quick headshot snipe? I'm loving the snipes today, Jacob. I mean, we're getting a show, but maybe I spoke a little too soon because the highlight reel, they forgot to cut that one early. It's okay though. No worries, we saw the shot.
We are definitely seeing a few more players kind of get caught off guard in certain rotations than I would have kind of expected up until this point. And it's almost that risk reward. Do you take the sniper? Do you take extra heals? And I think for a majority of the players today, we've seen that risk versus reward play off plentiful. 182 above the damage threshold for Perceive. And he right now with that sniper, he's just looking for another opportunity. You know, the zone is kind of pulling in their favor, and he's just trying to look as far out as he can see to try to land the shots just like that. Another 116, bumping him even further up the damage threshold.
That's huge, actually. I believe they were under 200. They had 100 and something damage, so that snipe is going to be crucial to being able to stay up even longer and not have to focus on doing anything a little too overly aggressive. Jordy, edit course again. Hopefully they can show us another one, but they got to be careful as their floors are trying to get them drop down into a trap.
And that's the thing with your on the stack side of the zone, when you get a far pull just like this, and then you hear so many players firing off on one another, kind of makes you second guess when and where to rotate. For Jordy and Edit course, to see the information that they're gathering by peeking through the cone is going to be important. And now they're ready for their Flowberry Fizz rotation. For them, earlier is going to be better to try to not fall behind everybody else that has to focus on Surge.
Whoa. Ferdoxy Trip getting knocked out. Jordy Edit course now trying to get away from the engagements here and get to zone. It has pulled almost all the way north. So it's a far rotation for a lot of the players here. Looks like they already have their... I thought this was actually their base, but it's not. There's an opponent on it, so for a moment it looked like they were almost going to drop it down, but they just want to make it their builds. And I guess they're going to do a rotate a little slow here, let people kind of do their thing, and then use the banana and Flowberry combo to continue.
Yeah, they want that speed boost, a little extra on the height. They could possibly jump from here all the way to the front side of the zone, but they actually choose to waterfall down just a little bit, negating the amount of distance they can cover, but upping the amount of safety they're going to have. As Kiriachi looks towards the back, doesn't find what he sees, trying to stay close with default, but finding any nook cranny to go ahead and rotate to safety, leading the charge for him and his duo, and they finally catch up. 245 above the damage threshold, which isn't too bad, especially since placement points are now beginning to ring in with top 20 positioning.
The good part about being able to box up in a position like this is you can free farm all those materials that you might desperately need.
No.
As another duo goes down. Swizzy Vaniac now continuing to hold on strong. They have not been forced into any aggression. They have so much loot, so much materials that they just have to play it safe here, trying to scavenge as many points as possible. This is the last match of the qualifiers, the last opportunity for these players to make something happen, so they want to maximize it.
Yeah, you see the double banana being popped by Swizzy and Vaniac. Even though they're taking shots, their main focus is getting from one place to another. 798 above, spotted out a solo. That's Jordy, who is going to get taken down. Swizzy bites off just a little bit more than he can chew, but luckily Vaniac is there, not only to make the edit for him, but get his HP back on up before they pop the next legendary banana and finish their next rotation to the zone.
Other combo to rotate. The banana Flowberry once again. You can see how much height, how much distance they can get with a single jump. As Swizzy's looking up, he's looking at the clouds. Is he going for what I think he is? The high ground retake from Swizzy and Vaniac. This could be huge, game-changing if they're able to do it successfully. And it looks like they might have just done it, Jacob.
Yeah, I chased that one player off, but everything just turns sideways. It's just unfortunate that you get height like that and you have a fight for it, and nothing comes out your way. As Stan and Kovacs, they're trying to hold strong. Got to be second height as of now as they continue to look down, fall below. They don't have the builds to maintain their position, so you got to think this is going to be a great play, but even flush out almost as Kovacs builds just one box, leaves himself with 7 builds.
His duo partner, though, no shields, low on HP. They do have 3 med kits, so depending on what their game plan is, they could play it a little slow. Kiriachi goes down, though. Default left as a solo. He has a gas can in his inventory. He could disrupt this endgame if he feels like it. 14 HP, 22 HP. 14 shield, sorry, 22 HP, but you gotta be careful with the duo coming in. He has to defend himself here, and no medkits. Forced to go closer to the zone, just 2 HP now, 1 tick away from getting eliminated.
Yeah, he doesn't have builds, he doesn't have HP, doesn't even have a teammate, but he's still figuring out a way to make it work. Top 9 position, getting ready for this next one. This is going to be the make or break situation for Default. The zone pushes in. He finds one knock on the stand, but goes down directly after. Unfortunate circumstances, but while everybody is down below the bottom of the mountain, there's one team high up on the clouds without a single worry.
It's Vaniac trying to hold on, trying to close it out, but Dre doing what he can to stay up. Fed Nemo, though, down below 6 elims. Make it 7 as they recuperate a bit of the materials. 5 total duos up right now. A majority, not a majority, but a lot of them back in the zone. You got to be careful now. Medkits being popped, shots being put to work.
And they're going to be able to get that one. Final 4 teams left alive, even though some of them are solos. Capalot goes down. Fetty's there to kind of spark the med kit, but I do think he got it forced to cancel. So Nemo, he's trying to scrounge around. Vaniac from above falls down at the perfect time to steal away the loot from his opponents. He still has the win condition in hand with both the banana and the splashes.
Can Vaniac close it out as now there's a duo on low? He needs to make something happen from above, and that's it. The pressure being applied as he's dropped down. 38 HP to work with. Banana popped. forcing himself to recuperate that HP. He has minis, he has a Flowberry, but it's all about hitting his shots.
Yeah, and it's a 1v1 situation here. He does have the 2 legendary bananas, but that's not going to lead to a massive heal off depending on what they have on the other side. So Vaniac just waiting for that perfect moment. With a few builds left, he knows he's going to have to drop down. There come the shots in. The banana is going to be popped, staggering himself just a little bit, changing up angles with the side shot coming in. First shot's going to get landed. The Flowberry Fizz giving him extra elevation, and then the final shot is in. Vaniac wins the game.
What a way to close out the match, from retaking high ground in the moving zones to playing from the clouds as a solo and finishing it off. No materials, forced to pop the banana, played it slow, played it calm, played it collected, and finished it off, hitting his shots and taking home the win.
Yeah, I gotta have ice in his veins. They're on the high ground, they're on height. Vaniac ends up as a solo, and he's still brave enough to not only go in, get the elimination and all that loot. And that's going to be a huge difference maker when it comes to the leaderboard. Swizzik and Vaniac win our final game of the day. And this is where it's really going to come down to which teams made it up the leaderboard enough to get the series points they need, and which ones would just end the day just a little bit disappointed, thinking what more they could have done.
It's been a crazy day, Jacob. Sniper shots being hit, some heal-ups, but a majority of the players just dominating on height. We saw basically highlight reels being made, but that's it for me and Jacob here casting these games. We'll be back for the semifinals May 10th, but let's close it off on the desk. Frankie, Levin, Mini, what's changed?
Thank you so much to Carter and Jacob Pian. What a thrilling finale, because Fede was fighting for that one. You could sense how much he wanted it in the final moments. But you know what, Vaniac, he's just too experienced, he's just too good. And he obviously made that calculation in his mind, and he chose correctly to go for that fight, Levin.
Yeah, man, Vaniac in a 1v1. Easy, light work. Feed him more players in a 1v1 situation. No mats, no problem. This is light work for Vaniac. We've seen him do it before. It was really close. I will give Fede credit because he was down to top of his feet. But I'm just gonna act like it was nice and easy for Vaniac because that's just what Vaniac does. Swizzy and Vaniac, man, they're a team I've spoken about on the broadcast many times now. I want to see more from them, right? When you look at the talent, there's no doubt in my mind these two are the most talented players in the world. Not just EU, I'll say in the world. Last season, Vaniac considered were dominating throughout the qualifying stages leading up to FNCS, and now playing with Swizzy, you look at them and you go, wow, these two have the potential to be one of the best teams in EU and really, really, really show that they can, you know, win an FNCS again for Swizzy, right? And for the first time for Vaniac. Hasn't quite been that this season, but games like this do inspire hope for the future.
Well, they do have the potential, right? As you mentioned, Levin, two fantastic solo players, two great players individually. I know Vaniac is one of those players that in the history of Fortnite, we've always talked about as having one big pop-off game in each tournament. I suppose as of late, that hasn't necessarily been the case, I feel like, but now we can see it once again. Vaniac on top once again. I think there at the end, it was a good job he popped that fizz, it was a good job he popped that banana, because the other player just didn't know what was going on. He was trying to look for him, what was going on, and of course, it was a nice way to close it out right there. But yeah, I'm really excited about this team. I think more people should be as well.
That's the great thing about that final fight was Fede obviously expecting just to be able to heal off, not knowing his enemy was about to jump from the high ground with a belly full of fizz and then jump around him until he got that final shot. A fantastic final lobby for us to peek our eyes into. I'm hoping we can take a look at the standings while we try and calculate that leaderboard for you to find out who has made it into the upper bracket. Vico and Pink holding on as always. I mean, these two just fight for the top every time. Yeah,
back-to-back first places now in the qualifiers for Vico and Pink. A bit of progress from last week. They won a game this time, right? Last week they won the qualifier one without actually winning a game in round 4, but this time round they do win a game, and again, supreme consistency from the two of them. I mean, they're going a bit under the radar. It feels like we've not seen them much on the show today, but they are definitely a top team, a contender this season. And Swizzy and Vaniac, after that last win, all the way up into second place. Big fan of that. Harrison's give you a bit hard done by them because they've probably been one of the most consistent teams all throughout the day, and they finish in third.
Kiriachi there and default. I'm just looking at those, looking at the increase in placement. Massive 29 place increase up towards that 19th place right there. That is absolutely fantastic for this team. They're a team that definitely needed it as well. We talked about it earlier. They placed outside of that round 4 qualification last week. This week needed to be big, and clearly that last game was something big as well.
I mean, it's Kiriashi, man. Like, I miss the days when everybody had Yashi 32 at the end of their name, you know? Like, really, this is that guy. And Defo as well is a top player, someone who's, you know, sort of always shown moments where you thought, wow, this guy is, you know, one of the better players out there. But it's good to see them back doing well here in FNCS.
All right, then, based on the performances you've seen in the qualifiers so far, whose name is going to be at the end of everyone else's name when we come back for the semi-finals, Levin?
So this is the person who's already done it, Cal Marius, man. He's on top of the world right now. If you ask TikTok who they think the best player in the world is, what are they going to tell you? Marius Cal. So, Mongrel's second to Marius right now, at least, for now. For now. Yeah.
That upper bracket lobby is going to resemble a full-on paddock.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, whatever that means, Mum.
Yeah, it's gonna.
That's it's a field where you keep livestock.
Don't know what that is.
Oh gosh.
Don't know.
We're Fortnite players.
Oh gosh. Okay. Judging by the qualifiers, do you think that Pink and Vico can actually kind of keep up this consistency we've seen? Because obviously when it comes to these lobbies that we've seen in the qualifiers, they are very different to when we had the set lobbies, when we had the upper bracket and the lower bracket in the semi-finals. So obviously I would love to see them finally win an FNCS major together. But I mean, there's just no guarantees, mini minor.
Yeah, there isn't. And they're that sort of team that will pop off at certain moments, particularly at the beginning of the season. They've done it in the past. And Levin, it just doesn't seem to carry over into that grand finals. I think the lack of experience of actually going all the way in a grand finals for both of those players, I think definitely plays its part. And just the way that, particularly last season, when it was that forecast tower fight at the beginning of the game that really threw a few spanners in the works to this team. If things are a little bit different here, though, they could have that confidence, hopefully carry that into the semi-finals and, of course, hopefully the grand finals.
Yeah, Frankie.
Well, if you would like to know, I'm so sorry. No, I love it when I hit the nail on the head. Please, continue.
No, you got me.
No,
we're not giving you your praise. No praise for you, Frankie. You carry on.
That's what I was gunning for, because I never get praise, and so I thought you were going to say something nice about me. Can you just try that again?
I was just going to say, you hit the nail on the head in that these lobbies compared to a set lobby, very, very different game. And I think a lot of players express that. So what Pink and V could do in those set lobbies as we head towards grand finals will be, you know, the real tell for whether or not they'll be able to win this season.
Gosh, it's like I won an esports award. I love it. If you guys at home would like to know who's going to be competing in our upper bracket and who's going to be competing in our lower bracket, then do keep your eyes on the official FNCS website, because that's where the leaderboard will be posted, this season leaderboard, I should clarify, because we've already, of course, shown you the standings. So do check that out, keep your eyes peeled, and we will be able to tell you very soon who has made it to those all-important semi-finals. That's going to be 3 days of action coming up for you in May, because our players, they do get a couple of weeks off to just practice, to scrim, to work really, really hard and get their stats and everything refined for those all-important semi-finals. I'm curious to know where Murstache and Malabuka came, if they're going to have to fight through the lower bracket. So I'm definitely going to be going to the website later on to find out what's going to be happening. Mini Minor, any surprises from the Duo's performances today? Any dark horses you're expecting to do well at the semi-finals now?
At the beginning of the show, I talked about Janus and Flixie. You know, they were the team that won the second qualifier today. They didn't. Last season, I mean, they didn't win it today, right? So it was one of those where it's like, what's going on? Where's the script? Are we just going to throw the script out the window now? I was expecting Janus and Flixie to win, but no, I think I was kind of surprised that Pink and Vico did it again, right? I think it shows a lot of maturity from this team. For me, that's the biggest surprise for the day.
Yeah, those guys are playing well. I'd have to say, in terms of dark horses, Frankie, big shout out to my guy, Coach Harry, because he put me on, man. Haris and Skivvy, not enough people are bigging these guys up. They might have been the most consistent team throughout this season so far. When you're just looking at all the cash cups, you know, even performance evals, just every event, they're just always up there in the leaderboards, man. These guys are so good, and they don't get enough praise. So hopefully we see them continue that.
But I'm looking forward to seeing Nathan and CZB. I think they're definitely a duo to watch. We've seen so many fantastic performances over the last couple of weeks. I can barely contain myself for the semi-finals. And for you guys at home, if you want to see more Fortnite action, do stick around because the North American competition is coming up on stream shortly. But for now, thank you so much to Takata, to Jacob PR, to 11-2K and Mini Miner. I've been Frankie Ward. And please sound that horn.
Not again.
Good night.
Que me van a dar un trancazo, creo. Te lo dije. Yo silenciando, quitándole el muteo del stream. Buenas tardes, chicos. Y no se oye hostia nada hasta que yo no ponga el audio aquí.
Con tetas.
¿Cómo?
¿Por qué no hacen un stream desnudo?
¿Por qué tú no te me pasas tu eso y yo lo hago?
¿Mi
¿Qué
qué?
come mierda? ¿Cómo vas a hacer esa pendejada? ¿Qué te pasa?
Sí, bro. Pero no hablo en Twitch. Mira, ya se gastó toda la barra.
Mira, yo necesito escopeta para matarte.
No, no es eso. Tú-
Yo no necesito escopeta para matarte.
No, yo entiendo porque tú spameas.
Pero igual no necesito escopeta para matarte. Me gasté toda la bala. Mira qué tonto, gastaste toda la bala.
Siempre.
Me dijiste decir eso, me dijiste.
Todas tus kills son nada fusiles. No es nada nuevo para mí.
No. Pero no necesito escopeta para matarte y te eliminé. No necesito para matarte, loco. Y te despingué todo. ¿Qué más quieres?
Pero tú sabes que matar así es fácil.
Fácil, no, sí, para mí no. Porque yo estoy acostumbrado a matarte con escopeta. Pero yo pensé que me ibas a matar.
Ah, tú tendrás a matarme con fusil, weón.
Y no me has dado un puto tiro, tío. Qué vergüenza.
¡Ay, cabrón! No, puta, yo hice fusil.
Qué manco eres, brother. Da asco.
Ojo. Yo me
Da
curo
asco,
rico.
tío.
Yo me curo rico y hermoso.
Nadie ha dicho eso. Cúrate, dale. Yo te voy a dejar... Es más, yo te voy a permitir que lo hagas. Ahí, huye, huye.
Oye, que con la que está de rato, qué raro. Dios.
Que tienes que estar... Tienes un miedo, tío, que tienes que estar huyendo.
Madre de supervivencia.
Mira, mira, mira.
¿Y qué bajaste? Mira lo que le cuesta, lo que dice que bajar que le cuesta un montonazo.
Estoy nervioso, estoy nervioso.
¡Wow! ¡Corre, corre, corre! Tú se te ganas impulso y pensé que te vas aquí. O sea, what?
Y te di 27, ¿viste?
Pero no es nada, bro. Me
No es nada.
mi escudo ya. Tengo otra vez lag. Mira lo que le cuesta matarme, así que para...
O a ti, que yo te o a ti.
No, yo no sé, yo no sé nada, nada de nada.
¿Yo qué culpa tengo? Es que te estoy... No das ni un tiro, tío. Da asco.
Tampoco. Mi pregunta es, Carlos, ¿a cuánto ya estás?
A 200, Iván. No me has quitado nada.
Y no me puedes matar, ¿no?
Ni tú tampoco me puedes matar. Tú te estás huyendo.
Pero yo tuviera
Tú quieres, Iván, lo que tú quieres es darme un trancazo. ¿Entiendes?
Si yo tuviera 200 y tú tuvieras la vida que me tengo hace rato.
Pero Iván, ese eres tú. Yo no quiero matarte todavía, Iván. ¿Por qué tengo que matarte cuando tú
No,
quieres?
es que no puedes.
Está bien, es verdad, tienes toda la razón. Entonces sí, no hay problema con eso. No hay problema con eso.
Me metiendo lag, qué rabia. No, méteme la raya.
Entonces sí que tienes problemas de internet.
Siempre, bro. Yo tengo siempre.
Nada, máteme. Pero que salí para que lo hiciera porque si no, no vas a matar más nunca. Sí, Van, si lo hice por eso. A mí me da lo mismo que tú me mates, yo sé quién soy yo.
Te pasó por spamearte.
No, si yo tuviera spameado, te hubiera descargado todo.
Te pasó por spamearte. Te pasó por spamearte. Por spamearte. Rata,
Iván, si es aquí. Si esa skin yo la recupero en 2 minutos, Iván.
A ver, inténtalo. Inténtalo, ¿qué pasó? Ya está pasando un tiempo.
Oye, no. En 2 minutos todavía no ha pasado ni 1 minuto, Iván.
Sí, pero está corriendo tiempo. Tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tac. No, qué mal.
¿Y por qué es falso?
Oh, que se repite el sirio. No, no, no. No. Tic tac, te paso un minuto. Tic tac. Tic tac. Tic tac. Tic tac.
¿Por qué estás huyendo? ¿Por qué huyes, rata?
No, tic tac, tic tac, tic tac. Tic tac, tic tac. Tic tac, tic tac, tic tac. Tic tac, tic tac. ¡Oh, me conviene! ¡Qué rabia! ¡Pinche chaval!
Ay, Dios mío.
¡Mango!
Pero pasaste tu trabajo para matarme de la hostia.
No,
No, sí, Iván, me pasaste trabajo, Iván. No, 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 no. Yo pedí mis 2 minutos, pero tú te pasaste más de 5 para poder hacer algo.
te recupero aquí y no la recuperas y yo no te vale. Primero tienes que hablar y después hacerlo. Primero tienes que hacerlo.
Sí.
No, no, ¿qué hay? What? ¿Si la haces aquí? Qué mariconcito.
$14,000.
Qué cagada, bro. ¿Por qué la cago tanto?
¿Yo qué culpa tengo? A ver.
No, yo me estoy quedando ahí
A ver.
Porque la cagué.
¿Yo qué culpa tengo?
Sigue, pues sigue. ¿Qué pasó?
Estoy buscando delante de tu cara.
Oh. ¿Sí? Sí, ¿qué culpa tengo?
Mira.
Ay, pues
Sumite que siga, yo sigo.
ese transitazo se lo fallé. Qué suerte.
Ay, qué suerte, qué suerte. Si no fuera por la puntería.
¡No! sí me gusta empingarlo.
Tienes que lanzarla toda, tío. Toda tienes que lanzarla.
¿Qué van a hacer?
¿Qué vas a hacer? No puedes hacer nada si estás tocadísimo.
Y yo no sé, yo qué culpa tengo de estar tocado.
¿Y yo qué culpa tengo que tú lo estés?
Entonces todo y no me mata.
¿Y para qué tú quieres que te sea tan rápido las penas? A la rata hay que dejarla sufrir primero. Qué manco es, brother. Ahí me quedo. Apuro no tengo. Apuro no tengo, cha. Ya voy para 4 horas stream. Salió un alerta que alguien dejó su like. Gracias por el like, pero no pude ver quién dejó su like. Gracias a esa personita linda que dejó su like. Tendré que aumentar las alertas.
Mira cómo atraviesa la puta bala. Qué rabia de juego.
¿Todo para eso?
Y eso mismo te digo yo, brother. ¿Tanto,
No, solo apareció. Oh, nice.
tanto te costó, brother. Tanto te costó.
Pero fue tan fácil también a la vez porque mira, saltaste.
Dice que en 2 minutos iba a regresar.
No, eso fue en la otra. No empiece, que eso fue en la otra. En la otra, no, Infre. En la otra no pude, pero esta sí.
No me estoy hablando de eso, bro.
Ah, ya. ¡No!
Sigue cambiando, que a mí me gusta.
Me confié.
Sigue, ¿qué pasó? La verdad es que
Gracias por ese like, que no pude ver quién mierda dio ese like, tío.
Bro, ¿por qué hice eso, Carlos?
Porque no pude ver quién dio el like y la alerta salió y no me fijé.
No, dije, ¿quién mierda dio ese las detrás?
No me fijé qué mierda que no pude fijarme por ese like, tío. Déjame
No,
mentir.
dije, ¿quién mierda dio ese las?
No dije eso.
Sí,
Es que esa alerta la acabo de configurar el día de hoy y no...
no, claro, no te contás. Mira. Mira. No.
¡Mira! Ya recuperé las 2 kills, así sencillito. Se llama Junior. Gracias, Junior, por tu like en Facebook, loco. Perdóname por no ver...
Carlos.
Dime. Voy a arreglar esa alerta ahora. Déjame terminar con esto, tío. ¡Qué rico! ¡Qué rico! Iván calladito tenía que haber estado, ¿no?
No, ¿por qué?
3 veces ya te estoy matando hasta con crece, brother.
Felicidades, bro.
Yo soy un pro, loco. Yo soy un pro. A ver, vamos a arreglar un momentico las alertas. Yo creo que voy a... Chuta madre, Iván, déjame arreglar las alertas, brother. No seas maricón, hacer.
No, yo tengo que matarte para que te quedes arriba.
Hola, el gamer, ¿cómo estás, brother? No seas maricón, hacer. Déjame arreglar esa alerta, brother. ¿Sabes que no? Que estoy configurando alerta ahí. Ya, cógelo.
120, caso.
Hola, gamer, ¿cómo estás, mi brother? Saludo.
Qué rico.
Ya, déjame arreglar las alertas, Iván, por favor, ¿sí? Tenga la amabilidad. No me va a dejar. Ok, no hay problema.
Ay,
Me voy para arriba. Es que no me deja arreglar la alerta.
ay, Dios.
Ya. Esperen un ratico, chicos. Seguimos en la acción. Déjame arreglar las alertas un momento. Chuta madre. Ya me quedo aquí atrás. Ni Dios me baja.
Uy, Carlos, no digas eso.
No. Supers.
Así.
Star. Line. A ver, line. Es que no hay ni la letra, fíjense. Claro, con razón. Es que no escuché las aletas. Déjame ver las alertas. Espérame. Pero no sonó así, pero tengo que ver porque no sonó mi corazón. Mostrar todo. No sonó. Hola, mi vida. Se levantó la princesa de papi. ¿Se siente bien? ¿Por qué? ¿No pudo dormir? ¿Y eso? No suenan las alertas. Ya creo que sé por qué no suena. Pero bueno, debería sonar. Una alerta suena. Dime, mi amor. ¿Vas con mamá? Vaya. Hay que escuchar porque el OBS está ahí, se está escuchando. Ahí salió las alertas. Pero ¿y por qué no suenas? Déjame probar de nuevo. Ahora sí. Ya. Ahora sí. ¿Me diste la rata? Esperándome. Dios mío, déjame tranquilo, bro. No, yo no la escuché porque yo tengo las aletas que suenen, pero como esa la puse diferente en Pilot. Qué linda está, ¿sabes? No me protegerme porque esto es una ratilla.
Qué juego de mierda.
¿Qué pasó?
¿Qué por qué tan lejos?
No voy a comer, mi amor. Así es la solución. Mira, ya se bugueó. Ta. Tengo que salir. Ya, a ver. Dios, qué farso este juego.
Si igual juego era mejor.
Me desconcentré unos segundos, chicos.
Sí. Ahora me concentraba, dale. Mira, yo no digo nada. Que me lo ya porque hay que ver.
Pero bueno, son 2 veces nada más que me han eliminado así de fácil.
No, yo no me cago, no digo nada.
Ve, ahí está, yo sabía que el sonido estaba bugueado, mira. No. Escucha el sonido. Tengo que salirme. No. Yo sabía que este sonido estaba bugueado, se me bugueó ahora. Literal se bugueó. ¿Tuve que salir?
Yo te fui porque soy más pro.
¿Qué eres más pro? ¿Qué hablas? Estás mal con eso de pro. Te va a dar una cosa. Ay, todavía no tengo el ala. Hay que seguir haciendo misiones de avatar. Ya regreso un chiquito. Voy a ver una cosa en la cocina.
El día cuando sale en 15 horas, bro. Los nuevos.
Mañana, pero no tenemos corriente.
Estar un rato aquí. Buen día, Oliva. Yo aquí me siento mal. Porque siento
¿Por qué?
como dolor de cabeza.
¿En serio?
¿Sí sabes de qué te hablo,
Sí.
Iván? Por eso. Dice Iván. No, no, no. Iván te digo que es por la alergia que mi abu me pasó a mí.
¿En serio?
Por eso cuando vengas para acá, nos vamos a ver desde lejos. Porque creo que otra vez me va a dar. Iván, ¿sabes qué? Que me da la alergia por el frío. Ja, 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 ja. Oh, no. Es que Iván, mi casa es... Ya pues me pasó a mí. Y por eso Iván me dio la gripe. Otro día.
A comer,
Papi.
que papá hizo.
Papá, aquí. Ja, ja, ja.
A ver. Dice Ninfasa que estás triste. ¿Por qué estás triste, Ninfasa? ¿Qué pasó? Ahora te mejores, pequeña Nati. ¿Qué habrá dicho? ¿Qué dijiste? ¿Estaba enferma?
Sí.
A ver, Ninfasa, no te pongas triste. Natasha no está enferma.
No creo, en serio.
¿Cómo se atreve, Chuchu? Quería escuchar a Nati. Siga, Nati, quiere seguir hablando contigo.
Ya.
Espérame, Iván, espérame.
Mi fasa me dio gripe por el viento. Y ayer nos mojamos por la lluvia. Y papá me dio esa chompita gruesa. ¿Sí sabes la que te hablo? Esa negrita. La que tenía aquí una calita. Esa. ¿Qué dice?
No, maldito viento, dice Ninfasa.
Me hiciste reír.
Chicos, donen para poder comprar otra cámara.
Papi, ¿cómo se- No para poner así.
Ya sigue diciendo, ¿cómo se atreve ese viento? Lo odio, dice Ninfasa. Ya llevamos 4 horas de stream, chicos. 4 increíbles horas de stream. Bueno, despídete, Nati, que vas a almorzar, ¿no?
Chau, ni falta que voy a almorzar. ¿Qué dice?
Jacqueline, no hay presa para todo el mundo, amor.
Ni falta-
Yo quisiera, y si le doy
Yo
la
voy
mía,
a comer
yo me
pollo con arroz y unas papitas.
¿Qué hizo papá? ¿Una papita o no? ¿Está rico? ¿Quedó rico o no quedó rico?
Sí tiene papitas.
Ah, ya. Bueno, chicos, Nati va a almorzar. Seguimos. Sí, papá cocinó hoy. La mamá anda enferma de la cansancio y del periodo menstrual. Papá tuvo que cocinar. Dice, yo comí igual, pero mis papas son cocidas.
Mis papas, mis pasas son estritas como un chip.
Papi no hizo chifle.
Gracias por esos likes, mi gente. Mira bien. Seguimos. Sí, chicos, cociné. A ver, miren cómo hice el pollo para que vayan aprendiendo, ¿no? La gente que no saben cocinar, los que son mancos cocinando. Sellé un poquito el pollo para que los jugos del pollo no queden secos. Él dice Nifasa. El esposo ideal. Después que se... Dime, Iván, ¿vas a comer?
No, detenieron a Yuka.
¿A quién?
A Yuka, uno de los líderes de...
Ah, ¿lo detenieron? ¿O lo detuvieron?
Fue detenido.
Ya estoy aquí, Iván. ¿Dónde estás, tío?
Ah, qué rabia. Tú estás esperando para disparar en el aire. Qué rata.
¿Yo qué culpa tengo a hacer? Mira. Ay, que no cogí arma. Ay, Dios mío. No cogí arma. No puede ser, acostumbrado. No cogí arma. Pailas.
No creo, claro. Eso sí perdóname, pero eso es de ciego y de man.
No cogí arma, brother. Ya ni modo.
¿Estabas bien conversando?
Sí, déjale.
Te hubiera matado a pico.
No cogí arma.
Te hubiera matado a pico.
Eres muy manco para eso, Iván. Eres muy manco para eso.
Te voy a dedicar una canción. A ver si...
O sea, quería pelear a picos. Bueno, deberíamos haber peleado a picos, pero a él le falta huevito para eso.
No, si me hubiera dicho sí, no.
No.
Pero yo te mato.
Tú no me matas, Iván. Tú no haces nada de eso. Si mi mujer te mata en Fortnite, esperemos para lo demás.
Mira, esa es la arma que spamea.
No, yo spameo con una sola que me confundí de arma porque como están aquí en las armas malas. No seas rata, Iván.
Ay, Dios. Bendito sea el día que trolea carne.
Tú eres muy manco, Iván. Deja el titaje, Natacha, aterriza. Tuvo que spamear para matarme, ¿no?
Sí, ahora sí spamear. Porque se me acabaron las balas. Manco.
Iván Calderón está viendo. Dame un like, Iván, a ver si se refleja el like. Y comparte el directo para que tú oigas la canción que puse de compartir.
No, pero mi Facebook es paila, bro. O sea, yo no tengo ni amigos.
No importa, comparte normal, comparte en tu perfil de noticias.
Pero no tengo amigos. Solo tengo a 5. A ti, a Loki. Y a como a 5, te lo juro.
Mi
Ah,
madre.
pero es que desde que me banearon Facebook ya. Ya Facebook perdió.
Contigo.
No radio. Mira, brother.
Uy, qué rico.
Pensé que
Nati tiene que comer toda la comida. No es gratis. Todo cuesta.
¿Viste lo que dice mi casa?
Déjale normal. Muy manco.
Qué rabia. Bro, porque te quise matar con Franco.
No puedes, Iván. No puedes a Franco.
A no, ya, por así decirlo, no.
Y no olvides tomar agüita. Dice Nifas.
A ver, claro, voy a compartir a ver si te parece.
Bueno, voy a bajar para que no digas que yo.
¿Te apareció, Carlos? Yo compartí.
Espérate, eso demora.
Carlos.
Espérate, Iván. No has saltado.
El jueves y el viernes no hubo clase.
Dime, Iván, no has saltado.
Carlos, te muteaste.
No me muteé, brother. No.
Carlos.
Dime. El disco
No,
se...
te mutea.
No, el disco se bugueó. Ya, ¿me escucha ahora?
Te saliste, bro.
¿Y por qué tú dices que me muteé?
Quédate troleé, bro.
Bueno. A ti te hace...
Tranquilo por eso.
Papá, ¿sabes que hay una...
Él no me da, bro. Yo creo que la suerte que tiene. Y se cree pro. Y tiene una putería ese puto manco de dinero.
¿No compartiste?
Si compartí, mira mi Facebook.
No.
Checa mi perfil. Checa mi perfil.
No me salió la notificación compartir.
Y yo qué culpa tengo, checa mi perfil, ahí sale de duda. Checa mi perfil. Checa mi perfil, checa el ratón. Ahora me dice mentiroso, ¿ah? Ahora me dice mentiroso.
Yo compartí, tampoco me lanzo.
Checa mi perfil, güey. Entonces no me digas perfil. No me digas mentiroso.
No, yo no estoy siendo mentiroso. Jamás.
Sí, sí. Puta rata, bro.
Pero ¿y qué culpa tengo yo que no te cubra? Las paredes existen. Bueno, cuando las puedes poner.
No se le anexo.
¡Qué rico! Abrió para darle. Manco. Espérate que la...
Pensé que
que-
estabas jugando, bro.
no sé, no me está compartiendo. A ver, ¿por qué no me está saliendo las alertas de compartir? Ya, para que... A ver... Support, like, share. Están activadas las alertas.
Entonces.
No, pero no sé por qué no son.
Y a ti no te quita alcance si tú compartes.
No, no me quita alcance.
Siendo administrador.
No creo.
Porque yo antes, yo era moderador de un...
Sí. Ve, sí salió la notificación, pero... Comparte a ver ahora, Iván, porque está habilitar las alertas. No sé por qué no salió.
¿Es un perfil, ¿verdad? ¿Otra vez?
Sí, a ver si sale, porque a mí no tampoco me salió las alertas, no es a ti solo.
Pero ya compartí 2 veces, ya como...
No, fallé. A ver, Fanny dejó su like. Gracias, Fanny, por ese like y el directico. El like sí está, porque no sé por qué compartí, no sé por qué no sale.
No sé si salió.
Sí, el like sí salió. Pero... No.
Qué raro. Se me curé.
¿Qué te curaste, Iván? Te acabo de bajar toda la vida.
¡Qué rata! ¡Qué ramera!
¿Ya terminé?
¿Dónde está esta acá?
Compartan, chicos. Compartan. ¡No! Creo que es el primer...
Te lo juro. Ni te saliste. Yo creo que este juego yo no me tengo que fijar en...
Sí, ¿no?
Porque yo me confío, bro. Yo estoy natural. No, yo ya está en mi hora de escopeta.
Gracias por ese like, infasa. Ese pollo huele riquísimo a hacer, Yo no lo había ni probado.
Mira, mira, ¿cómo me da?
¿Y cómo te mato?
Es bromeando, voy a ser sincero, bro. Esto es normal. Te digo el...
¿Y cómo te mato? Así de rico, de sabroso. De nice.
normal, practicarlo. Matar a spamear es normal.
Claro, esa es una técnica normal de Fortnite, bro. Uy, qué trancazo, qué trancazo.
No, esto es tan fácil, bro, para mí.
¿Ya terminó Natacha a comer?
Es muy malo, bro.
No, estoy viendo a mi hija, brother.
No. Es un juego ahorita, dale. Ahorita el sniper fue hace rato. ¡Qué rico!
¿Te gustó? Yo sabía, por eso lo hice.
Todo me encantó.
Ay, mi madre. Ay, mi madre. Está bugueado el sonido de nuevo. Puta mierda. Mira para eso. Qué manco, brother. Qué manco, brother. Nati sabía que a vencer los gripes se debe comer todos los alimentos.
Al comer pollito.
Bueno, escuchen el sonido. Está muy alto, tío. Sigue muy alto el sonido.
Te ensucian la mano. Ay, ¿cómo es la ropa? ¿Quieres?
De nuevo, hacer.
No tiene sentido. Tenés que apretar su mano.
¿Y yo con dos te moriste? ¿Qué culpa tengo yo?
¡Qué rico!
Que eso sí te gustó, ¿verdad?
Mira, si solo vas a comer esto.
Lo bueno es que no viene.
Y el sonido lo tengo bullón.
Te la
¡Qué rico! Dios, Iván lleva una racha de pérdida.
No, ahora sí me va a matar como 2 veces.
Uy, se cayó el nervio,
No, nervio, porque quiero volver a hacer este. Mira.
Dale, ven.
Sí, ven. Ay, me quita la cabeza.
Iván se quemó ahí.
Güey, pero bueno, yo te paso con la nada y escúchame.
Y eso que tengo el sonido bugueado, me voy a salir ya. Molesta el sonido ese, tío. Oye, el stream.
Mira, ¿qué quieres?
No te quise dar, Iván, tampoco te voy a matar así al descaro, ya te he humillado bastante, brother. No me ha dado ni un tiro.
No te contó.
No contó. Vaya compartiendo el directo a ver si las alertas de compartir salen. Porfas. Ay, mira dónde estaba. Yo buscándote. Es que el sonido no me deja ver. Literal.
No te dejas ver, te dejas escuchar, brother.
Sí, pero cuando tú escuchas, miras. Aprende, niño, aprende. Mira. Me salgo. Me salgo, no, así no se puede. El sonido ese no me deja. ¿Está rico? Voy a entrar ya. ¿Vas a comer?
No.
Ah, lo entendí. Papá. Ya, Jacqueline, te tira la comida. Si está, no va a comer ya, pero no puede comer más nada porque ya está llena, ¿no? ¿Tú estás llena? Ah. ¿Por qué estás comiendo con la mano? ¿Acaso no es cuchara? El ping está altísimo, 95. Uy, casi me lanzo sin arma. Casi me lanzo.
Carlos, ese es el pin que yo siempre juego.
Ño.
Siéntame.
Casi,
Es el pin.
casi me lanzo. Casi me lanzo sin arma.
¿Crossplay o no?
¿Tú compartiste?
Carlos.
En el YouTube de lo que siempre tiene el dos.
Sí, dime, Iván.
El juego de Polo. ¿Es crossplay?
Sí, sí, va a salir moderno, creo.
No, es crossplay. 76.
Sí, ¿qué pasa?
¿O no?
No termina. ¿Qué quieres que
No sé, Iván, ¿qué me estás hablando, tío?
vos traes cuando se come todo? Porque ahorita no avanzas, entonces no te entra nada más.
Eso es lo que entendemos nosotros, Natacha. Lo entendemos
Pues
así.
yo no me llené, yo voy a comer el cafecito con un pan. Uy, ¿por qué se repite lo que yo dije?
Porque estás hablando por el micrófono y estás hablando alto.
Ay, Dios.
Ay,
Todo el mundo te escucha ahí en el chat.
Ya, el Galín retira la comida y por la tarde se la come. Es que hablaste alto y yo no tengo activado los filtros. Yo tengo activados los filtros, pero no los tengo tan... Pero baja el volumen, Jacqueline, porque me molesta. No tienes que oír. No tienes que repetir. La cosa se viene a buguear ahora, Dios mío.
No he comido nada. Dale un pollo.
Ya, Iván, ¿estás ahí?
El pollo no me quiero que te comas. Hoy esto es jugoso.
A ver si abra.
Ya viene.
De bebé como comías.
¿Cómo?
Carlos, tenía un random.
¿Se unió un random? Sí. Bótalo, sácalo, porque si no habla, sácalo. Bótalo. Si no habla, bótalo, sácalo.
Mucho menos pena.
Ah, se unió el bugarroncito de Beto. Ah, ya.
El maricón.
No, yo no dije eso. No te pases, Iván, que Beto no le puede faltar el respeto, que Beto es mayor que tú. Tiene mayor edad. No, Beto es mayor que tú, Iván, ¿qué hablas?
Mayores de edad, dijiste.
Sí, no, mayor que tú. De edad es mayor que tú.
Anito come todo.
Acabo de decir mayores de edad.
Claro, con fuerza.
Chicas que me llamaron.
¿Quién te preguntó? La paja.
Pinta que si tienes
O buscar a su bugarroncito.
Vete la paja normal, bro. No vergüenza. Es con lo que no me está olvidando.
vas a ver a tu amiga.
no quiero.
Pero Iván, si jugamos con Beto ahora sí partida, vamos a perder, ¿no?
No sé, bro, es decisión tuya si vete.
Pero bueno, pero también Beto puede ser como cuando cogemos a Dani, que sea nuestro nuestra carnadita. Carnadita. Carnadita como los serranos que hablan así diminutivo.
Claro, ¿cómo se dice?
¿Cómo se dice qué? ¿Cómo se dice que Iván habla?
Espérate, déjame hablar.
Ay, no, Iván, no. Me parece de lo último.
¿Quién es Junior Channel?
Junior Channel. ¿Que dio un like?
O el video, dice.
No sé, debe ser un seguidor. Que dio un like.
Espera.
El Lucky todavía no termina de comer, ¿no? Eso no lo hagas. No, no, ya nada, Jacqueline. No lo hagas. Ella tiene mano. Ella es una niña chiquita de meses que se le daba la comida. Por eso no avanza nunca en la vida. No sé, dile al patrón de Iván a ver si él dice que sí, le hacemos partida. Si no, seguimos.
Dígame.
Al patrón tuyo.
Pero tú sabes conjugar verbos.
¿Conjugar verbo? No entiendo eso que está diciendo, Iván.
Conjugar verbos.
Ah, conjugar verbos sí, no conjugar verbo.
Juegos. No, verbos.
Sí.
Tú puedes conjugar el dimicular.
No sé. Qué manco.
Juégalo, a ver.
¿Cómo? Es que me hablas muy lejos, Iván. No te doy traducir. Estoy con el juego y no.
Conjugar verbos.
Sí, eso sí te entendí, Iván. ¿Qué me estabas diciendo después?
Que conjuegue. Tú me trabas, ¿no?
Entonces tú no sabes, a ti no te enseñaron conjugar verbo.
No, entonces conjuega tú el verbo dimicular, porque es un verbo.
No sé. Pásamelo ahí para yo decirte a ver lo que me estás diciendo. Si se puede o no. Bueno, vamos a jugar Iván partida. Vamos a jugar partida porque pero el Beto está esperando. Después se pone intenso. Y después dice que mi novio Iván no deja jugar con nadie y toda esa vaina. Sí, porque Beto es un garroncito así.
No, y le digo vinagre, es un garroncito.
Burragoncito y no dices más nada.
A todos les gusta.
Conjuega el Beto. No, ahí dice verbo, Beto, no dice verbo, no sacar el... espera que me escribieron. No, espera un momentico, Iván. No dice verbo, Iván. Mira, me escribieron un número extraño. Hola. Mer Pedro Garza, ni sé quién es.
O si quieres que te saques de la partida o yo te voy a vencer.
Escucha.
Oh, me quedé un gringo.
¿Qué te puso?
En WhatsApp. Dice,
Ey, estás comiendo y mira quién está delante.
Fortnite.
¿No será la chica bonita esa, la jevita tuya canadiense?
No, dice, oye, supongo que tu cuenta de Fortnite vale mucho.
No vuelvas a hacer eso.
Dice,
Si vuelves a hacer eso
un pan para...
con mi pasar.
un hacker.
Sí, un hacker. Es que tú dijiste que la cuenta tuya, no sé.
Iván, si tú la sacas de la partida, yo te voy a vencer con una sola mano.
Muy manco, Iván. Muy manco, Iván. Ah, busca ya, cambia ya.
¿En serio quiere que le juegue en serio?
Bueno, trata.
Verás.
Así dice arriba.
Tú le estás diciendo.
¿De qué manera? ¿De qué manera?
O sea,
Mira,
Iván no es
¡No! ¡Qué manco fui! ¡Qué manco lo digo! ¡Qué manco!
no vuelvas a hacerle.
No, Beto se quiere parecer a mí también, ¿puede ser?
qué malo,
No, pero yo no soy bugarrón como Beto, no, no.
te lo juro.
Yo no soy bugarrón como Beto, no. Ya, Iván, ya, última partida, me ganaste, me matas, me ganas. Y estaba... No, para jugar ya partida, Iván, para jugar partida, pues. Qué trancazo, te dije en el aire. Qué trancazo. Y ahí Beto vino con buen ánimo. Ya parece que comió, le dieron la... Se hizo lo que tú dijiste, Iván, que se hizo. Ya, baila.
Ya.
Dice
La Manuela.
la palabra.
Que tú eres manco. Yo no soy manco. Tú eres manco.
Dale, Iván, tú eres el líder.
¿Escuchaste?
Déjame invitar a Beto, ¿no? Porque hasta Beto cerró el juego y se fue a hacer. Qué manco. Iván, ¿y qué rute? ¿Pusiste los dos rutes o pusiste uno solo de internet nada más?
No, pues el original, brother. Si con el router que te emite no sirve.
No, es que tiene que poner el cable re. Bueno, no tiene. No entiendo. Ya te mandaré otro cable re entonces. No te preocupes. Por eso.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué con el R?
Para que un cable más chiquito te puedo mandar.
Hello.
No entiendo, bro.
No, ni entiendo tampoco.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. ¿Cómo?
Espérate que tengo que poner acá el celular. Que se me murió.
No, eso no es.
¿Estaba rico el pollo?
Estaba rico, solo o te olvidaste o no pusiste ajo.
No, bueno, igual la no puedo hacerlo tan fuerte. Es que estás con las cosas de ayer del picante ese, no.
Sí, suave.
Debe ser con una sola mano.
Para el gigante, Dios lo tuvo entrena. Los dos son.
Ya soñó el manco.
No.
Bueno, es que Beto no dijo nada como lo defendiste. Porque estaba silenciado el micrófono. Jacqueline defendiendo al Beto, que no lo joda más. Qué bestia.
15 grados.
15 grados.
¿Dónde caemos, muchachitas?
Muchacha, vete. Ca, 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 ca.
Que lo puedo comer.
Escríbele un mensaje a tío. Y dice, tío, verá, a mí me hace falta que usted termine lo que escriba. Si no, Carlos va a tomar esto con legalidad. Va a ir al ámbito legal porque le estás estafando.
No te besaré con una sola mano. Ajá.
Dígame. Ve.
Puta madre.
A mí las niñas se parecen bastante.
Te vamos a tener una oportunidad.
Tal.
Marca.
Dime.
Porque tú escuchas a Betty.
Vamos a hacer el piso.
No, si Beto es gilipollas, ¿quién le va a escuchar?
Claro, comencemos, por favor.
No te preocupes. Es que Jacqueline te está defendiendo, loco. ¿Te fijaste? La Jacqueline te está...
A ver. Y usted no está celoso.
Yo celoso, Jacqueline, ¿cuándo me he puesto celoso contigo? Nunca en la vida me he puesto celoso, yo no soy celoso.
No,
Tú
que
lo
tú
dices.
tienes que celoso notar, güey.
Pueden preguntarle, Jacqueline, acércate, mi amor, para que les diga. Ellos no quieren creer. ¿Yo me he puesto, te he llamado algún numerito de celo? Jamás.
Tú lo que tú dices, claro.
Sí, Carlos.
Ay,
No, ¿en serio?
Digamos, difícil que creer.
Bueno, ¿qué más les toca?
Ni va.
Ustedes pueden ser
Ya cállate la boca, Beto, que hablas mierda.
Mira, me cae porque
pueden ser mis
Me caes mal,
hijos.
Beto, me caes mal.
Dile que pueden ser mis hijos.
estoy muerto.
Muérete más todavía.
Mejor que no es gay.
Entonces, Beto. Es que Beto...
Tengo que poner las cosas en su lugar.
No, tú tienes amor.
Aquí hay un hijo de la gran... Yo no marqué.
Uy, tengo un tiro. No tengo balas. Tengo armas. No, esto marqué ya. No, qué mal.
El primero que...
No.
Yo no marqué.
Ya lo marcó, que bien no cayó ahí. No rabia.
Sí, no marcaba ahorita.
A la muerte no acompaña a la gente.
Espérate.
Hoy.
Me estoy curando. ¿Y al Beto lo mataron?
Sí, ya
Ya.
todos nos salimos caros. Sí, salió ya me avisaron.
¿Y por qué?
Pues nos mataron, güey.
Tú vas a tener que
No mames, güey. ¿Por qué son tan ratas? Yo estoy vivo, loco. ¿Qué rata?
eres mal compañero, güey.
No, Iván, yo me estoy curando. Mira, estoy vivito y coleando. No, ustedes son muy pendejos. Bueno, muy cobarde, quiero decir.
No, ni que fueras
Sí.
tú, bro. Pues no vas a pelear con hay gente.
No, si estoy eliminando a una tía que estaba aquí al lado. Es que eres muy manco, Iván, en serio. Ya eres peor que el Beto, peor que el Dani, peor que el Lucky, peor que todos hacer. No.
Antes de empezar la partida te dije, voy a comer y no me escuchas. Pero si tú eres sordo, soy ya.
No, es que ¿cómo te voy a escuchar, hijover? ¿Cómo te voy a escuchar? Tú vas a comer, yo también, entonces. Y ya. Voy a comer. El Beto seguro que ya comió, por eso se
Te
fue.
dije antes de empezar la partida, te
Sí, sé que me dijiste, Iván.
no,
Te estoy probando.
Beto es maricón.
Beto, maricón, te está oyendo. Te está oyendo.
Guarro.
Vete a la mierda, güey.
Ya después te voy a enseñar otra palabra cubana, Iván. ¿Ya?
No, es que me da risa esa palabra.
No, pero en serio, es una palabra que existe. La puedes buscar. Voy a comer un motivo, chicos. Seguimos en stream, no se vayan.
Loli, ¿verdad, bro? El Loki también puede comer nada que llegue. Se da que se hace una paja. Verá.
Ya estoy aquí, chico, comiendo lo que cociné. Me quedó rico, chico.
Mierda.
Pasa, Beto.
El puto reloj no me puedo conectar en mi celular.
¿Y qué marca el reloj?
Es para usar, para los iPhones que diga.
¿Y qué marca el reloj? Apple.
Ah, pues, ajá.
¿Por qué no puedo conectar?
No, ya lo conecté, pero no puedo. ¿Cómo tiene? No puedo, conectarlo a WhatsApp, no sé cómo.
¿Qué tipo de watch es?
El reloj.
Ujú.
Ay. War, no sé qué chingado, es un nombre extraño.
No, la versión, Beto, la versión.
Dice que tengo que escanear el código para conectarse con el WhatsApp.
Es fácil, Beto. Abre ajuste de WhatsApp y busca lo que dice dispositivo, conectar dispositivo.
¿Dónde?
En ajuste de WhatsApp busca con lo que dice conectar dispositivo. ¿Lo encontró?
Cuenta, privacidad, notificaciones.
Conectar dispositivo o algo parecido que te estoy diciendo.
¿Dispositivos vinculados? No.
Sí.
Oh, ya entendí.
Dios mío.
Dios lo tuvo que entrenar a los shoshos. Bueno, espérate.
Ok. ¿Qué cosa? ¿Y qué? A ver.
Regla.
Yo no tengo regla.
No, esa cosa de...
Ah, la que, a ver, ¿cómo se llama? Perdón, que a mí se me olvidó. Ah, bueno, entonces no te
A
puedo
mí no
prestar
se
porque
me
no sé.
olvidó.
Fíjate, no.
A mí no
A ver,
se
Beto, ¿qué
me
te pareció?
olvidó. A mí no se me olvidó. Se llama
¿Ves que eres gilipollas?
cortes de cartones.
Gracias, ¿no?
Agita eso.
¿Qué navaja? ¿Cómo se llama, amor? No sé el nombre, Jacqueline, no sé de qué me estás hablando. No me hagas reguero ahí. No. No sé, amor.
Ah,
No.
ya sé.
¿Qué pasa, Jacqueline? A ver, chicos, vamos a ver en lo que el Beto termina en su bobería. A ver si esto funciona, porque ya debería compartir esto.
¿Qué cosa?
No sé. A ver, déjame compartir normal. Ay, estoy cargando el puto directo. Jacqueline, pídeme tu teléfono ahí, mi amor. A ver, porque ya para compartir, ya está. Ese para compartir. Y esta es la imagen. Vamos a cambiar la imagen porque hay mejores. Vamos a poner esta a ver qué tal. No, es que no guardé. Soy gilipollas, no guardé. Está bonito el pollo ese, pero a ver cuál más tenemos. Voy a poner este corazón. Este corazón. Guardamos. Voy a deshabilitar esto, no vaya a ser que sea por esto que no me salgan las alertas. Por... Es que sale solo, no entiendo. Ese es el like. Vamos a cambiar la imagen del like. A ver, bien. Un aguacate ponemos. Está bonito. Configuración de la fuente. Y no puedo poner variedad de colores ni nada, ¿no? Podemos habilitar esto. Seguimiento de donaciones. Merch. ¿Qué será merch? Mercancía, pero estrella, gusto, soporte. Y tengo habilitado las suscripciones. Donante de apoyo. Son variaciones. Estas son las estrellitas. Vamos a cambiar la imagen de la estrellita y a ver si hay un star. Las configuraciones que están aquí, no. Esto vale un poquito caro. Ahí está bien, creo. Configuramos. Beto, ¿jugamos o qué?
No, no hay problema.
Iván está comiendo. Se va a demorar 40 minutos aproximadamente.
¿Crees?
¿Tú crees que es la primera vez que sé que va a almorzar? Página 2 no está bloqueada. Está desbloqueada. Bueno, avísame qué vas a hacer, Beto.
Dale, mate.
Bueno, chicos, seguimos. Espérame un segundillo.
Seguimos.
Banco de banco. Debe estar almorzando, ya terminé ni pasa a almorzar, estaba haciendo unas configuraciones, pero es que lo raro está que comparto el directo y no me sale la notificación compartir. No entiendo bien, pero bueno. No sé por qué no sale la notificación, sino para mí que está bugueado. Porque aquí en Streamlang. Vale, listo, esto es rápido, chequeamos y es rápido. Vale, listo, a ver si Beto se une o no se va a unir, no sé. Aquí es compartir. Vale, deshabilito, doy guardar. No tengo nada aquí, voy a habilitar de nuevo. Le doy aquí y sí vale, ¿ves?
¿Ya estás listo?
Y ya listo. No entiendo por qué no.
Y le iba a tardar un chingo, ¿dices tú?
No creo que sea problemas internos porque el live reacciona. No se puede hacer un bugueo de Streamlang. Como no estaba habilitado, no sé.
Ay, me di una puta peda ayer. Dame un pedo.
No, chino.
No, hombre. Elimina un oponente con una escopeta.
¿Qué misiones tengo, no? De gol. Mañana empiezan los apagones de nuevo. Por eso le estoy dando durísimo hoy a hacer, porque mañana por gusto conectarse. Sí va a haber stream, pero hay que ver los horarios de la corriente, entonces toca ver. Porque no podemos perder, ¿verdad? A ver me viene una cosa a la mente. Cuando termine la partida le veo.
¿Qué
¿A
vas?
dónde va a caer el Beto? Marca Manquillo.
Venga tú.
Como que para acá, creo.
Puta madre, esta parada se pica.
Únicamente volver a copiar este enlace. No sé, y si sustituirlo por el...
¿Pero qué es lo que haces?
mismo enlace, no generó nada nuevo.
¿Qué haces, Carlos?
Dígame,
Carlos,
¿dónde la pongo? ¿Pongo arriba de la mesa entonces como estaba?
Carlos, ¿qué haces?
No, nada, estoy viendo las alertas de Facebook. Porque si la gente se suscribe en algo ni me entero.
Ah, tenemos que caer juntos. Tú no vas a caer.
Ahí mismo donde te marqué, aquí.
Qué pinga, Carlos, que estás cayendo lento, brother.
Ya voy bajándolo, tengo apuro, que hay gente ahí. Uno, dos veo nada más. Para acá, para acá, para acá. Veo uno delante de ti, veo uno que te va a dar bala, te va a dar bala, te va a dar bala. El manco ese es el cofre, si te hay un arma ahí lo pillo, tío. Ya lo mato, ya lo mato.
Tramposo, me quieres matar, hijo de puta.
Joder, hay poco lugar y ve esto, que hay niños viendo. Los niños no hablan eso.
Ahí viene su compañero. Muerto.
Por manco.
Y otro, qué bestia.
Dale, dale, que estoy contigo, estoy contigo.
Otro.
Queda más gente, cuidado. Hay tiro cerca.
Sí.
Bajito.
Llevo 3 atrás, qué bueno. Quiere matar, hijo de puta.
Encontré una escopeta.
Vamos, que le voy escondidos,
Aquí hay gente. Se va la rata, brother. Se va la rata.
Son todos calos.
Sí, son dos. No vayas, Beto, no vayas, no vayas.
Punto uno.
Ah, bueno, ya sí, voy. Pero no- Ay,
Caí, Carlos, qué bestia.
¿qué te ha, Beto?
Está. Es que me dejó sin vida, brother. ¿Qué quieres que haga? Me dejó sin... Mira, ya me remató su compañero. Queda uno. Mira, lo voy a curar, lo voy a curar.
Baila.
Buena, baila. Él fue quien me remató.
Me tengo que reír, ¿no?
Sí, me remató, qué bestia.
Me curo y voy por ti.
A sacarme.
Qué va. Es verdad que, como dice Iván, el primero que mata es gay.
No, eso nunca dijimos.
No, Iván dice, eso está ya fomentado en canal.
¿Dónde vas?
No, estaba llenándome. Esto es el aire, ¿no?
Sí. No, de piedra.
Piedra. Bueno, ¿dónde marco para reviste? Para acá no.
Sí, está luego te marca.
Qué manco, Beto, qué manco.
No te pongas nervioso.
Yo no. Tú te pones nervioso si te mataron primero.
No, pero me maté al otro, me hizo nomás.
No, el otro estaba tocado, yo lo he tocado, tú no viste.
No, yo me maté al otro.
Pero estaba tocado.
No, dije que... Ay, sí.
Qué manco eres, Beto, qué manco eres. Gracias de nada. De... Hasta dar las gracias le cuesta. Qué bestia.
No, aquí hay más gente, qué bestia.
No, pero yo me estoy yendo de ahí. Yo no estoy allá. Voy a cogerlo aquí.
No, son dos.
Ven para que te cures si quieres.
Uy,
Yo no sé para qué vas a pagar para allá, Beto. Ay. Parece de lo último, Beto. Oye, que no voy a usar nada aquí esperándote.
mira,
¿Te están dando?
ahí detrás de mí, sí. Viene detrás de mí. Ahí viene, corre. No tengo nada de vida.
Coge. No lo veo que venga.
Ahí viene.
No le veo.
¿Vamos a matarnos o qué?
No, espérate. ¿Cómo te vamos a matar si tú no tienes nada de vida? ¿Cómo que vamos a matar? ¿Estás loco? No tienes ni arma ni nada para darle. Ahí yo dejé una escopeta, pero esa escopeta no te gusta.
Ya lo tengo.
Vente.
Se van a matar al medallón.
Que lo maten. Mira, aquí hay un cofre. Ciego. Mira, maté a uno. Es un boss, pero bueno. Creo. A que cojan la vida de ese. Mira, no voy a coger nada de él. Este lo dejé enterito. Para que ni te quejes. Lo que tú no haces por nadie. Enterito se lo dejé.
Vete con material, ya podemos pelear. Mira el coche que me dieron.
Después voy a jugar más tarde, después mañana o la noche juego un ratico Rocket League para que me lo dé. Rocket League. Hay tiritos cerca. Churun, chun, chun. Chun, chun, chun.
Sí, ya mataron al sujeto. Te dije. La mataron ya. Ya el medallón.
¿Eres tú en el carro?
Sí.
Ojalá que hoy saca saca Kratos. Pero no sé. Hoy es 20, ¿no? No. El día de Kratos era ayer entonces. Yo no sé por qué Fortnite se da tanta lija para todo. Bueno. Si sacó la viuda negra no se sabe ni cómo y el pico después lo sacó. ¿Quién?
Ya, bodega. Yo voy ahí.
¿Cómo que va?
Yo quiero balas.
Yo también tengo balas, yo no tengo balas. Tenemos un minuto para recuperar todo lo que hay adentro. Anillo se acerca. Ojito. No sé si te gusta la escopeta esa que está ahí. Mira a ver esa escopeta que te dejo ahí, Beto. Mira la escopeta esa que te dejé ahí porque no la voy a usar. Bueno, 19 minutos para mover el culete. Espérate, que la escopeta te la voy a recargar más de bala.
¿Qué cosa?
Vamos. Me largo para la zona.
Yo sí encontré a Franco.
Ya no te da tiempo de modificarlo.
No, ni mí tampoco.
¿Hay tiro cerca?
Sí, ajá.
Están abajo luchando.
Fue de medallón, creo. Sí, allá. Creo que va a revivir a su compañero. Mira dónde está. Se fueron. No, es un bocito, es
¿Un bocito?
compañero. Sí. Allá está la mala. Allá de qué lado.
Bueno, vamos a zona. Si no vamos a darle bala, vamos a zona.
¿Qué gente?
¿Dónde? Pero no vayas para allá, Subeto. Vamos a luchar, ¿qué vamos a hacer?
Pues estoy contigo, güey.
No, porque voy para atrás. Voy metiéndome en la zona, voy para arriba. Le están dando bala aquí al lado. Me están dando bala con todo el amor del mundo. Tengo chuchu Beto por si acaso. Vamos a pasar una Beto. Pobre manito. Se veían nice esas manitos en la otra temporada. Revivieron uno solo eminente y iba a pasar. Pero bueno, no podemos hacer nada. Vamos para acá, vamos para... Nos metemos en el matojito y nos podemos quedar aquí tranquilamente. Sí, espera que se mueva la zona, no podemos hacer nada si quedan 14... 12 personas, quedan 6 equipos de 2. Ay. Ya vamos en camino a 6 horas de stream, chicos. 6 horas.
Entonces, se ve los chones.
¿Te ven qué?
La skin se ve los...
¿Que te gusta la skin?
No, se le ve los chones.
¿Qué le dice Jones?
Pues... bikini. Los calzones.
Ah, los panties.
Mm.
6 horas de locos, sí, 6 horas ni pasa. Bueno, también transmitimos la FNC, ¿no? Pero... que mañana no sé a qué hora se va la luz. No han dicho a qué hora se va y...
¿Otra vez? ¿Qué?
¿Qué?
Vámonos, persona. Vámonos.
Vamos.
Ya no hay, güey.
Sí, para allá. Vente atrás de mí. Venga, adelantón que se da con el líquido ese. Quedan 5 equipos. 4, porque nosotros no nos contamos. Están reviviendo otro. Como están reviviendo, No sé si hay gente aquí, estoy en zona ya.
Mira, aquí un chingo de material.
Sí, por aquí se pasó. Claro que hemos ganado, hemos ganado. Se echaron a 4 equipos, queda todavía 9. Nos revivieron a 1, ya se echaron. Vamos, mueve el culete, persona. Yo podía jurar que había arreglado esa alma.
Ahí está para atrás. Tranquilo, allá.
Sí, pero no. Sí, pero no, ya no vale la pena. Vamos a meter un matojito este. Vamos a estar mirando ojitos, abriendo los ojitos. Oye, los mosquitos. Cierra la zona y movernos para zona, movernos. Moverse para zona, sí o sí. Esa carabelita no la quiero gastar, chicos. Nunca se sabe. Quedan 5 equipos. Sin contarnos nosotros, ¿no? ¿Hay tiro cerca? Vente para acá, vete para zona, vamos para arriba, mira. Como que para esa montaña. Hay un tío que está dándose bala ahí. Hay 15 personas, 15 personas. Dele ahí 15 personas. Viene. Quedan 3 equipos. Esos 3 equipos tienen que luchar. No, quedan 2 equipos. Esos 2 equipos tienen que luchar entre ellos. Nosotros espenteándolos. Mierda, me gasté una carabelita. Me puede costar la partida, chicos. Aquí veo cosas regaditas, pero bueno. Mira aquí. Vamos a chequear. Míralos allá, están ahí, adelante de nosotros, están Beto. Exactamente.
Búscalo. Ahí está uno.
Estamos en zona, déjalo que luche entre ellos, Beto. No nos metemos en bronca nosotros. El anillo, ojito, el anillo está o detrás de nosotros o está por ahí. Hay que estar mirando por todos los lados. No te pongas a ready. Ahí está, ahí.
Mira.
Bien.
¿Dónde están? Hijo de tu puta madre.
Yo te dije que el anillo estaba cerca. Uno blanco. Me dieron.
Sí,
Puta,
me
Beto. Dejé a uno blanco, al marshmallow está blanco. Ya se está curando.
Verga. Mi Dios, hijo de tu puta madre.
Da listo, dale.
Mi
No, aquí
Dios.
se para afuera.
Mira la puta rata.
¿Le puteamos a Beto? Más tarde le puteamos. Da listo, Beto. Salte. Da listo. F, no, ni modo. Le estoy diciendo a Beto, ten cuidado por atrás que viene el anillo por atrás. Ya, del listo.
Y va, no acaba.
Esta es la página que sale de ahí.
Guacho, güey, guachera, tu güey.
Peter. Una su cristiana.
Verga.
¿Dónde caemos?
No tengo ni idea.
¿Para aquí entonces? Para la costa.
Tampoco si iban para comer.
Y se demora, Beto.
Mames.
Beto come en familia, come con sus padres.
Ya todo como una hora.
Esta gente que van a caer son bolsitos. ¿Será? No será.
Sí. Yo que sí.
Es que también la jugabilidad de Fortnite está un poquito perdida. Uno menos.
No menos.
O no, este no era bolsito porque literalmente se fue. ¿Tiene gente? Ya. Vete, ven para que te termines de curar. O ya tienes todo.
No.
Te lancé un Vini.
Ya vi.
Gracias de nada. Como siempre, mal educado.
De nada.
Esta máquina tiene Sama, esta no te gusta. Mira, vete para que termine de curar. Es que el hacha de Kratos pica lindo. Yo no sé por qué Fortnite se da tanta lija para sacar a un personaje. Lija y lija y lija.
Mira, aquí tengo gente, ya no solo.
Espérate, espérate, pero ¿para qué te vas solo?
Que vine a buscar.
No, entonces no te quejes. Un bob.
¿Sí?
Sí. Muerto. Mira, pomo grande. Tírale piedra, tío.
Ese no es boss, es gente. Se cubre.
No, pero los bots también se cubren. Ya lo maté. No, de ahí me tengo que llevar a los grandes y dejo chuchu.
Entonces era bossito.
Sí. Chuchu, me llevo los chuchus de nuevo y recojo lo que dejé. Qué bestia, loco.
¿Qué?
Yo tengo 4×2, 80 chuchu. Y otro chuchu más por aquí. 6 chuchu. Yo tengo los 100. O más, 120.
Cuchillo, ¿dónde está?
No, ya me lo llevé, yo me lo llevé. Ahí dejé uno grande. Dejé un pomo grande ahí para que te lo lleves si quieres. Y mira, más chuchu aquí.
Este es agua.
Más chuchu ahí. Voy a comprar esta arma, tío.
Ahí mismo. ¿Pero de dónde?
Tengo creo que una necesidad urgente. Vamos a revelar la zona esta. Las pailas.
Todo te llevas.
Sí, gasté mis balas.
Mira, mira, mira.
Aguanta, aguanta que te voy a marcar la zona. ¿Dónde? Oh. LOL. Mira, Beto. Ese sí eres bueno, ¿no?
Uy, tiene, mira, pero
Gracias de nada. Vamos.
mira dudas.
Aquí no hay nada. Ah, sí, míralo allá. Blanco, muerto. Miren la amiguita. La amiguita va a subir.
Posito, ¿no?
No sé. Hay Franco, pero sin mira, brother. Llévate lo mejor. Tiene mira, pero no tiene la que me gusta a mí, entiendo por eso.
A ver. Vamos a llevar. Pusieron más. Solamente vayamos a la isla para...
¿La isla está lejos o no? Beto, me vas a tener que cubrir, pero tengo que ir al baño.
Mierda, ponte a...
Me voy a meter un matojito ahí, ¿me cubres? Conmigo ahí.
A ver qué.
Demoro 2 minutos. Estamos en zona. Estamos en zona. 2 minutos 20. Gracias, Beto, por cubrirme el trasero. Hiciste algo importante que no voy a olvidar. Cuidaste mi trasero. Vámonos. O nos quedamos ahí. No, tomar en cuenta que nosotros tenemos marcada la zona. Y en donde estamos, todavía no podemos quedar aquí. Me quedan 16 personas.
Se me la yo. Va en...
¿Viene en dirección de nosotros?
Ujú.
¿Tú crees?
Ya digo. No. Se bajó del tren.
¿Cómo?
Se bajó del tren.
Es que ellos pueden venir.
La isla.
Isla.
Aquí. Mira, aquí se quitan los otros.
Sí, pero...
¿Vamos o qué?
Bueno, vamos, porque mejor es el alma aunque sea. Y que sea lo que Dios quiera. Si nos mataron, por culpa de Beto y ya.
Mamá.
Al primero que mate es la culpa.
Ya lo dijiste.
Al primero. Y es gay.
No,
El problema hay que ver que si estos tipos de medallones se hayan bajado del tren, no estén cerca tampoco, ¿entiendes? Pero por aquí parece, no aparece ver. Ya salió la isla, vamos Beto, vamos, mueve culete. Vamos. Mover el culete que si no somos los primeros, somos de los primeros.
te cubro.
Que tienes que quedarte conmigo un rato aquí hasta que venga a la zona, si no bailas.
Yo te cubro.
Gracias, Betico. Ya Betico está domadito, ya lo tenemos ya para el lado acá. ¿Te tiro? Es tuyo.
Pero está abajo, está abajo.
Está abajo.
Tú dale.
No, si esto ya va para arriba. Ven, vente, todo para arriba. Ojalá que suelte un franco, tío. Ojalá que esta puta mierda suelte un franco. Nada de franco. Nada de franco, todo suelto esto.
Esa agua.
Dale, Beto, vete a cambiar la mirilla, que yo te cubro.
¿En serio?
Dale, vete a cambiar la mirilla, apúrate, no te demores más, no lo pienses más, cojones. Hay tiro cerca, aquí abajo. Ah, sí, míralo acá.
Dale.
Necesito ese franco, con ese franco me lo vuelo. ¿Ya cambiaste la mirilla?
Ya.
Cuidado que tiene, el tipo de abajo tiene un franco. Deja de hacer el loquito. Puta, con las armas que tenemos, si no la ganamos, somos mancos. Lo confieso. Vienen dos anillos que se van a lanzar, Vamos a estar atentos a la saltadera, Beto. Que se vienen. Aquí hay chuchú para hacer sopa. Lo estoy gastando por eso mismo. Mientras estemos aquí arriba no pasa nada, pero hay que estar ojitos viejitos. Al tipo de abajo yo le quité 28, pero mira, tiene construido una barca. Mira, para acá hay tiro. ¡Pucha! Pero te dieron.
Sí, pero le di.
Cúrate.
Pero le di a él. Le di. Me dio a mí.
Cúrate. Hay botiquín ahí, cúrate botiquín. Allá abajo botiquín para que completes. Míralo, ya lo vi. Está metido aquí abajo, mira. Préstame Franco. Puta madre, te baja, Peto. ¿Qué tiene Franco el hijo de puta?
Y me dio a mí.
121 se quitaron. Préstame Franco. Préstame.
Ay, Carlos, ¿cómo jodes?
Tú no eres
Tú
bueno.
gastaste porque no quería.
No, yo no lo quería igual, Beto. Yo te lo doy ahora, yo te lo doy. Yo no te voy a quedar con el Franco, espérame.
¿Se fue?
No. Vamos, Beto, coge Franco, vamos, coge Franco, vámonos.
Gente.
Sí, vámonos.
Vámonos.
Vámonos, ya te estoy diciendo que nos vámonos. Coge Franco y ya te dije que nos vayamos cerrado. Grieta aquí abajo, vente. Vente. Coge Grieta si la ves, coge Grieta aquí, mira. ¿Que tú estás herido? Vamos para zona, vamos para acá. Vamos alejando de los anillos. Uy, la zona para allá. La zona para acá. Para acá, mira.
Uy, no están dando.
No, a mí no me están dando, pero sí están tirando. Vamos para esta casita para que te cures.
Se acerca el anillo.
Sí, yo sé que se acerca el anillo. Ven, cúrate aquí, Beto, mira. Cúrate aquí, mira. Aquí hay cosita atrás. Hay tanque atrás. Ahí, nice. Estamos en zona, tenemos que quedarnos aquí. Mira, hay un botiquín aquí para que te lleve.
No tengo espacio.
Bueno, te digo por si acaso. Es que tenemos que quedarnos para acá, Beto. Para acá no, nadie va a venir. Viene un carro. No. Se fueron.
Sí.
Se fueron. Quédate abajo. Beto, es que tú tienes que arreglar el HUD tuyo del televisor para que veas mejor. Si lo tienes 100 no vas a ver nada, tío. Nada, literal. Déjalo que se den. Quedan 5 equipos, 2 y 2 y uno suelto. Mira acá. Ahí estaba, arriba en esa escalera. Vamos caminando para zona, vamos para aquí arriba. Vamos para acá.
¿Dónde? Listo. Iván, ¿no?
Iván, no, yo sé. Me dieron.
Mierda. A mí también. Aguas, que no quiero dos.
Sí, tienen 2 trancos. Cogí altura y me curo con chuchu.
Chame. ¿Qué bestia?
No, ya. No, es que tienes que venir, Beto. Yo no puedo seguir gastando.
No, coño.
Ya. Se me acabó el chuchu.
El chuchu.
Se acabó el chuchu. Mira, si quieres completa aquí con los tanques. Vamos para zona. La zona queda para acá, vamos por acá. Qué putas ratas son las ceras.
Sí, güey, no veo dos. Y están nosotros,
Vámonos por aquí. Aquí se pasó zona. Quedan 2 equipos, ellos tienen que matar entre ellos.
No hay
nada.
hijo de
No, nada. Hay que darle con lo que tenemos.
Yo no tengo para curarme.
Bueno, Beto, aunque sea te curaste un poquito, brother. Vamos para arriba de ese tanque. Vamos para arriba de ese tanque, no. Quedan 2 equipos.
Matar al mayor.
Sí, matamos al mayor, pero lo están cogiendo de abajo. Vamos para acá, mira para acá. Queda un equipo, vamos que la podemos ganar. Vamos. Gracias, Milton, por tu like, hermano. Gracias, brother. Por tu like en el directo de Facebook. A ver, bájate. Están aquí, mira. Aquí están. Nosotros tenemos altura. Vamos a dejarle ahí que ellos... Ahí está. Blanco, 49, está tocado.
Buena, Carlos.
Vamos. Vete spameando ahí. O son un equipo diferente. Porque lo veo solo. Se está curando. Está abajo. Vamos para zona, Beto, Sigue spameando, Beto. Es uno solo, Beto. El otro es de otro equipo. No, son dos. ¿Me dieron? No tengo para curarme, pero bueno. Vamos para zona, Beto.
Mi cubito de la espada, güey.
Zona.
No, qué gracia, ¿por qué te cachas ese puto muñeco? Ya un tiro más y me voy a dejar.
Mira, hay botiquín aquí. Préstame Franco, Beto. Préstame ese Franco, brother.
No, Carlos, un tiro más y muero.
Te ha tocado el de atrás. Está tocado, está tocado.
¿Muerto?
Está tocado. Queda uno solo, Beto. Vamos a cogerlo con calma. Vamos a cogerlo con calma. Viene por aquí, viene por aquí, viene por aquí.
¿Queda uno?
Aquí queda uno, está arriba de mí. Está atrás de mí.
No, Carlos, me dio. Era justo porque tenía poquita vida.
¿Dónde está?
Carlos, yo maté uno, allá.
Sí, sí. Está arriba, está arriba.
Sí, maté queda uno. Yo
¿Tienes mini, tienes mini, tienes mini? No.
No tengo.
¡No! Ni modo.
Quedó uno.
No, pero mira la escopeta que tenía. Mira la escopeta. Bueno, ni modo, ganó él. Ni modo. Es que yo no tenía mini tampoco. Pero el amigo de los es tocadísimo ya con un tiro, con un escopetazo. Y no tenías botiquín para el amigo. Ni modo, ganó, chicos. Ganó porque ganó. GG. Aplausos por él.
¿Y el Iván qué pedo?
Iván que está comiendo, él demora a comer, todo eso. Eso no es así.
No, se fue.
Ah, ya se fue.
Sí.
Ni modo.
Ay, Carlos, ¿por qué no te cubetes arriba?
No, no me cubrí arriba. ¿Por qué no me cubrí, verdad?
Ay, Carlos.
Ay, Beto.
Te queda más uno, Carlos. Uno te queda uno más.
Ya hay que jugar mejor en la próxima. ¿Qué vas a hacer? Así es la vida, loca. Tu.
Qué bocito de Carlitos.
Ay, no hablemos porque el primero que mataron, ¿qué era? Pero que tú mataste, que tú mataste. El primero que mataron, ¿qué es? Ahí está la respuesta.
Te queda
Ahí está la respuesta. Al primero que mata, ¿qué es?
Nah. No puede ser que te hayan matado, Carlos.
Me mataron, como te mataron a ti. Al primero que mataron.
Yo maté a uno, pero no te...
Mataste a uno, no lo remataste porque ya yo lo había dado.
No, Carlos, yo sí lo maté. Y lo maté.
¿Qué? ¿Qué me quieres dar, perra? Eso es dar. Eso es dar, coño.
No puede ser que te gane.
Bueno, uno perdiendo gana.
Es que te descubrió arriba, Carlos.
No me cubrí arriba.
Te brincó en la cabeza y tú, padre, no te cubriste.
Vainas. ¿Y a ti por qué te mató él? No es porque tenías poca vida.
Tenía poquita vida, yo tenía como 20 de vida, creo.
Me maté al amigo. Beto, ¿dónde te metes, tío? Me he matado ya dos.
¿Cuánto te queda?
Uno solo, te está reviviendo. Apúrate. Ya lo está reviviendo entre estas. Ahí, dale. Lo va a revivir, lo revivió.
Y lo vio.
Míralo. Ese está tocado, está a 30 de vida. Ella está tocada también. Lo puedes matar tranquilamente. Ay, 5, Dios.
Uy, 5 de vida, 5 de vida, 5 de vida.
Qué manco. Lo están reviviendo. La tarjeta trata de ti. Mira, mira. Pero, ay Dios mío, Beto.
No, ya valí.
No, Beto, Beto, si estaba delante de ti.
valí,
Está ciego, ciego. Ay, no, Beto.
Pero ¿por qué marcas ahí, Calo?
¿Qué tiene que ver, Beto? Aquí hay que caer donde sea. ¿Por qué marco aquí? Qué bestia, ¿no?
¿Cómo voy a pelear sin nada de balas, sin nada de escudo y tú vas a ir a pelear como si fuera Superman?
No, 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 Beto, no justifica, hermano. No justifica, hermano. De verdad que no puede justificar.
Además, esta vez...
Beto, Beto, no caes conmigo, demoras caer. Me echo a 2. A 2. Roas.
Próspero, no lo eres.
No, yo no me creo, yo lo soy. Y entonces trata tú de ser más pro que yo entonces, por favor, ¿sí?
Yo no.
No sé si el stream está yendo lagueado en Facebook. Sí, está bien en Facebook. Ay, Dios mío, yo creo que va a haber fraude. Ah, el people de Amazonas. Ay, Beto, Beto. Si dice listo, estás en la sala. Ni habla. Se fue el Beto. Qué bestia. Beto, ¿te fuiste? Está ahí, perdón. Beto. Déjame parar un momentico el stream, chico, vuelvo de nuevo.